sight. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high.
Tell them what your name is. Fight for the speed house. Left and right, left and right, left and right, left and right.
Hey everybody, welcome back to day 2 of the OfflineTV Charity Valorant Invitational. We had 5 matches yesterday. We're going to take a look at the standings in just a little bit. But in the meantime, we've got a lot to cover. I'm your host. I'm happy to be joining you. And with me today, once again, I've got DDK and Vansilly who will be taking us through the Valorant action. Gentlemen, welcome back on this beautiful Sunday. We are once again inside, once again watching video games, and I couldn't think of a better place to be.
It is beautiful out. I'm like, oh man, kind of wish I was golfing, but at the same time, this is a great thing that we're doing this weekend, so I'm actually really happy to be here. We saw some great matches yesterday, some fun games, and I'm looking forward for it to continue today.
Yeah,
DDK,
same.
how you feeling?
Absolutely, just so good. Yesterday was so much fun, and I have to say, like, it's hard to pinpoint a favorite part of the show, but yeah. I loved the trash talk segments and also the listenings during the knife rounds. Those two things are like hugely just favorite moments for me. So I'm looking forward to that massively today.
I don't even know if we can even call them trash talks because some of them were so wholesome yesterday, and that actually was one of the fun parts of it too, because you're just walking into it really smiling and getting ready for that match.
Yeah, you definitely get the sense this is a bunch of friends coming together to play a game that they all really, really love. So it's been a joy watching this all go down. It's been so much fun, as you said, listening into their conversations. And I really enjoyed exploring the Murder Hornet meta yesterday, but I think I think we have some new stuff to cover today. Everyone went back to the drawing boards last night. They I think thought up some new strategies, and they did some photoshopping. So we'll take a look at all of that to come. But first, let's talk about the tournament format. As we said, we're halfway through of our round robin, and we have Team Toast leading the pack. But, gentlemen, there's still a lot to play.
Correct. I was my mistake yesterday. I thought it was going to be the winner of Group 1, which is going to be a best out of 5. Same groups are playing a best out of 5 today. But it's just going to be, hey, we're continuing the group plays from yesterday on to today, and the top 2 groups in this BO1 format is going to play in a BO1 Grand Final. So that means 5 more matches on broadcast today, and make that even a 6 with the Grand Finals.
Yeah, we've got some fun rules in there too, DDK. You want to walk us through all the little special touches that we're putting on this charity invitational?
Yeah, so of course it's very competitive, as I mean, you guys at this point know all of the competitors, and they will have a fierce competitive spirit. But we have some fun rules in there to kind of make sure that we don't have anyone sort of just dominating like crazy on their mains. For example, if let's say you got an immortal player like Myth or Diamond and above players, they'll be not allowed to play on their mains. They'll have to be playing other agents instead. So that's one of the cool storylines we'll be checking out as we see. I think we saw some great stuff yesterday with bringing up Myth's name, jumping on the Sky and showing us some cool tricks with Sky, an agent that he's wanted to pop out for a while, and we saw it work out really nicely for them. And also as well, we get knife rounds instead of pistol rounds, which is really actually very fun. It doesn't sound like much fun in some senses, but I think Vansilly, you were actually super into it, which is really fun.
It was actually really fun. I hope actually today, if we have some confirmations between like the players and the admins, if the admins say, hey, you're actually allowed to plant or you're actually allowed to use abilities or not, that would add even an extra layer into the knife rounds for today, which would be even more fun. But we'll have to see what happens there.
Yeah, there's a whole knife round meta developing in this tournament, so definitely something to look out for today. And speaking of looking out, let's check out the standings and see where our teams all sit. Of course, Disguised Toast, his team picked up 2 W's yesterday. Very impressive.
Super nice with the judges, of course, with Team Toast, but overall the team just looked pretty good. And it could still be anybody's game because you're looking at these standings. It's pretty close, literally, because it's tied between 2nd place and 4th place between Pokemon's team, Lily Pichu, and also Scara. But Michael Reeves, he has a chance to come back. If he actually wins all of his matches today and it's 2-2, who knows what happens? As you said, Rachel, people might be changing some strategies around, looking outside the Photoshops, and then trying to figure out how they can get some wins after figuring out how they played against each other. So I'm really looking forward to the matches for today. Any upsets? Hopefully.
Yeah, we had a lot of results which I think were very close, generally speaking. We only had one match that was kind of convincing, but generally speaking, it kind of felt like anyone's game here. And so that's really exciting for me because, we wanted to try to pick what we thought would be teams that we think, would win, be the winners. But ultimately, it doesn't really feel like there's a clear favorite to me at this point. And that's actually so awesome, to just be in day 2, the final day of play, and just have no idea who's going to win. Love that.
It's a testament to the excellent balancing of these teams. And actually, let's take a look at the rosters for these teams. A little bit more to discuss here, as we're going to have some substitutions later in the day. But of course, Disguised Toast, with his roster of Peter Park, Christopher Yi, Natsumi, and Valkyrie, they're going to be staying steady. They're sitting at the top of the board, and they're feeling quite comfortable. Of course, they're also going to be playing for the Inspiring Children Foundation.
Of course, because it is an event about charity, so let's talk about the charities that they're playing for. So the Inspiring Children Foundation is an organization whose focus is on empowering children struggling with financial hardship, anxiety, depression, and suicidal ideation, by giving them the ultimate environment to survive, then thrive at the highest levels.
I think this team is particularly interesting as well because, taking the storylines from yesterday, we saw that, the personality in the game on the Cypher from Disguised Toast, running that judge and making it work in a lot of different spots and really causing a lot of problems with that, actually creating the psychological warfare there was very much in favor of this team in that sense. And I have to, throw a shout out also to Valkyrie. I felt like she did a really great job on the Viper, so those are definitely some points of focus. I mean, there's lots to say about this team, and we don't have all the time to do it, so we can let the gameplay do the rest for us when we get into the matches.
Well said. Team Lily Pichu features Masayoshi, Myth, Brooke, and later on today, Broden. Broden going to be stepping in for one of our players.
Fuslie.
Well said. Fuslie stepping in here. Fuslie stepping out, Broden stepping in. That's going to happen later in the day. We're still going to see a little bit of Fuslie today, but this is a mix-up, guys, because, well, you'll see in a little bit, but Broden's getting his feet wet in more than one roster.
Exactly, and it's going to be, it's going to be some buffs, some debuffs for some team or not, but at least for Team Lily, they are playing for the AAPI Hate organization, which is a non-profit social organization that runs Stop AAPI Hate Reporting Center, which tracks incidents of discrimination, hate, and xenophobia against Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders in the United States. So really good stuff going on there. And talking about this roster, DDK, we've talked about how Myth is an immortal player. I came into this roster saying they might make it to they will make it to the finals already, and off the gate, I was already wrong.
Yeah, well, I think it's really interesting too because we saw Myth yesterday in the winners interview was talking about how sort of proud he was of the team in the sense that he's playing with players that aren't necessarily nearly as familiar with him as familiar with him with the game of Valorant, but at the same time really great teammates to work with, and he does have Masayoshi there as well as that other kind of hard-hitting player. So there's lots to work with on that team. I'm really curious to see what looks we'll see out of them today.
Another strong performing team from yesterday, Michael Reeves' team featuring Quarter Jade, Ivani, Jummy, and H. June. And of course, this team is playing for the ACLU Foundation today.
Yes, and ACLU Foundation is the American Civil Liberties Union, which defends the fundamental rights outlined in the United States Constitution and the Bill of Rights. So these includes like the rights of freedom of speech and assembly, the right to religious freedom, due process of law, equality before the law, and right to privacy. And I know we trolled a bit yesterday by calling Jummy Yummy every single time, but it is Jummy. It is Jummy.
And maybe we could just do your Jummy because we get both.
Right.
Both there, but it's a really strong team as well. Especially Quarter Jade being Diamond 3, so one of the hard hitters for that team. Yep. Ivani on that Viper too. But yeah, so much to say from each of these teams, and we already have the next team card here, so I'll let you take it away, Rachel.
Sure, this is Pokey's team. She's playing with Sidian, Jacksepticeye, Shaunik, and Bobo Abe, and they're playing for St. Jude, which I have to say is a gamer classic. So many gamers, including Pokey herself, have raised money for St. Jude over the years. Yeah,
every time I see charity events, I see a lot of St. Jude, but it makes sense because their mission right now is the research for advanced cures and means for prevention for pediatric catastrophic diseases through research and treatment. And even better than that is that they support the child and they're not denying any treatment based on race, religion, or family's ability to pay. So all that money really helps to create that opportunity for those children in need.
And I'm going to try to go a bit faster here. You know, we've got Pokey probably playing on the Raze. I had a 30 bomb yesterday, the opening game. Hope to see that again. Cedian on an Omen, lurking around the map very effectively. Yep. You know, Shonik on that Phoenix, playing pretty aggressively, opening things up as the entry. And then Babo Abe on the Sova with the trigonometry skills, the protractor in hand, ready to hit all those angles. And Jack, what did Jack play now? Oh, God damn it. Almost got all five. You know, I'm going to have to leave Jack out of this.
Oh, he was playing the Sage. He was healing for us.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, there you go. Sage in the back. No, not repping the Sage very well here, am I? But yeah, Jack doing a great job. This team had a great synergy. I think that was clear from the get-go. So looking forward to seeing them playing again here today.
And rounding out our final team, we've got Skara's roster. There's that other Broden sub. We told you he's on 2 teams. He's also going to be stepping in for Edison later on today. We've got Shifter, Ariasaki, and Binans, and they are playing for Rise Above the Disorder.
And Rise Above the Disorder is a non-profit dedicated to battling the 2 greatest barriers of mental health care, which is access and affordability.
And this will be an interesting sub, I think, because, you know, Broden replacing Edison. Edison was a pretty hard-hitting player on the server, really causing a lot of problems. So lots to be done there to step into those shoes. But I think around, you know, across the board, obviously great players. You know, Binans, you know, very good in the FPS world. In pretty much any FPS game you put her in. Ariasaki had some pretty awesome moments. If you didn't catch that triple kill clutch from Ariasaki, you definitely need to go to, I think it's on the OfflineTV subreddit, so go check that out. Shifter as well, very hard hitting, stepping up in the pressure moments. And Skara wants to get in there, no matter the occasion, with those satchels. So that's always really fun to watch Skara playing that aggressive playstyle.
Yeah, that's team vibes and team knife strats from yesterday, but we'll be checking in with some of their players shortly for, you know, an update to see what they're bringing to the table today. Of course, talking about bringing things to the table, chat, you have donated so much to the cause yesterday. We're going to be asking more from you today. Of course, all your donations, this entire prize pot that you're seeing, that calculation on the right side of the screen throughout the day, that is the money we are raising. Now let's talk about what we're going to do with that money. 100% of donations from this event are going to be donated to charity. And of course, you have to give a big shout out to Riot Games and their Social Impact Fund for contributing $10,000 to the donation pool to start us off. It's
super cool to see that Riot Games, they've done such a good job with Valorant so far in terms of being inclusive and not only focusing on the pro side of things, we're also seeing the development of the women's tournament, and at the same time now these charity drives that they're also supporting. So super cool stuff coming on from them. And at the same time, just to get back, the 100% of the proceeds that we actually accumulated from the calculation that Rachel has said, it's split up this way. So whoever gets first place today will get 40% of that prize pool and donate it to their charity of choice. So we've mentioned the 5 before, and then we'll see who's going to be on the top to donate to that specific charity. And it goes to 30, 15, 10, and 5. So everybody gets to give, which is a cool thing.
Yeah, you can type !donate in chat to donate, or check out the About section below, and make sure when you do that you include your name and your contact email in the message so they can reach out for the donor-only giveaways. Giveaways are another hot topic, and we've got more information to come on that. Yeah, everyone wants to walk away with something nice, and you're coming here, you're giving your eyeballs to a great cause, maybe you're giving some money, you deserve a chance at something nice. So don't worry, everybody, we'll talk about how to get that to you. But just want to say so much gratitude for all the donations. They are going to 5 great causes. We'll find out later on today in exactly what percentages. But thank you so much, everybody. We are trying to reach $50,000, and I really think we can hit that goal today.
For sure. I think so too. We've made at least $11,000 on the first game only yesterday. So we had a huge incrementation starting from the get-go. So hopefully we continue on that ride and reach that 50K that we want by the end of today.
Yeah, I believe. And I think these matches are going to be a great way to get everybody involved. And I think one of the great things also about the kind of personalities that we have playing is that it's covers such a wide range of audiences. And everyone who's, all these different audiences, ultimately united by gaming and the love and the goodness that can come from gaming. And so that's, I just always love to see that. You know, I think one of my favorite events every year is like AGDQ, you know, this speedrunning event, which and it's just there's something about that vibe, you know, gaming for good. I think it's touched all of us in such a positive way in all of our lives. That's why we're doing what we're doing. That's why we love it so much, to connect over these things and to pump out more love into the world in this way is just such a great opportunity.
Couldn't agree more.
Absolutely. I love it when gamers do good. And fans, viewers, you are crushing it this weekend. It has been such a pleasure. Everyone in chat has been so supportive. I see that you have figured out that we are starting our first giveaway of the day. That's !enter. Just pump it into chat, folks. And the important thing to remember is keep an eye on your whispers. That is how OfflineTV is going to reach out to our winners. We are giving away Valorant points. We are giving away OfflineTV merch, and we are giving away OfflineTV posters. So there's a lot in the mix worth checking out. And yeah, gentlemen, if you had your choice between all the sweet things we're giving away, I know a lot of people are eyeing the Valorant points. What do you want?
So, again, I think I spent all my money on Valorant skins, so that would be pretty nice. But to be honest with you, I'm pretty down for the OfflineTV gear because, as you could tell, I'm pretty stubby, I'm pretty chubby, I'm trying to work on that, and I have to build a sweat. So I actually like going to the gym wearing sweaters. And I love wearing, like, esports organization merch. As you can tell, I have a Valorant jacket, I have a TSM t-shirt, so I like supporting organizations, and especially when they represent good things, good vibes, and great people. So I'd love to get an OfflineTV hoodie and put that into the gym and get my sweat going.
Love to see
it. Just give me the points. Skins equal wins. So I need all the points I can get. It's shameless, I know, but
I love it.
That's my pick. I didn't even let you ask me, Rachel. I just jumped straight in there.
I don't know why I needed to frame the question, really. I feel like I knew your answer.
Yep. I mean, we love the game too, right? It's the reason why we're here.
All right, chat. Well, while you're figuring out how to get into the giveaway, I'm going to need you to do something else, too. We are having chat pick our maps for the matches. So for our first match today, which is between Team Lily and Team Scara, we are going to ask you very shortly which map you would like them to play on. And I wonder, we weren't letting maps go back-to-back yesterday. We weren't letting the same team play twice on the same map. So there's going to be a little bit of a limitation on the selection here. You have Ascent, Haven, and Icebox to choose from. And, I'm seeing no immediate preference between Ascent and Icebox. So if you're looking to assert your will, get in the chat, get in the vote, and let us know where you want to send these players.
Yeah, exactly. Stop the !enter. It's just time to vote for the maps, and then we'll look at the giveaways a little bit later, chat. It'll be a good time. We have some stuff to give away for sure, but we also need to decide the fate of what map these two teams are going to play in. And Den, for me, to be honest, I don't think I'm going to talk about any maps, at least for now, with the 3 that are left. Because, again, I don't want to sway into any type of, like, votes. Because every time we talked about a map, it was the map that was played yesterday. So I want to know what the chat's going to think about this time.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the chat wants to do the kind of Riot matchmaking special, and they want the triple Icebox. I don't know. So far they've been great so far, and I'm loving that. So I have no reason to suspect any different today. You know? Yeah, I think it's going to be great.
I believe that because after you've watched all the matches from yesterday, and we saw how good some players are on certain maps, right? Again, looking at Pokey that says that she doesn't like to play Icebox, she drops close to like a 30 bomb and makes it look like Raze is her main character and not Sova being her main agent. So that was pretty cool to see. And then you have now Disguised Toast with a judge as a Cypher, how strong he is on a map like Split, for example, too. Maybe that's why we saw that one-sided, because that close range angle with the judge gave a lot. So now, looking at these two teams between Lily and also between Scara, if you're a fan of Lily, chat, or you're a fan of Scara, which map do you think you want to see them excel in? And within those 3 maps, that's where the votes are going to go towards too.
All right, well, it looks like Ascent is running away with the vote here. If there's any last-second changes, we will let you know. But, gentlemen, I think you're going to be starting the day in the wide open space of Ascent.
Okay with that. I think that's a pretty cool map to start things for sure. Because at the same time, when we talk about these counter-striking maps, like these defaulty maps, I think Ascent is definitely one of them.
Yeah, certainly. I think, you know, we talked about this a little bit yesterday, where we were saying how typically in pro matches, you don't necessarily see much action around mid because it can be quite hard as a defense to... I mean, you don't want to play a 50-50 battle as a defender and you risk going down a player. It's advantageous for the attackers, even if they're in a 4v4, even in some spots if they're you know, down a player like in a 4v5, you know, they can still find ways to isolate the defenders and play maybe like a 4 versus 2, because they get to pick where they go as a unit. So yeah, normally we see that voided, and it's quite a tentative approach on mid, but this is not professional Valorant. This is in a bunch of pickup teams playing against each other, and we saw a lot of action around mid. So it's gonna be fun to see how that pans out here on Ascent. And yeah, I one of the things that's great about this tournament too is that, you know, for you and I, Van, you know, we watched a lot of professional Valorant. Yeah. We're going to see lots of things here that we would never see in a professional game, which is just awesome. To be honest, and I'll say it quickly before we get to the trash talk, it's just watching these games. It's not only about the fun in games, but as much as they're having fun for all of these 5 teams, to be honest, it's pretty competitive too. From what I see from my own matchmaking games, or just looking at some of the other like tier 1, tier 2 events, there is some good strategies coming out of it and some good frags coming out of it too. So it's been really fun so far, which is why I'm really excited for today. But Rachel, I'll let you take this away.
Now, guys, you have the tough job ahead of you where you'll be calling the action in all our matches throughout the day. So I'm going to let you chill for a minute, and I think I'm going to bring in Edison and Fuslie and have a little trash talk before we get into our first match between Lily's team and Scar's team. I came in mid-dab. Are you okay?
Did you really just come in mid-dab?
Camera was gonna cue. It was gonna cut in at that exact moment. I thought there was gonna be a little bit.
I don't want to do this anymore. Can we just
hey,
move on?
babe.
You're with her, right? You guys know each other really well.
We're engaged.
Friends, you know the dab girl. You're engaged.
Is that what you're known as now?
Congratulations.
Wait, if Edison leans in his kiss that way and I lean in this way, we kiss.
Oh, but what if I'm envisioning someone else over here?
Okay.
On my left.
I was trying to make space.
His name starts with an S.
No, I appreciate that. Anyway, hello.
Wait, so what are we doing again?
Trash talk.
Well.
Right. Okay, trash talk. Yes.
Trash talk each other.
Right.
Yeah.
So I actually asked Scar yesterday some tips, because I was told that I might be doing the trash talking segment today, and he was like, "You need to get in their heads." Right? He's like, "You need to get in their heads." So this is what I'm gonna say to you. Okay? All I have to say is, you look really cute today.
Oh.
And I loved our anniversary dinner yesterday, and all the time we got to spend talking about the last 5 years we spent together, and how you're gonna do so well today.
I think you're gonna do well too, babe. Thanks for paying for the dinner last night.
You're welcome.
I love you. And well, I was gonna say that if you dare kill me, you're sleeping on the couch, and that you smell bad and stuff. But let's but instead I'll just say love you, and you're gonna do great, and I hope you get an ace.
Oh, I hope you get an ace too.
When Edison
honestly,
was popping off yesterday, I was the most proud ever. It was really cute. So I actually hope that you do well. But no one else on your team.
You guys don't have anything to worry about. The only comms we have is this. Hey, Scar, you have the bomb. Scar, you have the bomb. Scar, you have Scar. Oh, he just double satcheled into the entire other team and gave them the bomb. Oh boy.
Tell Scar to do that same strat. That's
literally going to be our comms the entire game.
Double satchel, hand deliver the spike to us, and we will clean up. Thank you.
It's so interesting, because Skara described it as all vibes, excellent vibes, only on the team, perfect communication. I'm hearing something different from you now, Edison?
No, it was perfect communication, absolutely perfect communication. Yep. No drops.
I only have one more question for the two of you. We have Broden subbing in for both of you. I want to know, who do you think he's going to be more inspired to fight harder, to perform better as? Who is he going to be trying to spoil?
How do you answer this question?
Yeah.
Well, you know, Broden and I are both tall, good-looking men. Well, actually, I don't think I'm as good-looking as Broden. Broden is like, if you see Broden in person, you'll understand one day. But, you know, I just call myself good-looking. Wow, that was...
Edison?
that was awkward.
Chat's on your side.
I think that Broden is going to do a great job subbing in. I think our team will benefit from the sub a little bit more. No, does that sound mean? Wait, no, Broden's a good player. And I think Broden's a great player, and I think it's going to go well and smoothly either way. But I do think that Edison's team might suffer a little bit more from the substitution.
No, my team will be fine. No. You don't even understand. My team will be great.
Because they've been developing synergies.
No. Oh. Listen. We have Skara, who even though he double satchels, he hits his shots. He'll go in crazy. He's got this. Hannah, she clutches round. She's got her Sentinel like game on point. Arya, you saw her triple kill yesterday. It was incredible. And Danny, yeah, we got Danny. So yeah, we'll do fine.
Well, I don't, we do these trash talk segments and all it is love between our competitors and then absolute trashing on their own teams. So I don't know what I expected here, but I wish both of you luck. I think you're both wonderful and impressive people, and I hope you enjoy the time today that you are spending away from us. But thank you so much for coming on Trash Talk. Anything else you want to say to the people before we go?
I hope you do.
We're gonna smoke you guys!
We're gonna get smoked!
Yes, you are! Okay. Don't kill me, babe. And don't play Reyna, please. Please don't play Reyna, because I'm playing Reyna.
What am I supposed to play?
Don't play Reyna, because I'm playing Reyna, and then we're gonna get in my head, and then
okay, if you convince Skara to tell me not to play Reyna, then I'll not play Reyna.
Okay.
Okay, just message him right now. Okay. All right, bye. Good luck.
All right, bye. Good luck. Thank you.
I love it. Again, I have smiles like my cheeks hurt, and usually my cheeks hurt because I'm spending 12 hours broadcasting a game, and then I just get tired. But now it's because I'm smiling all the time, Dan, because this is always so wholesome. And happy anniversary to Fuslie and to Edison, right? It was yesterday, and 5 years in the making, and to many, many more.
Absolutely agree on that count, and it is an awesome segment actually. It's so funny because we were talking about this yesterday as well. The kind of trash talk segments that we're used to seeing are actually like oftentimes very awkward because it's with professional players, and you get like productions are like, we really want to some kind of like trash talk because everyone loves trash talk, and we get these pros to like say bad things about each other. We'll create drama, and it's like you're trying to like artificially create stuff with people that are actually really nice, maybe like each other a lot, or just generally don't care about it. So it's actually quite cool to see this take on it. It's been really fun.
Super fun. And now we're going into Ascent, and at this point, that's the question: is Edison going to be playing Arena or not? Can Fuslie actually convince Scar to say, "Hey, I don't want Edison to play Arena. I don't want Arena on Arena diff. Let's see what happens out of that one." And you know what? As we talk about the switch that might happen later on, right, with Broden, I think at the same time, he might be a sleeper pick going on into for both of these teams, because if he's going to potentially sub for both of these teams for Scar and Lily, it shows how he's in demand and how potentially he could be that player that's going to dominate in the server.
Yeah, I totally agree. It's going to be so interesting to see how the dynamics might change and shift, and it might actually encourage some other agent changes amongst these lineups that maybe have already established some tendencies and some behaviors, some preferences. But as we can see, we're going into Ascent, and man, Gelato, I mean, although I don't know what's going on with those Gelatos because they're like looking really sad and unhappy, Gelato is one of the best things on planet Earth.
You know what, Dan? For me, being someone that's very lactose intolerant, I still love gelato. I will suffer through the pain that comes after eating gelato for 2 hours if I have to, because when I have that craving, I'll take it.
I respect it. I respect that. Van, take us through some of these picks here. What do we got? Yeah,
so if we're looking at it right now for Team Lily, right? Nothing's changed. We've watched the rosters that they've had yesterday. Having a Killjoy in the roster is actually really good on a map like Ascent. That can really help for lockdowns on the B side that we see a lot, but in pro play, we're seeing a lot of switches over to the A side too, because you could also cover tree side very, very often. On the other end though, for Team Skara, it doesn't look like they want to play for any of those anchor sentinels, as I like to mention, and they haven't really, actually they've done it with B-Nans before, but they see how important it is to have a Sova, into the roster on a map like Ascent, because it could get so much information. And look at that, Edison's also playing Arena. So unfortunately, Fuslie can get the convincing onto Skara. So it's gonna be a toughie, I think, Dan.
Yeah, I like that we're gonna see the Brimstone out there for Myth as well. You know, we talked about how Myth has been mixing it up in terms of what he's working with, and we saw that Sky pick before. Now we see that Brim, and the thing about Sky was that Sky, you can get information with Sky, you can be aggressive, you can flash for yourself, you've got lots to work with. But But Brimstone is definitely a very different role on the team as a controller. You're trying to look after the entire map. You've got that really impactful ultimate in the orbital strike. There's just lots of things that you're able to do to enable your teammates, but just in a completely different way. So looking forward to seeing that dynamic. And that also means that they are only on a couple of duelists here.
Yep.
In Fuslie and Masayoshi. But Masayoshi definitely a focus for me because Masayoshi's Jet actually looked pretty savage yesterday.
It was actually really good on Icebox. I think we've had a couple of backstab with the Blade Storms on the ultimate. The picks towards mid-side on Boiler with even just going with Vandals was pretty good too. So I expect a lot of fragging ability, a lot of fragging power for Team Lily in this matchup. But we're going to start things off in, once again, the knife round and see what happens. I hear some pistols, but I'm pretty sure there's going to be some knives. And let's check out.
They're behind us. Yeah.
Perfect,
Get him first. Get him first.
Yeah, get him first.
Yeah. He's knifed.
Nice.
Let's go.
Sage next.
Yeah, we have the
Sage
flank of Sage.
next.
All right.
Lily, run a train. All
Now
Nice.
turn around and fully aggress.
4v3.
Okay, no, this is
yeah.
Full
good.
aggress.
Yeah, you better run.
W
Look
key,
at
do not
him.
stop.
All right, let's go.
Silva.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
Good,
Number
Blue.
two.
Well done.
I want
Wait, towards A.
blood.
Last player standing.
Go.
Yeah.
Die.
Fine, clear.
Let's go
Fine,
back
you,
mid,
Lily.
I
Look
guess.
out. Oh my god.
Let's go! Yeah, that split shit don't work no more.
No.
You got that aggression. All right, let's.
Two things I could take from this, Dan. I think the first one is that communication and synergy was actually really good for Team Lily, and the second of it is Myth mentioned in his interview yesterday. It's like, watch us in the finals for today. Look how prepared we're gonna be, and it definitely looks like it just from how they isolated every single agent in the knife round.
Yeah, right from the get-go, it's starting to look impressive. Even though it's just knives and there's not too much else, you can see that team play, and they'll be going into the next round with the advantage as a reward. That economy will be looking much better than Team Skara. Team Skara on the attack here, walking up catwalk, but Masayoshi's on the other side of this one.
Yeah,
Hide in the dark cover. It's a great position to work from. Has the dash available still, so that's the perfect agent to have in this position. Ooh, okay, that's a great defense. Completely denying that entrance into the tree position. And Ariasaki wondering what the hell just happened to her teammates.
I like the idea, though, for Skara. At this point, can we get a backstab from Skara? Unfortunately not. So Ariasaki, she's going to have to try to clutch, but it's not going to be a 3-player spray because she only had a classic. So unfortunately, it's going to be a flawless that kicks things off very strongly for Team Lily, actually. Going into that second round, very rarely at the same time here, Dan, do we see players going for automatic rifles. Usually in the pro play, they have or they keep their ghosts and their sheriffs and then go with some submachine rifles like the Spectres or even Stingers. But that time, because we have knife rounds on the first round, it allows for them to just go for full upgrades and show a very strong second round hold. And we saw that from a perfect crossfire from Fuslie and Masayoshi from A main and from Tree, or Garden most specifically. Going with a full eco, trying to work things out as a pistol and rush into the A side just for a spike plant was fully denied onto Team Skara. But this round, it's an upgrade, an Odin at the entrance, and we're trying to make it into the B site.
I love this. Get that Odin in there. Brook, though, able to take down one. Edison will fall. That's a great pickup from Brook, even though she does get taken down. Lily also doing some work here with that killjoy. The double comes through. The spike has to be delayed now. Not feeling all that safe to plant it, but it will get held by Binance. But Binance is alone on the site right now. Has to try to find some forward frags. Gonna take down one. Here comes the double swing. Almost getting the transfer onto the second player, but it's now down to Skara. Easily taking down Lily, but the trade is through from Myth. Very well done. Right down to the wire there, but Team Lily will be successful in picking up the third rounds. But that's a lot of economy damage done.
Yeah. And at the same time, you got to give a big shout out to those 3 players. I got to give it to Lily, I got to give it to Binance, and I also have to give it to Skara. Just the game sense from each of these players, because you didn't have any trade opportunities from any of these players. It was just anchor hold, individual plays, because you have to try to keep the team alive, and that's Lily right there. The 2K that she got really helped here for Team Lily to win, because it allowed Myth to eventually get that 1 versus 1. And what I like about it is Lily, she's such a sweet girl. When she speaks, she's like, oh, she doesn't look like she's gonna frag, or she's not. She looks intimidated. And here you are at the top of the board, 4-1, and she's been continuously improving through these games, which is really fun to watch. So this puts now a 3-0 scoreline for Team Lily, and we'll see once again if Skara attempting another push towards his B side. We'll see if it's going to be successful this time.
Ooh, Brook caught with an ability in hand. Skara takes full advantage, but Lily again with 3 kills on the killjoy, able to delay, able to get the kills, and Skara running into the brick wall that is Lily at the moment on that B site, trying to figure out if there's another option here. But there goes the paranoia to try to move forwards.
One enemy remaining.
Usually, very nicely done. Quick double there into market. Finish things off 4-0 up at the beginning. And because of all these frags, we have a lockdown now available because of Lily's success holding this B site time and again.
100%. And with that, you could now decide to use that lockdown in that B site just to hold off a push, or play more back of the site, let's say towards the defender spawn, so you can play the ultimate for a retake. So there's a lot of opportunities here, and I'm sure a player like Coach Myth could let Lily know how she wants to use that lockdown, or she could actually decide for herself, because she's continuously top fragging so far. Now playing in the back of Garage, you could see from the minimap. So this is really good. Now Team Skara failing a couple of rounds on the entry attempts towards the A side. They want to risk it, towards the B side. They want to risk it towards the A side this time, but we already have a 3-player stack of Team Lily at that spot.
Shifter opening things up onto Brook. Great pick in mid. It's only going to cause a rotation here on the defender's part. That said, the sites, the A side is up for grabs there. Team Skara will be taking that one. Fusely, just caught before she's able to make the play. Oh, the flash was ready to go. That Lear was in hand, but Edison with the denial.
Spike planted.
Are we going to scream through bedrooms right now? Because unfortunately, we did ask, Fusely did ask for Edison not to take her down, and unfortunately he did. And he's also doing it as Arena. I guess somebody is going to sleep on the couch after all.
It looks like that might be the case. We'll have to see how things develop here. BNAS will finish it off the remainder of the team in Rafters. And yeah, very nicely done. It's a great way to come back into things there. Team Skara, they were getting really just shut down ultimately at that B-side time. And again, they try to mix things up, go for that early mid play to A, get that initial pick onto Brook in mid, and they were able to convert really nicely with a good pace up catwalk. So I'm curious if we'll see any kind of adjustment here. There's a lot of money in the bank for Team Lily to be able to have whatever they want in this round.
Yeah, so we see a judge coming out of a jet, which I think is totally fine on that type of agent, because even though the map of Ascent is so big and so wide, the jet dash allows you to get that close range combat if you need to on the defender side, and faster rotates to actually put that judge into full effect. But this round, Team Scar is looking for mid presence, mid control, and it's going to be a 2 versus 1 right inside that brimstone smoke, and Myth falls down.
Oh, Brook able to find some vengeance there from some of those previous rounds. Able to take down Shifter. Edison, though, able to force the issue forward, so creating some space towards that B site. But still, Lily at the back of that site has the Nandos wants to play with. There it is, Skara with the satchels in. We know that he loves to do that. Inaz with the trade, though, and speaking of which, trade upon trade here around the market position. Obviously, trying to find control here, and not quite working out. Edison once again getting the better of Fusely.
And that's the Neil. That's Neil to say, I'm sorry, babe. I'm sorry that I had to do that, but we have to try to win this game. They did lose like their opening matchup versus Team Pokey yesterday, so they really want to fight it, right? We have a 3-way tie pretty much from 2nd place to 4th place, and Team Lily and Team Skara are those 2 teams. So you really have to try to fight hard, and unfortunately, sometimes you got to leave all that stuff aside and think about the competition and want to make it to the top 2 so you can play in the grand finals to actually get the biggest prize pool for your charity of choice. And speaking of charities, well done, chat, so far. We're already at $28,000 as the opening game has started. So thank you so much for your donations. Make sure you hit !donate if you can. We don't want to enforce it. It's only if you can. If not, we appreciate how wholesome you are all in the chat.
Skara able to take a lot of ground towards mid there. You can see he's holding off that defender rotation from A. 3 players here for Team Lily. In fact, everybody's stuck in defender spawn. Wall goes up there, but just not in time to protect Skara. And that does give position here for Team Lily to work from. But Edison is just going at him. A quick 3K. In fact, the ace comes to a conclusion. They're looking really good. Edison, I don't know. He's supposed to be hitting that DM, hitting that aim lab pretty hard.
Oh, yeah.
Coming into this one.
We could definitely smell that comeback now, chat. And at the same time, you know, it's contradictory, right? When Fuslie says, hey, please don't take me down, but at the same time, I wish you have an ace, babe. Well, at least he wins the ultimate betrayal for sure. But at the same time, he did get that ace, so he did make his fiancée happy. So I think he might not sleep on the couch tonight. I think it's going to be okay. We have a 4-3 scoreline, and that was an eco round for Team Myth and Team Lily. Sorry, Team Lily for Myth in general. But now it seems the money's still quite low, so they're going for a half buy. A nice Sova dart, actually, that's going to recon Myth towards that mid side, and he gets wallbang. And that's why, chat, somebody like having a Sova on an open map like Ascent is very, very useful.
Ooh, could be a good bait here for Masayoshi. They'll line up, but unfortunately the trade is in very quickly. Good stuff there from Team Scar. Responsible and diligent stuff. See Lily coming in with that classic. Only so much you can do with that, and that's going to be a wrap in terms of the spike getting planted on A, and really not too much left to be done in this one. You can see Brooke is going to make her way in through tree, but again, the classic, swapping it out for another one. Definitely a much prettier one.
We talked about the skins, Dan. We talked about how the skins helps us win just because of the aesthetics. It gives it that placebo effect that we could actually do good. So watch her grab a frag here. Oh, better upgrade.
Ooh. It's the stepping. Oh, gonna be a lot of loading up at Brooke. However, didn't spot Edison, who is just finding everything right now. Edison's a problem.
Definitely has to be the person to stop. And how can you stop this? So far, he's been doing great lurks towards his mid side, the battles towards mid. I think now for Team Lily, if you want to fight fire with fire, you might want to have Myth with a rifle battling him. You might want to have now going with the jet of Masayoshi, going head-to-head against Edison towards his mid side. Because so far, if you're looking at Team Scar on the attack, they don't have any operators, right? And they even have an Odin moving forward. So there's a chance right now for them to actually bring back that pressure on the defender side, and they're doing it so far with Fuslie to start, and she falls back as Myth is spotting that recon dart coming in from the back of the mid side.
So Yoshi actually saw the operator going for the Phantom, and he wanted to make a play like this, pushing, but oh no, Shifter! Oh wow, Masayoshi! It did not feel like he had the drop on Shifter there, but makes it happen. But once again, Edison with that entry work, able to get, and clear a path, sorry, I should say, towards that A site effortlessly, and once again, that will result in another spike getting planted, and another retake here for Team Lily. But the odds are not bad, especially with the orbital strike, especially with the lockdown that's available from Lily. Really looking doable here, Vansili.
Yeah, and I think at that point we also had a Hunter's Fury ready for B-Nans at the entrance of A, so that's good that Myth already took her down. So the rotation comes back. We also have a res on both sides, so this could be actually quite good. And there's that lockdown. So we held it on to this time, and it's super important to get this lockdown. It's a good spot, but Scar is still lurking towards its mid side. A perfect trade, and now you're forcing everybody out. One is going to get locked down. The other one's hiding just by a wine. The res is going to come out. We have the chances coming back for Team Lily.
Time is of the essence here. The Brimall might come through. It has to come through surely to deal with someone, but there's no time left. Myths are unable to get onto that one, and Arisaki will at least go down to whittle away some of the money for Team Scar, but they are finding so much success with some of the mid plays that they're making, and also just, I mean, really, it's just wherever Edison decides to go, he is able to get that entry kill, and the rest of the team is with him. The spacing's good from the rest of his teammates to make sure that they gain control, map control off of those frags. It's not enough to just get the kills. You got to convert map control as well.
And I think communication was actually vibing right there too for Team Scar, because if you're looking at Edison Park, he actually went back towards wine. And I have a feeling Arisaki, she did it on purpose to actually get locked down towards the hell side, so that whenever they see at the bottom of the screen it says one enemy actually locked down, or they just want to try to chase her down. So while they're chasing after her inside the site under hell, it's an open site for Edison to backstab and get the kill from A main. So very well done for the team. And you see the amount of times, how many times so far for Team Scara has hit towards the A site. Why? Because Lily has been on fire towards B. Let's go towards A. Let's work towards Catwalk. They're getting all the first bloods. And now, at least this round, it's a 5-on-5. But A site is always successful for Scara. They might have to do some adjustments now for Team Lily.
And what's scary right now is that not many players are playing on the A side itself, and the orbital strike could lock away players on A main. It will be used around the hell position instead, and you see Masayoshi try and just nip away at them with that Blade Storm. Not really going to be all that successful though. Still working quite well from that A main position in the post plant. Team Skara looking pretty good. They will lose a couple players here, but again, time is a huge issue. Great trade coming in from Shifter, as it doesn't look like there's all that much left here for Masayoshi to do. And Edison, who else better than him to finish it off?
So 6-4 right now. Once the money is right, 6 rounds in a row for the attacker side of Team Skara. I like the mobility of Edison after that orbital strike, the ultimate that came down from Myth into Hell that got the kill onto Ariasaki. As soon as it disappeared, Edison actually walked down under there and hid into the dark cover. So when you're actually going to get into the site, you think that it's actually going to be an open towards the Hell side. So he's just going to play the time. They had to spike down. They don't have to press forward to fight back against Team Lily. So it's good, actually, that they kind of had like a bait for Shifter to actually get a couple of kills. And I like in the trash talk, you're always talking about, oh, and we have this great player, and then we also have Danny. But Danny has been pretty good so far, Shifter, with the shares yesterday, and even the fragging department for today. So that's a meme, that's a troll. You know they have a lot of firepower on Team Scar right now.
And you can see there's more respect given as well from Myth, who has been caught out in some of those more forward positions around mid. And once again, we'll see Edison looking to find that entry with Shifter in tow towards market, towards spawn and pizza.
Oh,
Myth,
no.
oh, he's going to pull out the iPad.
Yeah.
Oh, no, Myth! Oh, it gets caught by Shifter. Very unfortunate timing once again for Myth. He's not been able to find too many spots to play from so far this half. And Lily trying to do what she can. It's one at the very least. And Masayoshi will be able to find one too. So it's not over just yet, but it's going to be very tough. There's Scar with the rocket, able to take down Masayoshi. Up to Fusli in the 1 versus 3. Spike planted.
30
It's
seconds
going to
left.
be very, very tough. Might want to find an upgrade as well if there's any available, but Scar, better weaponry. And that's going to be another round converted for Team Scar. Looking like they're so strong right now. Like, there's 4 rounds that were lost. It's just such a distant memory here now for Team Skara.
Correct. Even getting that knife round, starting that 2nd to 4th round, I thought you were going to see that confidence come in for Team Lily on the defender side, especially, as we mentioned yesterday, when you play a map like Ascent, you're not as practiced as usual. You see a defender side usually come out stronger. And look at Skara. You cannot run away from Skara if he's a man that says that came from Return to Castle Wolfenstein. The way that you could flick, the way that you just jump. He probably played some TF2. I'm not even surprised about that one. And if he played some Team Fortress 2, you know as a soldier, he could land those shots with the rocket. So very well done. 1 more round to go. And we're moving back towards that A side because when we had that eco for Team Lily, who got a kill in there? Lily again. Only with the classic. Now she has a weapon. You got to be afraid of her. And you're running back towards the A side for Team Skara.
You're going to need to see some fragging here, I think, from the defense from Team Lily. They don't have ultimates to work from. They've got to just find the kills off of the gunplay. Nice double set up here. Fusli with 2. Masayoshi indeed able to help out. Shifter finds the trade on both players, but it's going to be a 2 versus 3 for Team Skara in a disadvantage in these post plots. I don't know when we last saw that. And Brooke with the timing, taking down Beanans, and just like that, finally, we'll see some success at the tail end of the first half as we now move into the beginning of the second half. And yes, that means another knife round.
You got to give it to both teams, though. The execution that you had for Team Scar to execute into the A site was actually super cool. You had a recon dart that goes towards the front of the site from Beanans, and at the same time, Shifter is actually going to ultimate from the shadows as the Omen to teleport towards the top of heaven. That means they have the whole site covered. The only place that hasn't been covered is Hell. So you see everybody from the attacker side pushing inside towards the Hell side, but the perfect bait and switch from Masayoshi and from Fusli, and they even got 3 kills out of that. So they held a perfect bait and switch to actually allow Team Lily to have a better retake onto the site and now make this a closer game on the second half. Knife round being super important. If Lily has done it on the first round, they could potentially do it on the 13th round and maybe bring a comeback on their attacker side.
We have win number.
Myth is a flanker. Remember, Myth is a flanker.
There's four here.
I'm watching behind us. I'm scouting.
Should we just go for it?
Oh shit.
They're going for it. They're going for it.
Watch.
They're split. Let's go. Oh, we fucking lost.
No, we didn't.
Oh no. It's too good.
Parkour.
All right, that was awful.
Last player
Oh my god. Wait, you got this, right? Wait, Danny, where'd you go? Danny, what the fuck are you doing?
Guys.
Okay, Dan, I think this is one of those moments where maybe what Edison was saying, and we have Danny, comes true. But still, look him on the scoreboard. Second one on the scoreboard, 13 and 11. They're like, you know what? We're in the lead by, well, it was 2. We're doing pretty good doing our rifle rounds. We got to give Team Lily a chance. We want to make this a close game. Let's see what happens now. So they're still going for a force buy here. Or it looks like a half buy, actually. They're going for a half buy so they could buy into the next round. But we do have all weapons online here for Team Lily.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting here. Masayoshi looking to lead things with that entry, and Edison just shiggling that position on A main. It's going to be able to toss out the lair, and it's good to take down Masayoshi with the Stinger. Got to respect the Stinger. Did get nerfed a few times, but still really good. And we'll have Fusli and Myth also finding their way through to those very important kills. We don't even have a retake attempt here necessarily. They're trying to get, Team Scar is trying to get the frags before the spike was planted. And I have to say that's a great call, given the fact that their weaponry is much worse. You don't want to allow Team Lily to just set up. You want to try to work in the chaos. When a player is planting that spike, you have people coming through the smokes. That's when you can win that round with such a, with the weaponry being so much worse as it was. The Team Scara.
Fusli close to an ace, gets a 4K into that round. So both Reynas on both sides on the attackers have been popping off so far. And you see Fusli at that second place, only 7 kills away to tie up to Edison on that scoreboard. But you definitely do see now, as we talked about it on the pregame here, Dan, Masayoshi on the top at 14 and 10. He's the type of agent now, the type of player too on the attacker side that has made a difference for Team Lily with the opening frag department. So let's see the amount of first bloods he's going to get. Let's see how they activate him too, as this double duelist has changed from their triple duelist setup from Icebox yesterday versus Team Pokey.
And once again, we are going to see that similar look. And interestingly, Team Scara has a lot of information right now. We get that play from Edison, just walking out mid. So they've got all the info as to what's going on. They haven't seen B main, but they can have a good guess as to what's happening. And Edison's coming in on the flank. This could be hugely impactful if Edison's able to find the damage. I believe he's actually waiting for Edison, and indeed, Lily's going to take Edison down. That's the flank out of the picture, and the entry frags looking to be found here. Fusli on the Empress, looking damn good. And Team Lily in a great spot now.
And look at just the placements from Lily. She knows how to play this agent. Like the turret to watch the flank and at the same time use it as a bait to kill Edison, the top fragger on the flank. He was going to be the most important agent and player on that flank and to win the round there for Team Scara. And now the Nano Swarm onto the spike, an alarm bot that watches the door. But here's the push from Scar that gets denied by Myth.
Arizaki, a triple kill yesterday to win a round, but not going to happen this time. Way too difficult of a scenario. And there we go. That's A main play works out, just as you said. The kill on Edison, how Lily played that was so important. That one flank would have completely destroyed the round had it been successful. Even just on one kill and just holding the ground in Gelato, for example, would have been enough to swing things heavily into the favor of Team Scara. But no, Team Lily denied that, and the ball is really in their court at this point. And so they keep going towards A and just keep conditioning Team Scara to fear these A attacks at the early timings of the round. I'd love to see that.
I want to see it as well, Dan, because at the same time, it's Team Lily giving Team Scara the taste of their own medicine. Always hitting A, always getting success towards A. But speaking about success, will this Bucky find a success? No, he's in the dark cover as he's trying to throw it out towards Catwalk, and Fusli gets the first blood.
Great movement coming through from Team Lily here. Just, again, they're in the anti-eco, so, it's worth, mentioning this concept, although maybe I shouldn't do that right now. Edison is just, starting to rev up the engines. There's the second kill coming through as well, off of the upgrade into that Phantom. It's proving quite successful. Lear going out as well. The orbital strike gets popped by Myth, not messing around here. Wants to absolutely lock this one in. Knows how dangerous Edison is. He will go down. Thanks to Brooke. Ooh, could satchel across to the gun, perhaps. Do it.
I would have been a Bucky to a Bucky.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
So just looking for exits right now, but like you said, Dan, they really just want to seal the deal for Team Lily, right? It's, let's put our orbital strikes out. The way that they're playing the attacker side, wouldn't be surprised if Myth is able to get another one out soon. And there you go. That's already 1 kill, which means 1 ultimate point. If you're new to actually Valorant and you want to know how the ultimates work, every time you see the scoreboard, as we'll see after the, or right now, as you can see, there's like that 6 to 7 to 5 to 7. Every time you're at that limit, it says ready, and you could actually pop your ultimate. So to get the ultimate points, there's 2 orbs that are found across the map that you could fight for. But at the same time, you also get an ult point for a kill, an ult point for a death, an ult point for a spike plant, and an ult point for a spike defuse. So you can actually manage that to know, hey, which agent or which player can I have them plant the spike, defuse the spike, just so that you can get the ultimate that could help the team move forward. And moving forward is definitely Team Lily. So the tides have turned, how the turntables, as we like to say. And we'll see if they're going to be able to continue with this run on the attacker side for Team Lily.
And that's a great start. Masayoshi taking down Skara. And it is a full rifle round here for Team Skara, so losing a player early like that is not going to be too fun. Masayoshi just dancing through the dark cover. The trade through from Myth, but B-Nans as well with the trade of her own. And trade off the trade, well, thanks to Masayoshi, the numbers game is in advantage for Team Lily off the get-go. And Ariasaki going down as well makes life much more difficult. But it is Edison. Edison's been looking great. The Empress not going to be enough in the face of Brooke.
There are 3 agents. Sorry about that. And there are 3 agents that I actually hate to play against. So the first one is a Cypher without a hat. The second one is Jet with her mobility. And the third one is seeing a purple Reyna. Somehow I just cannot hit them. And to see that Brooke came out head-to-head against a top fragger, dropping 20 bombs so far for Edison Park and have no fear and just gut him down, that shows a lot of confidence that you see for Team Lily with the comeback that they have so far. Not only a comeback, but a lead since that last round of the first half. That's 6 rounds in a row. This is also putting Team Skara on an eco into this round as they're trying to go for a push for Team Lily into the B site, and it looks pretty open.
Love that dash towards that button to try to get that door down as quickly as possible from Masayoshi. Really nice work off the duelist. Part of the job of a duelist is to create space for the rest of the team so they can get everybody onto that spike site, get the plant, but in comes Skara with the satchels, opens things up, but the defense is looking quite strong here so far. So good as Masayoshi knocks down B-Nans, and it's not going to leave all that much left here. It, once again, is Edison with a measly sheriff. Quick work for Fuseli, able to get some vengeance onto Edison.
Definitely a good try on that retake for Team Skara, because I saw that big paranoia that was thrown from Shifter from the log side onto the sidewalk. That was actually going to blind anybody working towards the close boxes, anybody jumping down on the sidewalk on the attacker side, which I think did hit 1 player. And at the same time, you see Skara come in with that showstopper, connects to a shot, and somehow still lands on their Radiant box. So you'd think your opponent would land on the ground. He's landing on the box. He throws off your crosshair placement, and you're hoping for Skara to now play the bait for the rest to run in to be able to get a couple of kills. But again, as you mentioned here, Dan, it's only a couple of sheriffs. They tried to work it with the ultimates instead to try to win the round instead of, you know, saving, looking for exits, which is a great try to do it. But for this round, it seems closer and closer for Team Lily into this victory as we have a lockdown towards the A side execute.
Yeah, the lockdown is looking good in some senses, but at the same time, Team Skara take full advantage. They've got a flank coming in from Edison once again, and it has to be successive for Team Lily on the site. And it's not looking all that successful. They do have the site, but they don't have position at all. They're all stuck there together, playing one spot, and they're going to get split on from Rafters, from Catwalk, from A main.
Yeah.
It's the defenders that are going to have a very solid split attack. And Ariasaki holding that Odin. Out it goes, and it's going to work. A treat. Masayoshi. Oh.
That was nice.
Very, very nice indeed.
Last player standing.
2 players left in hell. Now just Masayoshi. I don't know how he'll be able to pull this one off. Able to swing out the Cloudburst. Goes for it for Shifter. Is going to be able to defend Ariasaki. And Team Skara. Again, such a great response, Vansili. The lockdown goes down, and they just pushed everything on the rest of the map so that they had very, very good retake positions immediately.
Exactly. Definitely where they pushed here for Team Skara after the lockdown was Catwalk, the flank from Edison Park at Gelato, And who was that catwalk? It was B-Nans with a Sova. And we talked about it yesterday. When you're trying to play a retake game and having a Sova alive, it could be a very useful agent for those type of retakes. We didn't see a recon dart, but the owl drone that flew in, tagged one person towards the generator, and also flew in to see a little bit more. And that allowed Shifter to throw the paranoia from the garden and allow for Team Scar to just push into the site, knowing that everywhere else is pretty much clear because they can only focus within the site. Nobody's going to be flanking because everybody flanking on their side for Team Scar.
The hunt begins.
Is able to defend. Oh, sorry, get the kill onto Myth. But the defense is lost on that B site. But that might be okay here. We do have a res available right now.
Oh.
Shifter has the TP. Usually going down. There's that res onto Edison. Pretty big kill to get. But Lily, what can she make happen? Only one, unfortunately for Lily. Still a couple players left on the site itself, though. So this is not over and done just yet. But as they say that, Brook goes down, leaving just Masayoshi. Switching up the angles. Can only do so much. And we will get another round coming in from Team Scar. It feels like a late resurgence here, Vasily.
Definitely at that point. And the positioning from Lily at that logs continues to be a detrimental position versus Team Lily. So got to look out, or sorry, for Team Scar. So you got to look out for that spot. But at the same time, when they're trying to move in for Team Scar inside that site, a 4 versus 2 is something very hard to do. It worked before when Masayoshi and Fuzli were playing that bait and switch towards that hell side. But when you're playing a post plan, I do respect the fact that they leaned in on both sides. One watching the entrance on the staircase, the other one watching the entrance on the sidewalk, and try to bring those individual battles 1 versus 1 on both ends. But again, you get one, there's another one coming out. It's like Battleship Troopers. I can't remember what that movie is called. Starship Troopers. There you go. You kill one of those bugs, another bug comes out, right? I was gonna go with Battlestar Galactica. Then I had like these office jokes, but then again, I'm way too old, and I think the audience doesn't know what the hell I'm talking about.
Oh. All right, well, Fusely able to take down Scar trying to get that info towards A main. Caught on the push. Masayoshi, the acrobatics there. The bait and the switch. You love to see it. Myth taking full advantage onto Shifter. All right, so this round seems like a foregone conclusion at this point. Just Ariasaki remaining with the Odin. The glitch pop Odin. Big fan of glitch pop skins.
Do you like it? Because for me, when it comes down to like getting the upgrades for the Vandal and the Phantom, because the sound makes it sound like you're shooting an LMG, it throws me off on the aim.
I like it on everything except the Vandal, actually.
Yeah.
All the upgrades and I like all the glitch pop weapons except the Vandal.
It's super nice. It's super nice, actually. Even the knife, I upgraded that one. So every time you pull it out, there's like a different color that comes out to you. Yeah, I mean, chat, you've heard it before. We love talking about the skins for this game because they're all pretty nice. But yeah, that's it. We have actually Ariasaki that's going to try to save her Odin as we were talking about the glitch pop in the back of the site. Great execution here. A flawless right now for Team Lily as well. So this is good here, Dan, because now they win around flawlessly. Okay, they lose Myth in the end because they really didn't want to allow Ariasaki to save her weapon, which that is totally fine because looking at the economy here that the attackers still have for Team Lily, they still have a lot of money. And they have a 3-round grace where looking at the next few rounds, the next round, even if there's a plant or a defuse or a kill for, sorry, not a defuse, but a plant, an orb pickup or a kill for Lily, she could have a lockdown. So they have a lot of grace right now in terms of trying to win this round, win this game versus Team Skara. So this is looking pretty good. Skara's going to have to start vibing a little bit harder and try to come back in this game.
Pinaz holding the angle. The operator might just catch one. Oh, Masayoshi able to dodge that. And that's a very important dodge from Masayoshi because that operator, they didn't know about it. And the surprise is huge. But with that said, Edison is going to be able to take down one. So that's an advantage early on here for Team Skara. The question is the response from Team Lily. And we get the push from Skara as well into Gelato. So there's so much control right now for Team Skara.
Yeah, it's definitely a push from both sides because it's Gelato and B-Main as well. And there you go. We see Ariasaki moving out. She's going to get that kill onto Brook. Ash is getting that res onto Lily. So that's a lot of information. They know that the hit's happening towards B because now they have mid control. They have long A control. And they're also going for the flank. And a win from Skara, aiming down the sight with the Bulldog. And it bites off Masayoshi's head.
Yeah, really nice kill to get. And to see the difficulty here now, for Team Lily. Lily does have the lockdown available, but it looks like they're opting to rotate out into mid here, and Scar is in a very dangerous position, looking to try to capitalize it on this bait setup. Edison doing the damage. Lily able to trade it out, though. 1 versus 1, 25 seconds to go against Binance. This will be really interesting to see what Lily's able to do in this position. All utility available. The alarm bot, 2 nanoswarms, the lockdown, the turret in 15 seconds, the plant going down, time enough to get into a post-plant position. And this is going to be interesting.
Yeah.
We'll probably see in a second what Binance has available, but he has a lot to work with. Okay, so does Binance.
Exactly. I was going to say she probably has a lot in her kit as well for the retake. So this is a great 1 versus 1 rock, paper, scissors, because it's a lockdown versus trying to get clearance, trying to get these abilities to try to clear out the site for this 1 versus 1. But it's looking pretty good for Lily so far.
The drone not really getting the info that Binance was after. They're able to clear hell at least, but at this point, have to expect that it's going to be that A main play.
So close.
Oof. He has no idea which angle. It could even be tree still. And it looks like Lily has just done this so well. What an important clutch to win. That's going to win the map as well. 13-9. And it was not just this round, but many rounds in which Lily clutched it out for her team.
Yeah, definitely some key moments there for Lily for sure. On the holds on the B side, that clutch in a 1 versus 1 on the attacker side, with some great support though from Masayoshi on the attacker side when he was playing that Jet. Gotta give it to Fuslie at the same time too. The amount of opening kills she's gotten for the team for these hits towards the A side. It was actually another one of those games where it came down to the wire, very close. 13-9 is actually still pretty good in terms of a final score, because you see the string of rounds that both of these teams were getting back and forth. So really running on that momentum on both sides.
Oh yeah, and you know that Coach Smith must be very proud, because we saw yesterday again. He was, and I think we could see it here. As the most experienced player, he's doing a lot of shot calling for the entire team. Micromanaging in certain situations too. But it is down to the players on the team to be able to execute from the calls that he's making. And I feel like there's so much that's been done really well in that sense. So shout outs to everyone on Team Lily for doing such a great job. But yeah, Team Lily, started out damn strong. I mean, 7 kills in the first 2 or 3 rounds on the defensive B. That was huge. And even though Edison was popping off, still didn't end up being enough.
He was definitely the one that made things very scary there for Team Scara, right? He was definitely popping off. We saw at some point he had 21 kills. The amount of, he got an ace. He got, I think, even a 4K going at certain rounds too. He was playing very well on gaining map control. You were talking about how Duelist has to gain that map control. They create that space, and he was able to lurk towards that mid side and catwalk very often. The flanks didn't work, though. So I think what I like from Team Lily is that on their attacker side, they did a very good job on shutting Edison down on flanks. I think that was probably the most important part that allowed Team Lily to surpass the rounds versus Team Scara and getting that victory.
And again, we've already talked about Lily, but Lily was actually so key in dealing with those flanks.
Yep.
We saw a couple rounds where that was the case. So there's just lots of different types of impact, and it's one of the reasons too why you'll probably never hear VanSleeRite ever talking about frags in a game unless it's someone, a duelist who is actually just has a massive scoreline, and then it might be fun to as an addition. But generally speaking, it's about the impact a player has for the team, and there's so many different ways in which you can have impact that has nothing to do with the kills that you get. 1 kill can be more important than 3 in a round, depending on the context. And Lily did a great job in getting some of those very impactful kills in this game. And so, if there's an MVP for me, it's probably Lily, given how much we've been talking about her and how many spots she was in, and the impact that she was able to deliver from those spots. So really great, going from strength to strength, going from yesterday to today.
Yeah, well, definitely. I agree with that. I probably have to give the MVP for Lily at the same time too. And you mentioned that the kills are not that important, especially when you're playing, because there's so many different agents in this game where the kit, their abilities are what's going to be the most important to help your team move forward. And there's that rocket I was telling you guys about that lands onto the Radio Night boxes. But all these agents and the abilities, those are the important parts right now that allows all of these players to work at as a team. So if you're looking at Binance, for example, you saw how she was able to even trace her spray to get a couple of kills. The entries that she's gone, holding down towards the default at the B site and get a couple of kills before she falls down. Where she shined the most was when she was using her kit as that Sova to get the L drone into the site to allow the defenders to come back finally when they took that side to retake the site with the combination of the paranoia. So the combination between Binance and Shifter has been pretty good on these retakes and even executions into the sites. So overall, I think today, when you're looking at these standings or overall what's going to happen by the end of the day, it could still be anybody's game. Any of these two teams out of 5 could really make it into the grand finals.
Oh, yeah, I completely agree. And I think that one thing that's really cool to see as well here is the battle of some of the mechanics and the aggression versus the team play and synergy. Because I feel like, if you look at Team Myth, I feel like, they had to deal with Edison and they had to deal with Shifter, and that's a lot of firepower. That the kind of situations that we saw where Edison was getting so much ground, just as you mentioned, and the same with Shifter. We didn't really have that same dynamic per se. Masayoshi was doing a good job in trying to create that space on the jet and do a similar kind of role. But generally speaking, it was more about the overall team synergy that really worked out, I think, for Team Lily. So definitely something that I'm really looking forward to seeing more of as we get some more games here today.
Yeah, and just as we continue here, as we're waiting for the interview coming back with Rachel, is to reflect back onto that matchup that we just witnessed, that we just casted here, Dan. We were talking a lot about the map control, how mid control is going to be very important, something that maybe not a lot of these teams do when you're not playing it like that, or you're not taking a game seriously and competitively, right? You're just playing for fun with friends and it's pickup games. But you see now how important that mid control was for the attacker side too. And again, talking about Edison Park. So Edison, the amount of times that he went towards that mid side, the iPad, unfortunately, that was heard from Myth on that market side from time to time. So Myth lost maybe about 2 or 3 battles holding towards that mid side at Pizza. And I think the attackers here for Team Scar did a very good job to take advantage of that, to abuse that, and allows these splits to happen, because in the end, when they were gathering 4 rounds in a row for Team Lily on that defender side, they've lost 6 right after that, maybe even 7 rounds until we finally had a 7-5 scoreline with Team Lily taking the last round of the first half, right? So very, very well done on that end for Lily, Team Lily, to come back into the game. And speaking about that, let's roll on to the interview and have Rachel take it away.
Thanks so much, guys. Oh, I'm so excited to talk to you once again, Fuslie. You crushed that. How does it feel after that match?
That was crazy. I had going into this tournament, I had such low expectations of myself, to be honest, because I've been playing Valorant. I'm stuck in bronze 1, and I've been going 4 and 10, 4 and 15, 8 and 20 in most of my games. And so then coming into the tournament, I'm it's going to be even worse because we're under pressure. And then me, Lily, and Brooke are all bronze, not that we're bad, but we just, we're bronze. And then, so we thought it was going to be a solid Myth, John carrying us, and us 3 just kind of trying our best, but I think that what works so well there is that Myth and John have such good comms, and they're so encouraging even when we mess up. And they're let's go, and then we were counting down and 3, 2, 1, shush, so it was very encouraging to play with them. And then Lily and Brooke and I even had we all clutched separate rounds. So that was really cool. That was awesome!
That was so exciting! It was really fun to watch, too. The play is so high level. I mean, we brought in DDK and Vansley from the pro scene, and they're blown away by the quality of these games, too. So you guys all brought some real fire this weekend.
Yes. I'm really sad I can't play in the second one, actually. But I'm sure Broden's going to step up, and I think our team has a real chance at winning this whole thing. Go Lily! Go Team Lily!
Well, especially with all the effort you and your teammates put in, I would say so. Broden's got an easy road ahead of him. But I do have some questions, because in Trash Talk, you laid out some rules for Edison, and he did not follow them. So will there be consequences?
He didn't. Yes. So earlier I said he would be sleeping on the couch. He is now demoted to the floor because I told him not to play Reyna. He still played Reyna. And then not only did he play Reyna, he also got an ace, which we actually got this morning off stream that he was not allowed to do that. So he got an ace on Reyna. And I was very conflicted because I was kind of proud of him, but I also was very mad at him. So yeah, he'll be sleeping on the floor. But that's about it.
Well, those are the sacrifices you make for a charity for tournament, but big thank you so much, Fuslie, for coming out for playing. Anything else you want to say to everyone watching before you have to head out for the day?
Shout out to my team, Team Lily, Myth, John, Brooke. They were so much fun to play with. We found our rhythm. It made me like really excited to play Valorant more. Like I hadn't had this much fun playing Valorant in a long time. Like I don't know what it was. It was just, my hands were shaking and sweaty, and I was like, oh god, here we go. And then like getting those kills and like hearing your team root for you, and then it felt like everyone on our team like had their pop off at some point during the past 3 games we've played, and so I felt like the rush for them, and yeah, it was just great. So big shout out to Team Lily, and that was awesome. Thank you for putting on this whole tournament. This has been amazing, and yeah.
Well, I'm glad to send you on a victory march out of here. Thank you so much, Fuslie, for coming on to talk to us and for showing us some great games today. And chat, I see you've already got the message that the giveaway has started because we are between games. You guys are nailing it. I'm so proud of y'all. We're going to go to a quick break, but keep up that exclamation point, enter, spam, and don't forget to check your whispers. That is how Offline TV is going to reach out to you and let you know you're a winner. So we'll check back in with you right after this break.
Fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high. Fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high.
Tell them what your name is. Amplify to the speed house. Left and right, left and right, left and right, left and right, roll, right,
Hey everybody, welcome back to the OfflineTV Valorant Charity Invitational. We just had our first match of the day, and I hope you enjoyed it because there's a lot more to come. I see you also in chat participating in the giveaway. So proud of you. Exclamation point enter is how you're going to do it. But we're going to put a wrap on this giveaway, and we're going to be doing some more between future matches. So thanks so much for entering, and keep an eye on your whispers. That's how OfflineTV will reach out to you and let you know you've won. Now, let's bring in DDK and Vansilli once again. Gentlemen, it's time to catch up because we have been... Well, I know that you guys are excited about this. We get all the secret information in this chat from production, and I don't know if it's come through on stream yet. Maybe it has. Can you see that we are up by $10,000 in our fundraising?
That was insane because just before we went to break, you're like, oh man, we should have given a shout out to the donation so far. And I looked at the bar, I was like, wait, we just finished the match at like 30,000 and suddenly it's at 40,000. So that means we are so close, or 20 to 30. We're so close to actually our $50,000 goal. And man, I'm super excited about that one. So what happened there?
We are $10,000 closer because of a very generous donation from Fumetsu Hito, and we have to say thank you for that. All the money we raised this weekend is going to charity. We're going to 5 different charities, in fact, divided up in accordance to percentage with the winning teams. We'll go over that. Oh, there's our beautiful graphic. So our first place team is going to get to decide where 40% of our earnings this weekend go. And of course, that goes all the way down to 5th place, who gets to decide 5% for the charity of their choice.
Amazing stuff. Big thank you, big thank you, big thank you. And let's continue on. Let's have some fun with this for today. And I'm looking forward for the next matches because, like we said in the pregame, there was going to be 6 broadcasted matches. So 1 down, 5 to go. So we got a very packed day of a lot of Valorant happening right now.
Absolutely. Our next... Sorry, Dan. Dan, I think it's important.
It's
You're so far away in the balcony.
It's gonna happen. Yeah,
We're coming from 3 different parts of the world, and I do this every time. So I'm sorry. Dan, tell me about your thoughts on today.
I don't want to. I felt like you're in the groove, so I'm gonna let you. I'll just say that I'm feeling really good about all of this. Just the fact that Fancy's like, we've got a long day. I'm like, yes, this is gonna be awesome. So I'm just exactly. I'm just excited. This is gonna be so much fun.
Yeah.
And we've got more exciting things, announcements. You guys watching don't even know everything that's going to happen today, so I have to say, just buckle in and settle in for a long day of Valorant.
I'm in. I'm fast and I'm ready to go.
Do a little space work there. Speaking of spaces, we got to figure out the next map we are going to play on. Our next teams are Team Michael Reeves and Team Pokey, and they get to duke it out on a map of your choice. So chat, I know you already figured out how to interact over in that beautiful text box over there. In just a few moments, the map vote will pop up, and you will get to decide where our teams are headed next. We've seen a couple different maps. Are there any maps that we haven't visited yet?
I think we've seen it all. Actually, yesterday, right now in Valorant, there's only 5 maps, so good job on chat to vote for every single one. So we saw every single map yesterday. Now it's time to see the repeat. But as Rachel mentioned before, it comes down to what's left. What maps have the teams played before? Looking at yesterday, what's left for those teams now? So we might see some repetition rather. If we saw Ascent once, we might see Ascent again today. I'm not too sure. It depends what you decide, chat. It's all in your hands.
Yeah, and you know what? I feel like we've had such good fortune so far with your great selections in the chat that you could do anything right now, and I wouldn't care.
I'd roll with the punches.
It's all gonna be great.
I'd roll with the punches, and even looking at this head-to-head though, Dan, when you're looking at Team Pokey versus Team Michael Reeves. So Michael Reeves currently is sitting at 0-2 in the standings, right? And we'll talk about Team Michael Reeves after, but looking at Team Pokemon right now, depending on the map, I don't think it matters anymore, because even in uncomfortable maps for Pokemon, she still thrives. So what's going to happen? Sidian, you talked about it down with her great lurks. This is going to be a tough team to beat.
Yeah, definitely. And I think there is one advantage that I think I've seen so far that PokeC might have, and it's just that there's a lot of set roles on this team. We don't really see any switch-ups in terms of agents. They've all sort of found their comfort. And again, synergy is there. And it just comes down to sort of, I hate to say it, but sort of hitting the shots and getting some fortune going in your way. There's not as nearly as many rounds to be played as you would in a game of Counter-Strike, for example. So luck does come into it a little bit. But with that said, there is so much by design with this team as well. And I think you already mentioned it. Sidian, I think, does a really good job on the lurk. Abe on the Sova. They have all of the pieces, which is great. And they're suitable. These pieces are suitable for any map as well in the pool. So definitely an edge for Pokemon's team. Yeah,
I think just even to add on one last thing about Team Pokey is Shonik, right? Shonik played Phoenix a couple of times too on those maps yesterday that we casted. We casted 2 maps of Team Pokey yesterday, and I was commenting and giving him praise on how many times it was getting that run it back for that agent. So he's been a high impact player for Team Pokey, but now we get to talk about Team Michael Reeves. So 0-2 in the standings, had some very close games, some great comebacks, and even looking at this roster on paper, there's a reason why we do have these close comebacks. It's not necessarily about the skill, but the synergy is there for all of it, because Cora Jade, she's done pretty well as a Phoenix. She's done pretty well as a Breach to support her teammates, but we've seen a lot of Viper with Ivani, and there was some good stuff coming out of H. June. I'll let you talk about each of these players, actually.
Ooh, yeah, it's really interesting too that we have a dedicated Viper with Ivani. I think we saw a lot of great stuff from Ivani with that Viper, knowing how to use the utility really, really well, just to delay the opposition, which is such a huge boon if you're on the defense, but also on the attack as well, being able to split up the sides. Super useful agent if you know how to use Viper. Right now in meta, she's been buffed so many times and just very dangerous. H. June from the world of Rust. He's got some really excellent aim as well. I think we've really seen, a lot of potential across the board from this team in terms of pretty much everything. It's just the case that somehow they've managed to actually lose all their games, which, it's not that many games. And I feel like today is Michael Reeves' team's day.
I think so.
I feel like they're gonna make it work today.
I think so too. Despite all those losses, they still lost with confidence, right? So I like it. I like what I see, Rachel.
Yeah, we'll call that a prediction, DDK. I'm going to write that one down. I'll check in with you after the match there.
Oh, God.
But I'll send you both off now to get ready for our next match, of course, between Team Pokey and Team Michael Reeves. And I'd like to welcome now onto the screen Quarter Jade and Sidian for our Trash Talk segment today. Ladies, you are looking radiant. It is lovely to speak to you. You've both been popping off in this game, and I've been creeping on you. You've been doing a ton of practice, both of you, too. So, Quarter J, give me a little insight into how you prepared for this match this weekend.
Oh.
Hello? Oh, we got you now. Hello!
Sorry. Yeah, it's always, it's scuffed around here. I'm a Reyna one trick, so I've been just trying to get some games into Phoenix and try to play Phoenix at a higher ranked level. So yeah, just trying to learn Phoenix, how to flash with him, not flash my teammates. I constantly flash myself still. But yeah, just trying to learn my agent so that I can help out the team.
See, that sounds really humble, but you were also player in Twitch Rivals, where you came in, was it top 4, top 3? Like, very impressive stuff here. So give me a little bit of insight into your overall approach to Valorant.
Oh gosh, it's been a lot of grinding, a lot of scrims, like if we're working in a competitive setting. So that was when, like for Twitch Rivals, I learned an entirely new agent around my team. I learned Breach, but I think Breach here is a little hard to incorporate. But yeah, I've just been trying to put in a lot of hours and like working together with teams to create like executions and such like that.
Sidian, you also were bringing the frags all day yesterday. I assume you've got more in your back pocket for today. How are you feeling going into the games?
I'm feeling good. I think we're switching some things up today, so it should be exciting to see how that works out for us. I mean, I'm a Killjoy main, and I've been playing off-roll, and I think I'm going to be playing even more off-roll today, so it'll be interesting to see what happens. I got my coffee, though, so I'm ready.
That's good. Does that make you, like, more shaky on the aim, or does that get you in that game in flow state?
Oh, it gets me in the zone. I'm feeling it.
Quarter Jade, you got anything over there to help you out?
I drank some Greek yogurt. I wish I had coffee. I don't. Yeah, I don't know.
That counts. That helps. So, both teams here, well, let's see. Sidian, Team Pokey has been doing really well. Opened up the tournament with a big W. How does that feel kind of rolling into the weekend? Where's the team, like, total mentality kind of at?
Oh my gosh, our team has great morale. We're like, even on our loss yesterday, we were just like happy, having a good time. The comms were still there. And I think we're really excited about the matches today. And no matter what, it's fun, it's for charity. So we're having a really good time.
Absolutely. Fun has been the key word this weekend for sure. And Quarter Jade, I hope you guys are at least having fun on Michael Reeves' team. You have been robbed of 2 victories so far. Is this your chance to pick one up?
Hopefully. I don't know. Yvonne said that she's been watching TikToks and like learning, you know, Viper lineups. So she's got like an Excel sheet on the side. You know, we're ready.
TikToks and Excel sheets, perfect combo. I'd love to hear it. These segments are kind of meant to be like trash talk between the two of you, and I don't know. It's mostly devolved into compliments, which I think is a lot better. So, ladies, any compliments you'd like to share with each other before we get into the match?
No, Sydney, suck.
Oh. I was gonna say, I love complimenting Jody. Hey, you suck too. Yeah, you're gonna
honestly,
play great.
Everybody's aim is cracked. Everybody's aim is cracked. Sydney's lurk is crazy. I'm always gonna be like, where's Sydney? I know she's always watching lurk. You know, it's in the back of my head. Everybody's like good players, so.
Yeah, it should be fun. I think it's gonna be a really good game.
I'm glad to hear it. It's been a pleasure watching you so far, and I can't wait to see more of it. So I'm going to send you into the game. I'm going to give our broadcast back to our casters, and I'm going to enjoy some Valorant.
Thank you so much, Mademoiselle. So looking at this here, Dan, I mean, I think there's going to be an ace under the sleeve here for Team Pokey, because we had Sidian saying she usually plays a Killjoy. Then she went into an Omen as a perfect lurk player on that Icebox matchup for that team yesterday, and now she says there's going to be something new. I wonder what she's going to pull out.
Yeah, that's really interesting because, yeah, I completely agree. It felt like, you know, there was a lot of identity there for sitting on the team, and it looks so natural. So it is, yeah, hugely enigmatic, but we will find out the answers very soon. Of course, as the match is soon to begin, Rachel kind of put me down for a prediction. I was actually, if I was going to make one, I think I was leaning towards Team Pokey, but maybe I have to just commit to my career now. I don't even know. But where would you go?
It's actually not so bad to actually go for Team Michael Reeves right now, because the map is going to be split. So if, such as Quarter Jade was saying, we're going to have Ivani studying some TikTok walls with the Viper or some Viper's Pit or some lineups, this could be a very strong map for that specific agent. So I still have faith in Team Michael Reeves if you want to go for that here, Dan. So I'm not opposed to that pick. And if you see how Quarter Jade, she's only learning the agent, Phoenix, it looked pretty good for someone who's just been learning the agent on that map on Vine yesterday when they played. So I'm looking forward for this team overall, where they could actually bring something very difficult. They're going to bring an opposition to Team Pokimane that's going to make things tough for Pokimane to win. I think right now, when you're looking at these lineups so far, nothing's really changed for Team Michael Reeves. For Team Pokey, Well, Sidian's gonna go with that Omen, so she baited us. She baited us perfectly to still stay with the Omen.
Yeah, that is actually hilarious. I was a believer. Total believer. Yeah, it's interesting. You know, Shonik also picking up the Jet. You were mentioning Shonik on that Phoenix and the impacts that he had, and I feel, you know, one of the things about it for me was just that Shonik picks really good spots to just pass forward and just go at the opponents. And it's really important to, obviously, as the duelist, know when those timings are, where maybe you'll catch opponents off guard, or it's just the right time in the round to try to swing things back in your team's favor, or create something, create a moment in a timing that is not going to work out for your opposition as they're setting up. Something like that. And Shonik really, I think, showed a sense of knowing some of those spots. And with the Jet, there's so much room to play around with in terms of the mobility. So very curious to see what Shonik will be able to do on the Jet. Jet's always going to be a talking point on every map, no matter what.
I think my talking point looking at this match is probably going to have to be Abe still picking up a Sova on this map. So from the way that I see it, I have a feeling that chat, everybody has been so good in terms of being fans of the teams that they want to win, that we probably have a lot of fans of Team Michael Rees that chose Split, because Sova on a Split is not very common here in North America, even common at all as an agent being chosen on a map like Split, just because the Owl Drone doesn't get that much information with how close or how open wide and how obvious the spots are where you could hide. And at the same time, the Hunter's Fury with elevation could make things very hard. But we'll talk about that in a bit.
Excuse me?
Excuse me?
Oh, shit, they threw it and, Excuse.
Who set me by fire?
Wait, there's a flank. There's a flank. There's a flank.
There's
only
flank?
4.
Oh my god, there's a flanker.
So, There's a flank. There's a flank. Kill this guy. Kill this guy.
Kill the flank. Kill the flank.
Kill the flanker. Kill the flanker.
Oh, he's
Kill the
running
flank.
away.
All right, go back.
Oh,
Go back.
Sova's hit. Sova's hit.
Okay.
Sage hit.
Oh god.
Oh god.
Oh shit.
Okay, okay, we got this. We got this.
Sage hit 75. Sova hits 90.
Yup.
Got him once.
Oh, they're split up.
Last player.
Oh, I hit him once. Last 2 guys low.
And
Nice try.
Yeah, and TNT.
NT.
One thing I like about this, Dan, is so far, like, again, there's a reason why Team Michael Rees could still garnish so many fans even when they're falling from behind, because of how upbeat and how they're so loud, really, like, wanting to win the rounds, but when they lose the rounds, it's not too bad. They'll pick themselves up into the next, and they'll keep fighting. So it's very nice to see. And what else is very nice to see is that we're at $42,000 in terms of charity. Exclamation point donate. We're pretty much under $8,000 to reach the goal, so thank you so much, Twitch chat, and everybody else that's been participating and donating when you can and if you can. Now, back with the action, Dan. We have Team Pokey working towards this A site.
Yeah, we're following Abe there. The Human Protractor. We'll see exactly why he is that title, I'm sure, through the course of this match. And he's actually going in first with that beautiful glitch pop Bulldog. Shonik managing to find his way around, but Abe will be enough to finish off Quarter J. So the control of the A side is with Team Pokey right now, looking real good. And to be expected, of course, they won the knife round. That means that their economy, you know, after winning that first round will be better. They got better weaponry. We have the save coming in from Team Michael. So just sticking with the pistols as they want to save that money so they can get the rifles out in the next round. So with all, you know, after all is said and done, despite it being a flawless round, it's pretty much expected for Team Michael as they go into the third round now with the full rifle buy.
Yeah, I'm liking already some things that I'm seeing from both of these teams, though. The way that you enter towards the site for Abe and even for Shonik. So Abe went in from the side of map towards the A site. Shonik's pushing towards the other side. So they actually cornered Jade onto the elbow. So synergy is there for that team for the takes. But then Ivani on the retakes, even though they didn't win that round, I could see now those TikTok walls. That toxic screen that's been thrown up, the same one that Valkyrie has been actually throwing on the retakes towards the A side, splits up that A site in half, where they can actually get out of the screens, usually more safely, so that they can pressure back towards the retake. So we'll see if that's going to happen later on. And into this round, though, there's a lot of mid control that Jade is trying to hold.
Yeah, it's a difficult spot to be in, isolated by ropes. But the Jade actually does have some assistance as well in the friendly sky of Michael Rees. H-June, though, finding a nice timing, able to dismiss away from that fight. Great attempt to try to retake this position coming in. Michael Rees with another couple in the bag, leaving just 2 now here for Team Pokey. And it's tough right now because the spike is lost in mid, needs to be recovered. Might have to be Abe that does that in mid, but is getting flanked at this point. Up Ramen. We'll see Ivani move. And Abe might just back straight into Ivani. A knife is possible, but Ivani's going to get it done with the Phantom instead.
Yeah, you definitely want to secure the rounds, right? You're falling behind by 2. The knife would have been fun and embarrassing for the other, but at the same time, you do want to have that first point on the board, and it has been very convincing for Team Michael Rees, and I like that because they don't have, I don't think they have an anchored sentinel in the team right now, so that allows for them to have the sky, push out towards mid, get the guided lights, moving in as a team, and fighting back with the flashes that you have from Quarter Jade. And it really helps Team Michael Rees right now on this defense. And look at that, pushing back towards that spike. Ivani is waiting around the corner, using the patient game. The time is of the essence for Pokimane. So a great off angle, a great kill for Ivani, and they had the first point on the scoreboard. So there you see it. There's no agent going on for a full lockdown or cyber cages. Sorry, Jummy is actually playing a raise onto this map.
Yeah, and definitely, you know, it's good to see from Ivani also to go for the push on B main, because it's not a guarantee that Ivani is going to be safely moving through the position into a flank. It's a calculated guess based on some of the action that was already seen. So good to see that proactive play. Looking forward to seeing that continue as we see Abe with that triple bounce, double bounce even. You can't actually do a triple bounce in this game, but the bounce is coming through. Yeah. Dummy. Opening things up nicely. Abe goes down. Ooh, okay, sitting with the trade. So still some space gain towards the site. One can go through here, but it's going to be a tough one to hold. It's a 2v3, and they won't have any post-plant positioning here, Van Silly.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good for that take inside the pulse plant. The perfect position from Jack as well, as he lands a headshot onto Ivani. So that wall did come up, and she tried to come out towards that heaven side, but it was just so difficult. And look at the abilities being used, trying to split out this retake. The Seekers to come out just to make sure to know where Jack's at. That guided light, this is going to be huge right now for the retake. Oh, they blinded each other.
Jack's so blind, my goodness. Oh, Jack. Oh, poor Jack. Just adding insult to injury. The dog coming straight for him. Nice retake, though. And that's going to be good for the 2-2. Tying things up here is Team Michael Rees. Very well done. Spike did get planted, though, for Team Pokey, so that is going to be some extra cash in the bag, but still not enough to get a full buy. They'll have to just get a few pistols here. And it's just going to be down to... It's really what we need to see here is Team Michael converting the advantage they have. Really big advantage in the weaponry. This is a great opportunity for them to build some money in the bank to just secure future good buys in future rounds. And so they're looking to just win this flawlessly. And the objective here for Team Pokey would be to get a spike down and get 2 or 3 kills. That would be a good win condition as well.
Even with their half-buy that they have with pistols, they're even upgrading on shields. So they're really counting on Shotting to get an entry with the Flamestorm right now. And it's so close, and it does connect onto June. So that allows right now for the attackers to move inside this A side. A second to connect onto Ivani. And that's an open site. So, yeah, you wanted the spike down, Dan. But at the same time, you potentially could get the round 2.
Yeah, this is awesome. We talked about Shornik, and we talked about the focus of Jet play. It's all so strong, and another kill for Shornik, trying to work on that ace. 2 more kills to go. Shornik up the B stairs, into the flank. Oh no! He's absolutely nailed them with the ace. We set it up nicely, saying that not even winning the rounds was a possible objective that they could consider. But Shornik, he popped the knives and just proved us wrong. Great confidence, and that is dangerous. 10 kills now on the board. Oh my god.
We could just not need to talk about it right now and just look at this beautiful replay of how Shotnik was so good here. Nailing those entries. Look at that flank. He doesn't care. He keeps pushing forward for these kills. And the amount of kills that he's gotten on surprises, right? So off angles, flanks, they never saw it coming. And unfortunately, the last one to fall is Jummy. And I've been watching in the chat. People would say, is it still going to be Jummy? Oh no, it's not going to be Yummy anymore. I don't know. What do you want, chat? Maybe... Now, at this point, speaking on Jummy with his first blood, he could actually walk into his streams if he doesn't get DMCA'd with that Justin Bieber song. Girl, you got that yummy, 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 right? I think that'd be pretty cool. Let's ask him the next time he streams.
Well, with all that said, you know, we have the scum player around mid, resulting in a difficult scenario for Team Pokey here. They're down a player. They do have the Hunter's Fury available on Abe, and they've also got Pokey's Showstopper. So despite being in this 3v4, they've got a minute also to play with. There's a lot to work with here, for sure. And they are looking to try to get this pressure onto the mid position. Normally, the defenders wouldn't want to risk losing another player here. They wouldn't necessarily want to just stay holding mid. And I love this move from Evony. We talked about this previously. Great read of the map, taking some extra space. Sees there's nothing B main.
Yeah.
And at that point, they can rely on that information. And they're actually deciding to stack heavily towards mid. So leaving the A side open for now.
I like it how you adapt from Team Pokey at the same time, too. You make it all the way towards spawn. You're like, okay, we know we could run. Technically, if they're not going to push as aggressively as they are, because they did put the toxic screen up, then technically they're not going to play as fast. But now the rotation already came back. So Quarter Jade's on the top of heaven, and this could be very deadly. You're trying to clear a space with the Showstopper, and Pokemon's looking at that corner. But unfortunately, that Blaze Wall coming out from Quarter Jade. She lands it with the Frenzy, and now it's a 4 versus 2. We do get the plant, though, and the retake's already coming out.
And that Ice Barrier just tall enough to block the jump. That's quite funny, but we'll see the hole coming through here. Now, backside for Team Pokey. It's going to be a tough one. Jack and Abe looking to hold this one down. Elbow and backside respectively. Difficult for Abe, able to take down Quarter Jade through the screen, but that's going to be that. Nice trade from Michael Reeves to secure the round for the team. And that's going to once again tie it all up here. And we're just going round for round right now with the Thrifty from Team Michael Reeves. That just essentially means that they won. The Thrifty just means that they won the round on a like a half buy or a save.
Yeah. And it's very well done, because that's a Thrifty to reply to another Thrifty that Team Pokey did just the round before. And that was off the back of Shawnick. But this round, it's just been a lot of mid-control individual plays from Jummy towards that mid-side. So getting the 2 frenzy kills, the Showstopper, getting that control back for Team Michael Reeves on that mid-side, and forcing the rest of Pokey into the frenzy of Quarter Jade. So I think they've done this perfectly right now. Again, Team Michael Reeves expecting that it can't have really an anchor right now, is to push aggressively towards mid before, this time towards Garage, and it's going to be H. June that answers first with the first blood.
Yeah, and that was a fantastic off angle there from H. June as well. And that's a very Counter-Strikey terminology, so we'll go into that in a moment, for those that aren't familiar with it. But we've got another mid-take coming in. You mentioned it, Vansily, like so much pressure from both of these teams around middle, and it has given Team Michael Reeves a lot of information, some fast rotations to support either the A or the B side, wherever they see the pressure. And we can see it right now, you know, Team Michael Reeves, they're in such a good, they're just well poised to defend anything that's coming their way right now.
Exactly, and because of that, they're still hesitating for Team Pokey. It's like, where can we hit? What should we hit? And now they're splitting across the side where they have a fear for mid. Nobody's working mid side right now because they think there's going to be pressure coming out. And as you hear the first calls, perfect for Evony right now to pull out the Viper Spin. Pokey on the alert, gets the kill though. With this amount of time, they could still fall back, but look at this push from Jummy. That's the Judge coming out, and we're going to have Judgment Day onto Abe. A second one onto Jack, and that is going to be the spike down with a 4-on-1 situation.
Yeah, and with Pokey stuck on the other end of the map and less than 20 seconds to go, this is actually impossible at this point. And so it's just going to have to be the case just to save this Vandal and just be happy with that. And it's interesting, though, because, again, we've gone round for round. We had a Thrifty win because Shawnick's, Jet Knives coming out. And then we had Team Michael Reeves with a Thrifty of their own. And so, we're going back and forth here, and it's really awesome to see. And this would be a good spot to quickly explain off angles. It's such common terminology in tactical FPS. Do you want to go for it, or do you want me to do it?
Go ahead, Dan. It's all yours. You wrote a novel about this.
It's got everything. It's got heroes, anti-heroes. It's got just everything you need. But yeah, in brief, an off angle is effectively you standing in a position that plays against the expected angle that a player might be looking towards as they move towards, let's say, through a choke point.
Yep.
So whenever you're moving around the map, you're pointing your crosshair where you expect the opponent to be. So an off angle is you to stand somewhere that's not in that expected spot to make them have to flick off. So it just makes it harder for them and easier for you in terms of the fight. And H-June showing some good knowledge of how to play some of those off angles in that previous round.
Yep. And even at this one, this could be one of those ones too, like just be on the top of the boxes, but unfortunately, Shonik turns around and gets the kill onto Ivani, and that opens up the site. And this is my question mark looking into this one here, Dan. It's also seeing how, again, Abe, now that he has his Hunter's Fury, how he's going to use it. I think at this point, with the spike being planted at the default spot, he might run back towards B main, where he could actually use that Hunter's Fury there. But so far, it's looking pretty good, where Team Poki will not even need it.
Yeah, and this is a great look, and we talked about going round for round. It just continues. Love to see that, and there doesn't seem to be too much to work with here. Nice kill from Chummy, but again, we have that Hunter's... Wait a second. I was going to say the Hunter's Fury is available, but no, the Empress comes through from H-June, able to take that B main fight once again, forcing them back. Jack trying to get out of dodge here. H-June looking very scary to be up against as the pressure continues, but the time is against Team Michael Reese right now, even though H-June is going to make sure that everybody goes down. They'll still lose the round, but the damage is certainly going to be difficult to deal with.
A crucial kill there for Sidian to actually land that one onto her opponent at the entrance of the spawn side into B. If it wasn't for that kill, there was definitely the opportunity for the defenders to come back on that retake to get that frag onto Jack. Because Jack was pretty much pinned. He only had a classic stuck in the corner. He was getting sprayed by H-June. And if it wasn't for that, then he was definitely dead. Sidian did a great job on her position in the back of the site. So now we even things up again. So it's going tit for tat. But again here, Dan, when we're looking at this matchup, it's kind of like one of those situations like Ascent. A map like Split, if you're not going to be as prepared or as practiced, tends to lean towards the defender side. But Team Poki, the reason how they've gone to this 4 rounds was, again, the Shonik entries with the knives, and now he gets it with the Vandal. But you saw that boom button, unfortunately, go behind him and blow up in the face of Poki.
There is some control coming in here, though, for Team Poki, despite not having the site. You can actually fall back off of this if they wanted to. With that said, though, a great additional pick is found by Shonik onto Ivani, so with a minute to play with, there's just so many ways right now to get the advantage. But with that said, these open engagements around A main will certainly favor, it would appear, Team Michael Reese picking up those frags, putting it back to a 3 versus 3, especially after that res situation. This is really anyone's, and we see right now Team Poki cutting the noise, and you can see what the effect of that is. It means that there's no information for Team Michael Reese, the defenders. So they have to spread out across the rest of the map because they're wondering, where are the opposition? Where do we defend from? We don't know. So they have to go and respect that. And by spreading out like this, I have to say, this is such a smart move from Team Poki. They've made the A side significantly easier to take now.
That's right. And the Omen is still alive, so they could actually definitely get the smoke here into the spawn. Unfortunately, as Quarter J was saying, I don't want to flash myself. She does. And also the dark cover comes out at the same time. Off angles we were talking before. There's Poki that gets the backstep onto Quarter Jade. And that is now going to be the Spike Planet with a 3-on-2. And now the tides have turned. We do have Michael Reese that's going to have to try to come back with H-June to try to win this round.
Yeah, definitely doable. And I'm sure for Team Poki, they do not want Shonik to have to pop those knives, get the Blaze-Storm out. Oh, great anticipation from Michael Reese. Clears Poki pretty quickly. And with that, it's looking not too bad here. In fact, wow, H-June also winning his engagements against City, and she'll go down in that 1v1. And that's going to mean Team Michael Reese looking at a comfortable retake. That's unfortunate, I have to say, for Team Poki, because I love that call. Whoever made the call to cut the noise, so smart. That was just like the perfect call, and it's sad not to see that work out, but credit to Team Michael Reese with the confidence on that retake.
Correct. And Chad, if you're wondering what's this, why do we want to kill noise right now? We mentioned it yesterday, basically, when you're going into this matchup and you've actually made yourselves known in the beginning. You're trying to get these fights, win or lose, potentially more towards the losing side of things. You kind of want to say, okay, do we want to rotate back towards the mid side? Let's start walking back for a bit to regain our map control, and then let's actually kill noise and see if we could push back later on. Oh. And later on, let's talk about this quickly. Later on, it makes your opponents guessing to be like, okay, well, now there's no noise. Where can they be? You start rotating some players off their positions on defense, where then again, when you re-attack towards that same spot, there's potentially less number on the defense after, and it allows you to take the site. Again, a 3-on-1 when they got that spike plan versus Quarter Jade, so that was perfect. But unfortunately, on that retake, was still good for Team Michael Reese and for H-June. So we talked about the knives into this round. Another entry for Shonik. I think he still has a couple. Indeed, he does. Still 5 daggers, kunais, to try to get more entries here for Team Poki, potentially with another Thrifty.
Certainly, and it's great again to seeing the pace slow down. They get the entry, they respect, Team Poki respects that utility on the defense, and the knives are gonna miss. Oh, Jamie not able to get the connections, and Shonik with the fade away right click classic for success, and now the entry onto that B site, looking for the plant of the spike, and Michael Reeves, he's looking pretty good so far, and unfortunately Sidian once again finding a great timing to help defend her teammates. And that is exactly what's going to happen, leaving for the Jade in a 1 versus 4. And that's a great start, but there's much more to accomplish after that. And with the Hunter's Fury there, I mean, it would be great to get into a spot where she could create an argument to use that Hunter's Fury, just burn it. That would be great.
We just haven't seen it yet, right? So there's, but what I do like though with a Sova on this map, because I've seen it before. It's happened once where I've casted or even to watch Team Immortals versus Sentinels on a map that doesn't have a Sova that's used. Usually, Gangsta, being a main Sova player for Team Immortals, what he does is that he uses the Owl Drone into the A site to push any type of players that's going to be playing on the top of the rafters of A Heaven. Because when you get pinged by the Owl Drone, you want to try to fall back because you can get sprayed through smoke, and that already allows a perfect clearing at the beginning. Then you throw a recon dart towards that front of the site, where again, you can't have the player holding the defense on the Haven back into the site. But when it comes down to Hunter's Fury, I haven't seen that go into work yet. You have to be fairly practiced, maybe going from the sewers to try to ult into, let's say, A Heaven to try to clear areas. That could maybe help for the team right now, and that's where Poki, Team Poki that is heading towards to.
And here it is, a very fast attack into the A site. Coming in hot is Team Poki, and Quarter Jade will use that run it back, get some info, and unfortunately not really get too much off of it. Good for Team Poki, they're able to take that out without losing too much. Sidian taking down H-June, a huge frag to get. Although Sidian's on 1 HP, my goodness.
And the save down
it's going to be a tough one. Yeah, it's looking really difficult. These retakes me good. Oh, I love to see it. Just throwing those shock darts up in the sky. So if there is a defuse attempt, there'll be 2 shock darts there to greet you. And
I love it.
You can see those bouncing around. Almost want everybody to get to the spike just to see how that plays out.
Yeah.
But looks like it won't be necessary.
So that's exactly why Abe is actually using a Sova on this map. Just because we want to get to the memes. I mean, I've seen it on Reddit clips when this game first came out of exactly that. Aim straight up in the air, double shock darts, double right click, and just shoot it so that it gets the double bounce and then the hits, where it actually got some clutches. So I do like it. I'd love to see it into this game if it's actually going to happen. But looking overall back into and focus into the overall scoreline, it's Team Poki back in the lead. So we're getting a lot of these series of 2 into this half so far, but at least into the last round, everybody has the economy right. And that's another key reason why you have that Sova out, because you have now the Owl Drone that spots Jummy, and unfortunately Scenic gets the first blood.
Flash comes out, and those bird flashes, we mentioned this yesterday, that does give you an audible to tell you that when someone does get blinded. So it gets information for you. You know that there's a player in that spot, in that general area.
Mm-hmm.
So that is some early information for Michael Reeves. Knows his players mid. I believe they've also felt the presence of players in B main too. So the B split is certainly something that they could expect, but they are down a player at this point. So it will be difficult. They split up 2 to a site on the defense. Now the Viper Wall is available for Avani to slow this down if they hear stepping. And that could make a pretty big difference. We'll have to see how that dynamic works here as time is starting to tick. 40 seconds now is remaining to get that spike planted.
Yeah, but they have great map control right now. Shonik, after that first kill, is also moving up towards Mail, so they're going to be able to get this split. I don't think they really are afraid of this toxic screen. There you go. Shonik just walks straight through it, and here comes the pinch, and it's going to be very hard right now for Michael Reeves.
Ooh, but Poki's actually crept through to be there to spawn. That's a huge kill to get. Takes down H-June, and cutting off the rotation, they have to go and deal with Poki and spawn, and that's exactly what Michael Reeves will do. Out comes the bird. The flash is good, but still, so many players in this position. The spike has to be planted. Time is against them. Michael Reeves is just pressuring the wall. This spike has to be held. Michael going forward, takes down Sidian. The break through the dark cover. Won't find his target, but J certainly will. Taking down Jack. The dog gets sent forward. There's the concussion landing effectively. And oh my god, A with the jump. The bounce is coming through. He takes down Michael Reese. Out comes the operator. There goes the first click to try to find the target. J throwing out the flashes, and once again, Abe might be happy about this wall, able to get the shock darts off and out once again. There's the lineup. The shock dart is gonna miss, and Abe will go down. And the time is still just enough to get this defuse, but that was almost just amazing heroics there to save the day from Abe, but it just played a little bit too short, unfortunately for him.
Dude, Dan, that was so intense. That was so intense, but so well done. Like, I haven't seen actually any mistakes whatsoever going into that 2 versus 1 from all 3 of those players remaining. Michael Reese, the pressure that was going into the site, the off angle that he got for the first kill, and even pushing towards spawn for the trade onto Pokey makes the site a little bit easier to hold. But on that retake, almost getting the spray when there was like barely a second left on that plant, that would have been around already. But then the retake, the clutch attempt going on from that Silva, going with the shock darts for the first kill, the second one from Jade, the curveballs coming out from Jade at the same time, and putting the blaze wall, the recon dart, everything was like perfect from all of these players that made such an intense 1 versus 1 in the end, where Team Michael Reese finally was able to come back on top. And now we have a 6-6 scoreline. We're basically turning the page.
All right, all five.
Now you know I'm shaking.
Yeah.
I'm gonna bait him. I'm gonna bait him. Whoa, you thought.
They threw the bomb at us.
That's rude.
Guys, I'm on flank.
I hit Reyna.
I got H-June. Oh yeah, you got H-June, okay. Nice.
Oh. What's up, bitches?
Oh, snap! Oh, snap!
Last player standing.
All right, you got this.
You got to sit.
You have momentum in the arm.
Oh my gosh.
That's right.
I feel we're definitely trying to go for like a 360 no-scope knife Dorito bag there with Sidian as she was calling out a battle cry trying to get that knife kill onto Jade. But a nice 4K there for Jade. And of course, that's a lot of economy, right? That's 4 kills. That's a lot of money going into this round. But she's still going to decide to go just for Spectre into the second round. So despite them taking this lead off that knife round, they still want to play more conservatively with their economy, Dan.
Yeah, definitely. It's not a bad choice. Such an even game here too, as well. You know, we have been blessed with so many close matches, and for this one in particular, going round for round so many times, it'd be fun to see if that will be the story here in the second half as well. Now the collection of that orb will be heard. So much noise now coming from B main, so there's lots of players here for Team Pokey able to know exactly what's going on, but the question is, will they have the firepower to stop this? Abe is out there with those shock darts once again, might have some good connections with that, looking for the damage. Just down to Abe, as well as Jack. Ooh, Diggs coming through, and this is actually a very doable 2v2. Jade, they're looking to defend. That denies Jack, trying to drop down from rafters. There goes the flash out once again. Jade looking pretty good holding this position. Not too much help there, but there goes Jummy in time to take down Abe. And Jade holding on for dear life for so long there. Very well done.
That was actually very close and stressful again. Another one of those rounds where the idea was there and pretty good there for Team Michael Reese, but you saw it. It was 4 or 5 players spamming the Spectre through the billboard at the B site. And unfortunately, I'm pretty sure that with the Spectre, you actually don't have bullet penetration into the billboards. You actually need to go up to the Vandals, where unfortunately it actually scares the defender towards that back and exposes that defender to actually get picked off. But like you said, Dan, it was like sounding the alarm. Like, we're coming into the B site and it's going to be a battle, a bloodbath in there. But thankfully, it's still Team Michael Reese that takes the upper hand. So it's a 2-point lead. They're not looking for an early mid-side control. They know how good it's been on their side, but knowing that they have a Sage for Team Pokey, putting up the Sage wall at the beginning, just at least making some presence, known by spraying down that wall, will keep a couple of those defenders into this mid-side as we're trying to ult into B, sorry.
Yeah, going for that fast pace once again. The Viper Wall is going to be hugely important in denying that vision. You can see the defenders now kind of stuck behind the wall. Don't want to go through it. You do take instantly 50 decay, which is quite scary. We can go into that mechanic a little bit more in a moment, as we do have a retake now coming through. Ooh, Pokey gets caught out there. Great peak timing coming in from team Michael Reeves on the defense here. And you get a trade from Sidian. She tries to keep things as even as possible here. So much fire going back and forth at the moment. The dash now comes through from Shonik. He has had enough. Trying to gain some space here towards that spike. And oh my god, all of a sudden, everyone falling down now. It's up to Quarter Jade, and the tap comes through. There's nothing that Quarter Jade can do. Shonik with the frag, with the round, and that's 7-8. And once again, feels like we just can't break away from this one round lead that either team in any given moment might have.
Which is totally fine. I think this is in the making for potentially our first overtime of this weekend. Although I don't want to talk about it too much because I know how good I am with caster curses. Every time I call for something, I get the opposite. So let's just focus on what's happening so far with this back and forth battle. The retake that happened for Team Pokey, where everybody's kind of like dropping down, you still had a lot of utility available for these type of aggressive pushes for Team Pokey. When you have a Sky, a Phoenix, and Lears coming out from the arena, that's so good to try to hold them back. So maybe something that Team Michael Reeves could take advantage of once they're going to try to take back these rounds.
Yeah, another savage aggression, a 5-player full push towards that A side. Not easy to deal with. Sometimes you just have to call it and play for that retake, but Quarter Jade taking no prisoners with that Phantom.
Pop it off.
This is a tough spot to be in. At this point, you might just want to play for the frags and just try to make this as expensive as possible.
Ace?
Oh, it's coming. So will they give it to her? There goes the flashes. Oh, Sadie, a nice shot into it.
You're chasing her. They really want it.
Quarter Jade. No, Chubby, no!
So close, so close. Still, a 4K is very good for just the way that we're able to enter the site as well for Team Michael Reeves, right? And I think it was pretty much we kind of saw like a half-buy broken bar that we saw from Team Michael Reeves. So still very good there for Quarter Jade, just to be aggressive. For a player that she mentioned that she doesn't play this agent that much, we've seen it yesterday on Bind before, and I've mentioned it in the pregame, and it continues to look pretty good. Where it just looks like she's been playing that agent for quite a long time already. And this round for Team Michael Reeves, they don't want to work back towards his mid, where they could potentially break this wall as soon as it comes up. So an advantage here right now is you see that wall got immediately broken down. So if you're new to Valorant, that wall needs maybe like a second and a half so that it can fully charge up per se, so that the wall can get the full HP. But if you actually spray it during that time, the wall is actually weaker as it has to thicken up, and it's actually looking pretty good there for the attackers as two of them fall down on an attempt of Blade Storms and Flanks.
And Team Pokey, not too much to do at this point. Again, it might be a question of damage. That's a great catch from Pokey, though. Good timing. The Ghost. Now goes the Utol. That's going to force him back. And opportunity for Pokey to maybe gain some ground, but you can see that ground will be denied by the Poison Orb. Pokey would not want to use the Showstopper here in a spot where the round's not really possible to be won at this point, unless I don't even know what kinds of mistakes would have to be made. But it would be a lot of them, and that's not going to happen.
I mean, especially after those two guided lights that came out that said probably blinded on their end. That could be a first mistake, though, so that's one player down.
Yeah, some good pistol work with the Ghost from Pokey, and it is enough for an extra, well, I was going to say an extra ult point, but of course she does have the Showstopper available already, so don't even get the ult charge from that, but the extra money's nice, and the denial of money from your opponent also nice. 10-7, and it looks like finally we will have one team pulling away, and it is indeed Team Michael Reeves. So again, good. One thing to remember is I think you're about to finish my point, Fancy, so I'm going to let you take it away just to see if you're going to say exactly what I was about to say.
Let's see if we're synergized, right? So we talked about Team Michael Reeves looking at the standings. It's currently at 0-2 after the end of day 1. The rest are still pretty close. We have ranked 2 to 4 that are tied up 1-1. So if they actually win this one, there's a potential tie already going for Team Michael Reeves, where it could still be anybody's game, making it to the grand finals at the end of the day today. So how that works is top 2 in the group plays will play a BO1 in the grand finals, where currently there's only Team Toast that's undefeated from day 1. So it's a tight battle. It's getting very close, and getting very close as well is also our donation goal. Now very close to $43,000. We only need 7,000 and some change, and we get it done, chat. So let's put that exclamation point donate out there. And Team Michael Reese in the lead by 3, looking to battle versus Abe and this operator in this mid side.
Okay, you just nailed it. Oh my god. This is why you're a professional. Oh my god. I'm glad I didn't say anything.
We connect. This is like Pacific Rim, where we could actually both command a Jaeger together.
Oh, nice. Nice. I'm not sure how to follow up after the Pacific Rim comment. There's things I want to say, but we do have the push coming through onto the A site, so that will have to wait for now.
Yes.
Vonnie might be the first one in there. Oh, we'll have the double satchels coming through.
Ooh.
And there it is.
That's actually very interesting. I only noticed it right now because that wall that they had going up, look at their agent composition here, Dan. They have no smokers, so they don't have anything going into the screens. Big kill from Pokemon right now, though, but there's a Viper pit that's up towards the Pulse plant.
Yeah, that's the scary thing, right? You know, you take down one, but still, how do you deal with this? You need to get the kill on Ivani, get rid of that Viper's pit, but Poki will not be the one to do it. She'll get taken down by Jummy. Jack with the kill on Dakota Jade as well. So it's looking pretty good here right now for Team Michael Reese. Still holding on, burning a lot of the clock. And Shonik on top. Oh, he's going to find Ivani. My goodness. Shonik, very well done. And with that, there's more than a chance. In fact, they have just completely nailed it. That Viper's pit became a non-issue with those acrobatics from Shonik. He put on the parachute and drifted down right into Ivani's face. And, well, that was the play.
Unfortunate, super unfortunate, as some pro players would like to say when they're streaming, unlucky. Just the fact that Shonik was on top of that map, you saw it coming from a mile away. We're so smart for Ivani on that post plant, playing outside of our Viper's pit, using that timer, because when you actually stand outside of your Viper's pit, there's your fuel that's going to time down as well, and as soon as you walk back into it, it replenishes. So she's just trying to play that long game, trying to get that spike down, but Shonik just read that like a book and took advantage of that position and allowed the defenders of Team Poke to win that round. So it's getting really close again to a game.
Yeah, and I completely agree. I think Ivani's position there was actually really smart, and there's lots of reasons why. Also, what we saw from Shonik was super smart. If Ivani wasn't there, there's things to say, but we can see the opening going the way of Abe with the operator. Has been looking to hold that mid position with that operator in a couple of moments, but this is the moment where we'll see Shonik actually getting that, or sorry, Abe actually getting that early round impact with the operator. That's a huge kill to get right at the start of the round. That's Quarter Jade down and out. So one of the duelists gone, and the duelists, of course, having a lot of value in getting the entries onto these bomb sites. And the full rotation here from Team Michael into the A site. I love this. When you go down a player, you don't bother playing for map control most of the time. Just get all the players in one spot. And Shonik in that aggressive position. There's the dash, the cloud burst. You can't trade that kill. And that's why Jet is so annoying to deal with.
Yeah, and just really, again, an unlucky situation where the Lear was perfect, at least in their eyes, for Team Michael Reese to try to get into the site. But the Lear went behind Shonik, where he wasn't affected at all, where he got the kill, was able to dash away. And with that, the plans have shambled for the attacker sides on this A site, and it's going to be Team Poke taking that round. So, Dan, I just wanted to go back to this, to analyzing right now the lineup of Team Michael Reese not having a smoke agent, aside from Ivani right now, for these executions on the A site. So I say that it's quite surprising, right? So the toxic screen is actually really good on how she set it 2 rounds ago to cover towards the A ramp and the entrance of the balcony on the A site. But that leaves that spawn side screens open unless you have some strong arms and you can throw a poison cloud into the screens. But technically, from the way that I see it, they're not using it. But it's okay, because if you look at the rest of their agents, they have so many flashes right now, especially with Michael Reese as that Sky, to actually do create that disruptance towards the screens on a rotate to allow Team Michael Reese to get into the site. So I'm not opposed to the composition that they have currently for Team Michael Reese on the A side executions.
Yeah, and I'm definitely with you on that count as well, and especially in a spot like this, you can make these wacky lineups definitely work if you know sort of how if you know what you're missing and then how to mitigate that. That's really all it's about. It's really like anything, any fighting style you'll see in, let's say, MMA or something like that. You know, every fighter will know, given the style that they choose, the areas of weakness that they have, and that's so important. So that you know how to play to your strengths and what weaknesses your opponent will be looking to exploit. So
correct.
10-9 is such a close situation. We have a lot of ults going across the board here. Definitely the advantage for Team Pokey in this 5v5. 40 seconds. My goodness, Sidian just popping a bullet straight through the smoke, and that finds H-Tune. Very unfortunate there for Team Michael Reese, but we'll see what they can do. There goes the showstopper. Jummy able to take down Pokey. Raise onto Raise action. There go the cabbages as well, and Sidian is doing more damage. Great round from Sidian so far. Now the question is, in this 3v3, whether we'll see any ults coming in from Team Pokey. They've got a lot available.
Going towards backside, and at the same time, they're pushing out towards the heaven, and it works. So Shonic gets the kill into Jummy. They have a res as well, so Pokemon's going to come back out towards that red wall. Now fully blinded is going to be Michael Reese, and unfortunately, also Ivani is going to fall. So you talked about the ultimates. They used them all actually on the retake, and it worked out. The cabbages that went out for Michael Reese was pretty darn good to get some information, but how it works for the Seekers is that it's actually going to find 3 different people. So technically what's going to happen, if you kill the cabbage that's coming after you, then the other 2 are never going to go against you. They're still going to find the 2 other players. So for Sean to actually shoot all 3 at once doesn't give the position away of his last 2 teammates, which is going to be perfect for that retake. And Sidian, you talked about her. She had a perfect 1-tap onto H-June at the beginning through the smoke, and also using from the shadows, from the spawn side into back of B to create a disruptance. Everybody's going to look and place their crosshair towards the back of the site, allowing Shonic and his teammates to run in and allow Jack to also get a res and a retake for Team Pokey. So we're tied 10-10. Potential overtime.
I like what Pokey's been doing as well with the boom boy, just creating control, close positions. She's taking B main control. Abe there with a defensive kill onto H-June. And given the fact that they've lost B main control as well, this is huge information for Team Pokey right now. They have Team Michael Reese exactly where they want them. Shornik in such a close position, able to dodge the curveball, the off angle, and there it is. We saw that play before, worked just as well as it did the previous occasion. And that is going to put Team Michael Reese in a terrifyingly bad spot. What are they going to do? All their positions are known. The paranoia comes through. The ISO's out. They're down on the ground. Nowhere to go. Back against the wall. Abe once more with the operator. Just doing everything. So good. And Shonic to finish it off. That was just fantastic from Team Pokey.
I just want to talk about utilities from both sides again. I mean, this, like I said, it looks like a very organized matchup from both sides, right? You see the Cloudburst come out when Shonic gets the first kill. You saw the Leer to fall out, the guided light, so they could try to get some map control. And as he throws Michael Reese another guided light towards the top of heaven, Jummy cannot get the satchel charges into the A heaven to try to capitalize on that, because we have actually a counter paranoia that came out from Sidian and also slow orbs from Jack into the A main, so nobody can't walk in. So utility has been so key right now for Team Pokey to hold this A side and even the retakes on the B site. So when we talk about this, the retakes on B side, so we're getting a lot more success for Team Michael Reese on this B side, where potentially at this round we have Quarter Jade that might sell a fake towards A, and they still work that B side, but unfortunately, she lost her battle to Shonic over at A.
The mid pressure coming in here now for Team Michael Reese as well. The weaponry obviously not there with them, but the numbers are. So if they can find their way onto some trades here, that'd be great. Nice quick scope from Abe as he tries to fall back here. Another quick scope attempt, although H-Tune will take the kill. And there it is, not pretty collected, but there's Shonic to make sure that doesn't get out of hand, and Sidian with a double to follow it up to. And that's 12 rounds now. That is match point in the hands of Team Pokey. But with only 2 rounds to tie it up to overtime, and a full buy in store, Team Michael Reese is certainly not out of this yet, and it's actually so close here still.
Oh no, the double op to come out at the same time too, and that's pretty much been the thorn on their side and the storyline too for Team Pokey to come back in this defender side versus Team Michael Reese, because again, when we're talking about no smokes, we talked about the execution on the A side, but another one of those normal things is smoking up the rope on top of mid. That entrance, because they have no smokers right now for Team Michael Reese, it's easier for the Opper to just stick out from Abe and aim down that mid side and hold that ground. Same thing for A side. So now we're trying to B side, knowing that it's going to be a double op setup. And let's see if Quarter J can get the entry.
There goes the wrap around the pillar, and that's the run it back, taking down Pokey, holding onto this back side control. There's a swing, and it's not going to quite work out for Pokey. Let's get the one, though, so that's enough. Antisuri to deny the spike plant and even pick up a kill onto Vonnie. This is huge right now. Big plays from Abe. And this is a terrifying spot again now.
Yeah.
For Team Michael Reeves.
Even on top of that, too, you saw that they had that that last ult point needed for the Viper's Pit. If she actually did get the plant, so a great denial. But here it comes, a 2 versus 1. Jummy on his own.
And Jummy just trying to dance around this pillar. 1 versus 2, lots of time to work with here. Not a lot of health. 6 bullets in the chamber. We'll have to see if there's any luck here for Jummy. The peak not really working out, but at least for Jummy, the shot is missed. Swapping out the guns. Well, 6 bullets to 8 bullets. There's still a couple more. We'll have to see if this makes a difference. 3 bullets to go. Knows that Jack is nearby. Takes down Jack. And there might be just a chance here now. Jummy able to get that paint bomb out again. Now there goes the spike plant. 10 seconds to go. The fake comes through. And the peek into the recon dart. That's Abe who locks it in. And Team Pokey get it done. What a close game that was, though, Van Silly. Fantastic stuff from both teams, but heartbreak from Team Michael Reeves that just can't seem to get that dub on the board.
That was such a nice try there for Jummy there, Dan, because it was perfect. The fake to actually try to win that 1 versus 1, knowing that there was, like, what, 10 seconds left into the round, so he knows there's still time on his side, just a bit. And because of that, you want to play the mind game versus your opponent. Say, well, if it's only 10 seconds left, he might stick it. So when you're going to force, I think it was Abe, right, that came out with that operator. Yeah. If that recon dart wasn't there, I'm pretty sure it would have been Jummy's round to win. But that recon dart, again, beautiful display of a utility usage from both of these teams, and smart play there to win that 1 versus 1. The ping also allows for him to get ready for the shot in the peak. And unfortunately, it finishes a 13-10. So no overtime like Caster Kirsten, sorry, chat. But at least we still had another very good game.
Yeah, it's so interesting. We've had such close games. We haven't gotten overtime just yet. And that's kind of crazy. But at the same time, the games have been so good, we can't really complain. And there's a lot of different elements to talk about in that matchup. And, you know, I think on that second half, you know, I was really liking what Pokey was doing, because even though it's just a simple thing, you know, throwing that boombot out on the B site, playing that anchor position, sometimes that boombot is not going to see any resistance in that B main position, which then means that Pokey can take that for free. And then once you take that position, you can get the orb to charge up that showstopper, and you can get information for your team, knowing that, okay, it's likely a play towards A or mid, and you get the rest of your team to move to better positions to defend the A attack as it comes in. So even though, you know, there weren't a lot of engagements there for Pokey, that constant pressure, that constant information was hugely beneficial to a team's defense.
100%. And I think even if you're looking at, you know, the composition of how this map played out, overall, when we said, hey, if you're not going to be as organized or you're just playing it for fun, especially for fun so far we've been having, you're starting to see more defender-sided rounds or more defender-sided halves. And you saw Team Pokey start really come back into this one, and it's on the way that they were able to get those retakes all together as a team, being aggressive too, right? There wasn't anything flashy or anything fancy. It's just, let's go for a group, let's get the trades, and it worked out. But with that, I think it's enough for us to talk about this game. It's time to go back to the interview on the post-match game, with Rachel.
Whew, thank you so much, guys, for calling all that action. Thank you, Sidian, for bringing us that action. I don't know if I can curse. We covered this yesterday, but holy shit, dude. Like, that was fire. So I just want to know, like, standard post-match esports question. How do you feel after that game?
I'm so proud of our team. It was a super close game, and like huge props to Team Michael. Like they fought really hard. We were sweating. I don't know if you guys got a chance to hear our comms, but the entire time we're like, okay, everybody quiet, comms clear. Like, oh, I'm smoking this. Like everything was super intense, and it was just a really, really fun game. I think we all feel really great because we worked really hard. So yeah, it feels good.
You absolutely deserve it. And it's interesting, we hear your comms during the knife rounds, but we don't get to hear them necessarily in the regular rounds. And they must be fantastic, because you had a couple shots there where you were picking off the enemy team in smoke. You didn't know where they were, and yet you knew where they were. Is that because these are friends of yours? Are you just logging hours in this game? How are you able to do that?
Okay, so I've learned from watching VCT that you should just spam smokes because whatever. I was playing Vandal, and I think I headshot Michael twice. He was also playing Vandal, so I could see his spray. I just assumed where he was, clicked, and it happened to work out, but it doesn't happen all the time, I swear.
Super heads up play from you guys, and just a really enjoyable match. Like you said, it was super close now, and now you're playing for Team Poke. You've talked about how great comms are on this team. Tell me a little bit more about just coming together, playing with friends here in a tournament like this. I think it's so amazing that OfflineTV, all their friends are raising money for all these charities, and it's a great cause.
Yeah, it feels so good. I think we all love the game. Like, I think that's my favorite part about it is like we all love to play Valorant, and I think we're all competitive. That's what makes us like gamers. That's why we love this. And so to be able to compete against and with your friends feels really good, and we're doing it for a good cause. So that's even better. I'm incredibly happy to be a part of this, and I think that we're all just having a blast. So it's good to be here for sure.
I know the viewers are having so much fun too. City, and you've got so many of your fans in chat. They are in fact taking over right now. So I'm going to give you an opportunity to maybe address them and share some love.
Yeah, I just want to say huge thanks to everybody for supporting and stuff. I don't know, I've never done this before, so kind of shy, but you guys are great. And, you know, if you are able to donate and feel inclined to help out, absolutely donate. We're all raising money for a great cause, and we're just happy to be here. So thank you guys so much for the love. And thanks for, I feel like chats have been really good. Like, everybody's been kind, nobody's being mean to each other, and that's like the whole spirit of the competition. So yeah, shout out to chat for being awesome.
It's a lovely event, but it's set by the wonderful example of all our great competitors. So thank you so much, Sid, for coming on and talk to us. Best of luck in the rest of the tournament. And chat, I'm going to wish you luck as well, because you seem to have figured out that the giveaway has started. We are between matches, so now is your chance to hit !enter in chat and enter into the giveaway once again. This time we're giving away 6 $10 Valorant point cards. We have giveaways between every match, and if you've been entering, don't forget to check your whispers. That's how OfflineTV is going to reach out to you and let you know you've won. We're going to go to a quick break, and we come back, lots more Valorant.
Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we
That again. Hey everybody, welcome back to the OfflineTV Valorant Charity Invitational. This time we are not muted, and I'm so excited to be joining you once again at the end of yet another giveaway. I hope you all hit your exclamation mark enters in chat. I hope you have all filled out the appropriate documentation, and now I hope you're all watching your whispers for OfflineTV to hopefully reach out to you and let you know you've won. We'll have more of those giveaways shortly between our next matches, but we've got a game to show you, so I'm going to bring DDK and Van Silly back on the screen, and we are going to discuss some things, gentlemen, because we are two matches in today. Well, let's see. What else should we do? We've covered, you guys are here now. Oh, we could do the map vote. Our next match is going to be between Team Lily and Team Disguised Toast, and chat's going to have a tough decision to make.
Oof, I think we're going to have a tough match to cast here, Dan. I mean, we're looking at Team Lily at this point. We've seen how good they were on that matchup this morning. And now we have Disguised Toast with Valkyrie, Chris, Peter, and Natsumi. The judge is going to be a factor. What map do you guys want to have here for your fans, right? If you're a fan of Team Lily, which map should they play on? If you're a fan of Disguised Toast, what map should it be on? Should it be on Split again for Disguised Toast? Should it be an open map for Team Lily so they fight against the judge? I think this head-to-head is going to be a very tough one, because that's one of those matches where Disguised Toast, his team currently is 2-0, so they haven't lost yet.
Yeah, definitely, and it's going to be certainly a tough one, because you got to try to figure out a way to deal with the Cypher Judge shenanigans. That's something that's been difficult for a lot of teams to tackle, and so we'll see if, again, once again, the experience of Myth is going to help his teammates overcome that, because I feel like that is one of the big talking points in terms of how well Disguised Toast and his team has been playing. It does center around some of the psychological warfare of, we don't want to go where the judge is at.
100%. I think those cyber cages have been strong. Exactly that. Like, caught in a moment, real life enactment of yesterday's matches. That Disguised Toast right there. I mean, we saw it himself on Split yesterday, and that matchup looked really good. And you saw it. Okay, 2 peer around the corner. It's time to run away. We saw that judge come out. And not only that, because we talk a lot about Disguised Toast with his judge, but I think it's also due to the fact that he has his teammates to back up with him at the same time, because when we had Christopher play as that Brimstone, putting the smokes down right onto the trap bars of Disguised Toast, allowing these trap kills to happen through smokes with the judge, has been quite strong. So it's not only an individual effort, it's been going very well, and for the team overall with the abilities, and also Valkyrie with their clutch situations.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing sort of how. I mean, the map needs to come through for me to really kind of nerd out here, but I'm really looking to see if we get some more Odin shenanigans from Chris. I was wondering if he's kind of working on some new tricks, really. Just like I haven't ever seen anybody walking around, like actually running with an Odin and headshotting people like Chris did. So I would be both disgusted, but also very interested to see that again. And so I'm hoping that we get that. But at the same time, you know, I think there's a lot to be said for Peter Park. I think he's one of the hard hitters as well on the Sky's Toast team that is really creating problems as well. So that's what I think another big edge that really comes into play is you know, if Myth is not having a great game, you know, then it might be that the kind of individual skill does, I think, go towards Disguised Toast and his team here, because again, Peter Park is really scary, and I've been loving Valkyrie on the Viper as well. I feel like she plays a really conservative style, which you have to with Viper, because you got to stay alive in rounds for as long as possible. That's how you get the max value out of Viper. So lots of great utility usage and just generally just a great awareness of playing with the team, which is fantastic to see out of Valkyrie. So there are lots of pieces here, I think, that have made Disguised Toast and his team as successful as they've been so far.
Yeah, and the reason why this roster also surprises me for Disguised Toast is how well they've been doing is because we actually had our wonderful staff as well working behind the scenes for this OfflineTV VALORANT charity event, is the fact that we had some rankings and specifications on some players of what ranks there are, but we've had zero actually about Team Toast. So we don't know if they're actually diamond skill players, bronze, whatever it is. But at this level, when they're competing against other players that are currently diamond, I know it varies a lot, and even going up to myth that's currently at immortal, to still be 2-0 shows that they have a lot of firepower still, and that rank doesn't really matter at this point. They're not afraid of anything really, and it's all with these toast traps that are being thrown here by Disguised Toast.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't think we mentioned Natsumi as well. I think she's been on the stage mostly and been doing a good job. But going over to Lily Pichu's lineup, I mentioned Myth and the skill. You know, Masayoshi has also been extremely pivotal in terms of, you know, performing on the duelists and getting those kills, creating that space for the rest of the team. And as we can see here, we do get the stand-in now coming into play. We talked about this earlier in the show, but we will get, you know, Broden, you know, in the mix here. How do you guys think that that's going to impact things?
Oof. This is going to be an interesting one, because right now we've always seen Masayoshi play over like a duelist. Sometimes Smith was playing a duelist too. When they went for a triple duelist setup on that first day, didn't work out. Then he played a Sky, then he played a Brimstone today too. So there's a lot of possibilities that shows that Myth could flex a lot, for the team. But if it's going to be Broden that's going to come in, is he going to play the Reno, or are they going to give the Duelist to Myth instead? And we're going to try to switch over to other things. That's what is going to be an exciting one. I think it's still going to be a great showing from Broden, but we'll wait for that to happen after the trash talk, right?
Yeah, absolutely, guys. It's time to get into a little trash talk here, and I'm very excited to be talking to Masayoshi and Peter Park, but I'll let you guys go get ready for the match. Get out of here, fans.
All right.
Hey, guys. What up, Masayoshi? What up, Peter Park? Two very impressive players.
Oh, hey. What's up? Hi, guys.
I've been enjoying some top-tier Valorant. You guys have really brought some fire this weekend. Masayoshi, Peter Park, did you guys actually play together on a team in the Code Red Valorant tournament?
We did.
Yes,
2 times.
We did. Yeah, a couple times now. So, wait, can you guys hear me? I'm not sure.
Oh, I can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, cool. Yeah, cool. That's all I had to say. Sorry, that was an awkward pause, but yeah, we definitely played together in the Code Red tournament. The trash talk is going well. Yeah.
Yeah, we nail every one of these segments. So, Peter, what do you know about Masayoshi from playing with him in 2 tournaments that's going to allow you to crush his spirits in this next match?
Okay, well, I know that John cheats because his aim doesn't make any sense otherwise. His crosshair just locks onto heads and he just kills everyone. John's really good at the game, and you know, like, he really strikes fear into the enemy team. But you know, I think what we have on our team is really solid. We have really great teamwork. We may not be the highest ranked team, but I think we've shown from yesterday that with through our teamwork and our comms, we just played off of our strengths. And with Toast as our IGL telling us the strats and the breakdowns, we've been able to succeed so far. So yeah.
How's his little rat comms with his judge? I imagine, like,
listen.
That's all I hear. That's all I hear. Every time I watch these games, I just hear a little rat in my ear. What is going on in those comms? Let me hear this. Let me hear this IGL.
I'll be like, okay, so how do you want to hold the site? And Toast's like, don't worry, I got this. I'm like, oh, and then he just holds B site by himself, and then you just see 1, 2, 3K, and then I'm just like, all right, I'm sure they're kind of upset about that, but yeah. So it's mostly psychological damage that we do to your team more than anything else.
We'll do. We'll tell Zuckerberg that Bezos is coming through. Pass along.
We'll do.
John, actually elaborate on that a little bit here. What is your strategy for taking out Team Toast, who has established themselves as the team to beat in this event?
Oh yeah, our lead IGL has been Lily. She's been very calm, cool, collected this whole time. Honestly, very impressed with her IGLing. She's called out every play since the beginning of the tournament, so very proud of her and how she's formed. And overall, the team, it's been great.
All right, and you've got Broden subbing in now for Fuslie, so how do you see that going for y'all?
I've seen Broden Silva and Raze, and both are phenomenal. I totally just leaked our comp, so I should probably stop talking now. Thank you for the question.
Don't worry, John. If it helps you at all, yeah, we're not gonna use the judge at all this game.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Don't worry. We won't use it at all. We won't buy it a single time.
Yeah. No doubt. Cool.
Well, now that you've both laid out your strategy for the upcoming match, I'm going to let you get back to your teams and face the consequences for that, and I'm going to hand this back over to DDK and Van Silly. Good luck, boys.
Thank you so much, everyone, there for the interviews. And Dan, I think we're going to see something exciting here. So, linking things out, we were questioning it before. Are we going to see like a duelist come out of Broden right now as Fuslie has to step out from this game, unfortunately? And it potentially could be because he could play a Raze or he could play a Sova. It depends, again, for us to nerd it out once we figure out this map.
Yeah, it could go so many different ways, right? It really could. I think that you could just have the single duelist. We've already seen a huge range of picks from Myth, for example. So it really feels like they can do anything. And so I'm really looking forward to seeing what that is going to look like here. And one of the maps previously that we saw really work so well, I think, for Team Lily is actually Binds. I don't know that, of course, we're going to get that again.
We are.
But we are going to get that again. Okay, well, that's really interesting because you would expect that the emotional advantage in that sense should be going with Team Lily because they found a lot that worked. And we cool to see, that Sky pick out of Myth again, which was something that did really work out super well for Team Lily. I'm super curious, though, how, Broden's going to really impact things and going into the mix and whether we're going to see, as Rachel put it, a loss on the team to beat. That is your Team Toast, who have caused so many issues for so many players in this tournament with that judge. It came up in the trash talk for a reason.
Yo, 100%. But before I go on and continue about the theory crafting of this matchup, we also have to put our hands together, chat. Pat your backs. Cheer up. We've actually reached the 50,000 goal donation, the mark that we wanted. So congratulations to all of you. Thank you so much for being a part of this for this weekend, the OfflineTV VALORANT Charity Invitational. So thank you so much. It's been super fun, and we still have 3 more maps to go. So keep them coming! ! Donate for that, and that will continue to the 100% prize pool that we have in the split for the winners to choose the charity that they're fighting for and that they're playing for. So again, huge congratulations. You all are the best. Much love. Back to what we were talking here, going into Bind here, Dan. You talked about how Myth was doing pretty good playing a Sky into this map, but the other thing too was that we didn't see a lot of showers control. It only happened towards later on into the matchup where I'm pretty sure it was Masayoshi that was starting to work towards that area. So it might work out if they learned from it and they were able to put a good impact into it. But looking at the lineup so far, we have Myth potentially eyeing over that Sky, but you also have Christopher on the other end eyeing the Brimstone, which is another very good agent for this map.
And just a quick shout out has to go to Fametsu Hito for another 6K. Oh my god, thank you so much for contributions to this initiative. That is insane. I just don't have the words, and that's my job to come up with the words. So good job. that's it. But again, going back into the compositions here, we're going to see Masayoshi on the Brim. I enjoyed that a lot. I think we had that previously as well with the Myth on the Sky. So it's clearly, we're going to get a similar look going into this one for for Team Lily. So that's good to see. And I mean, this looks like a lot of what we already saw from these two teams for composition wise. It's going to be about who's going to be bringing the firepower, and I think this could be very even in that sense.
100%, and I still have a fear for a judge onto this map. So many good angles to hold. The hookah area, the showers if you want, the U-shaped hallway, and actually U-shaped hallway and hookah being played for good places for judges. I do like the fact that we do have a brimstone from Masayoshi going into this game, because that could be a huge counter once he's actually going to have that orbital strike in his hands. So with that, it's time to move down to the knife round to kick things off to see if Team Lily can continue their run.
All right, then.
And we
so
go
we'll have
into
to
the
see
promise.
Who is going to kick it off. Oh, we got the comms live with
I'm ready.
And load it. Well, John, left clicking is better here, right? Just like swinging lefts.
Oh, I right click it, but if you aren't used to the timing with it, I think left click and just W keying on them is insane.
All good.
I'm showing.
Yeah, I don't see.
Down here.
Okay.
All right. Interesting.
They're hiding somewhere.
They are.
I think we cut noise.
Yeah,
and
we
wait
cut
for one
noise
of them
shift
to show.
It's just shift walk, yeah. Come to me. Let's go.
Oh, they're here. They're here.
All right, I'm not gonna show.
Just one. Just 2, 3. Okay, they're all there.
4,
3, 4.
Behind.
Turn around,
Right here.
turn around, fight.
I got her. Get her. Nice.
Nice.
Big.
Turn around, fight.
Big.
Knife once. Coming back.
There you go.
3v3, or 4v3,
I have
4v3.
2 orbs.
Big.
Let me get this kill.
Nice. There you go.
No, you're good. You're good. Okay, you're good. It's fine.
They tried the flank.
Good shit. Yeah.
So, huge way to kick things off here, Dan. As we mentioned, going into this knife round, and sorry, I muted myself by accident as I was talking. Maybe I was speaking too loud, and we were so happy and hyped about hitting this 50K that my system decided to mute myself because it doesn't want me to scream in the basement and be super loud against my neighbors. But with that, the knife round being won by Lily gets closer and closer to the promise that Myth has given us in the interview yesterday, saying, see you in the finals.
With that said, though, we're going to get the force buy out of Team Toast, and that's going to be inclusive of that judge purchase. So, Showers control will be there for Mr. Toast on the judge. Don't need much else on that one, and you can see that Valkyrie is going to be able to rotate off of that A site to reinforce B. Holding on to the Viper wall, the Toxic Screen for now. In fact, as I say that, there it goes. That's a great retake wall, and just generally it's a strong wall that covers both the players who are exiting hookah and trying to make it to site, as well as players coming from B long.
Look at Toast's position. This is actually where I like from this judge. The camera to watch short and then playing a close angle, but that's another way to counter, getting that Trailblazer out.
Oh,
love it. Love it.
Go straight into the poison orb. No fear. Christopher Yee in there with the action for a quick double. Valkyrie there with the cleanup. Double from her as well, leaving Masayoshi all on the lonesome. It's going to be a tough one here, but Masayoshi does have the Vandal in hand, so the firepower is with him, but all the shots need to be with him as well. The tabs trying to control things, but the quick swing for Valkyrie is able to punish Masayoshi, get the trade, lock in the force buy victory. Great stuff there. Off of the force buy, I do wonder if that was expected at all by Team Lily, but regardless, it is going to be difficult now for them to find momentum because they're on the pistols, and it's going to take a lot for a Thrifty with no ults in play. Yeah, and I do like the way that they really countered towards Toast, actually, with that judge, right? You saw the guided light that came out. There was a boom bot that came out at the same time, but the guided light was very well blocked by the Viper Cloud that came out from Valkyrie. So Valkyrie getting that, popping that cloud up, preventing a blind from happening towards the full site, and also allowing to fall out with a Spectre and get the trade onto her teammate when Toast fell down to get a triple kill on top of that, but even a double kill to hold, to not allow Team Lily get onto a site when they had better weapons. It was perfect in terms of a hold. Looking to this round, though, we do have a lot of pressure happening towards this B side, a double flank, but it was watched for a bit. This could be huge now for the defenders. Myth there in the tube, able to get Peter Puck down. Oh, that classic from Myth. He's finding all the angles at the moment. Trade coming through from Natsumi as they try to hold on to the site, and that's exactly what will be successful in the end. 3 players living there for Team Toast, so that's acceptable damages. Losing 2 players, your economy is still going to be growing ever so slightly. And the other thing about the judge purchases too is that it's only 1,600 credits versus the 2,900 credits to get a full buy. So the judge allows this guy's Toast to keep buying for his teammates as his bank will grow significantly in rounds in which they win.
Exactly, and with that, even buy for himself too, in a position where he could continuously have and make an impact if he's going to keep going with these judges like he always does. So with that, very well done in terms of economy management. And for this round, we're trying to get information very quickly on both ends. Pain shells, boom bots, guided light just to try to get the audio cue. Look at all the walls. Look at the amount of utility for this battle on short A. But there's not going to be much left if they want to try to re-execute very soon.
I've got your trail.
And you got Myth here getting that info. Actually, Masayoshi playing into the cubby, trying to make sure that they're able to take control of these forward positions towards the A site. The charge comes through, and great work there from Myth, able to get the concuss onto Christopher Yee. Peter Park will go down as well as the showers push is excellent from Myth. He's really doing a great job in calling the shots for his team, getting the flashes out there, getting the info with that dog, and that's going to create such a strong attack here. And there's nothing left after all of that is over. Dust settles at Sumi in an unwinnable position, and I mean, that's a scary prospect, Van Silly. I feel like a round like this shows that it doesn't matter how strong your short setup is, you have to have showers control against Team Lily, because Myth is gonna, if he gets that for free like that, he can work that position with those flashes so well.
Correct. Right now, getting the showers control will be huge, so that when Myth pushes towards the back triple, then he can get backstabbed himself. But when that doesn't happen, well, you see the result. And at the same time, I also like the fact that Team Lily pushed towards the site instead of going towards U-Haul, because they know, again, the pressure that you could have from a judge. So the stand-in being Broden, it was a kill off camera, but he used the distance to his advantage to watch the U-shaped hallway for that rotation that came out from Toast. So very well done on his side. And we talk about showers control, and it's understood at this point as how did Toast make it through there? The timing to get his to get through the smoke with the Trailblazer, and when Myth comes out of his Trailblazer, big surprise, executioner style, right into the dome.
Oh my god, that's so insane. What a timing indeed. And we'll see a quick switch from Team Lily to the B site. Valkyrie, with the ghost in the poison orb. You'd love to see a great trio of kills coming in from Valkyrie, coming in hot on the defense. That is fantastic work. Spike down on the ground in no man's land, and it's Lily to do it all against 5 players. And again, you're looking at an objective for Lily here to get some kills, hurt the economy of the opponents, maybe charge up the lockdown, 3 away from that lockdown. And that's really what Lily would be aiming to do in this position. We'll have to see if she's able to find anything with that.
30 seconds left.
First engagement might be against Valkyrie. He's creeping around market. Lily looks like she may be avoiding that entirely here.
Yeah, I think at this point it's a smarter play, right? It's a 5 versus 1. You're at a situation where potentially you have to go on to a save. So using this Phantom into the next one could actually be really beneficial for Team Lily at this point. And that's how you break the momentum. And unfortunately, Valkyrie looking for the 4K, and it's going to happen. And when I talk about breaking the mental, that's how you do it, right? Pushing through with the judge, the timing, and then a surprise kill onto Myth. I don't know if Myth is streaming right now, but that's probably one of those moments where Myth stops talking, looks at the camera, and in his mind, you said, I can't believe that just happened. And with that, that's another way to do it. It was an eco that they had? So we talked about the judge, how strong it could still be in the situations where they don't have money to work with for Team Toast. And Valkyrie did a perfect job to play under the window, get those kills with the Ghosts, upgrade to a Vandal, and get a 4K on top of that. So that puts now the attacker side of Team Lily. It looks like they could still buy, but the economy probably after this could be fairly low, where the half buy only comes in after.
Yeah, definitely. And the Viper's Pit will be activated by Valkyrie on that A side. That'll allow the entire team, if they wanted, to rotate to defend this B site. And look at how the Poison Orb is there as well. So Valkyrie is able to have defensive impact on both sides of the map at once with Viper and Viper's utility kit. It's a strong kit, and with that Poison Orb up, you don't want to run through it again. We didn't explain fully for those who aren't players of Valorant how decay mechanic works, but effectively, if you move through Viper's utility, whether it's a toxic screen, the big wall, or the poison orb that we just saw in B long there, then you'll take 50 damage immediately, which will regenerate very quickly when you're out of the poison orb or the screen. But if you get tagged by any damage during that minus 50 health and armor that you have, you'll lose all of that instantly, and you won't be able to recover it. So it can be very damaging.
Correct. That's the idea of that DK that we see at the bottom when they're walking through, and you're going to see it right now. They're going to attempt it through the Viper's pit and try to plant into the A side. Perfect Trailblazer to hit Christopher and try to get in. Actually, they're trying to push towards U-Haul, and there's still going to be a second player waiting inside there, and it's dropped by a Nanoswarm. Perfect for Lily. Through the teleporter we go, and into the site. We do have a great execution. Guided Light, supposed to come down. Enemy spotted towards the back of the site, and oh no, it's Toast with the judge towards that back of the site. There it goes, spraying out, but Masayoshi gets the kill. Orbital Strike to come out. That might get a few as well, but they managed to make it out on time. 5-on-3, the retake happening for the defender side. A Valkyrie at the point.
Really big ult advantage as well at the moment. It's not going to be a good lick here. We'll have to see if Valkyrie can get any damage in this position. And it's going to be very difficult, but Christopher Yi able to take down Masayoshi, and that's the orbital strike out of the picture. Oh, Broden going to go down as well to the flames, to the incendiary. Brook taking down Natsumi. 3 versus 2, now make that a 3 versus 1 here for Team Lily. Just Christopher Yi trying to get some additional damage here on the outset. Charge up his ult a little bit more, and there's a kill onto Brook, and another one as well. So that's a pretty good impact. You will just about be able to escape this spike. Oh, maybe not. That was a close one. But he did get a couple kills for that death, so definitely worth it. But 3-3, another very close game right at the start, out of the gate. And with that said, it is, as I mentioned, very advantageous in terms of the ultimates coming in here now from Team Lily. And we may see that orbital strike on U-Haul. I'm getting a feeling that might be something on the cards.
Very well done there for Team Lily. Big brain on her call as the IGL, as we would like to call it here for her side, as Masayoshi was calling it before. Seeing that Viper's Pit, getting that kill onto you, forcing a rotation out, allowed for them to get into the site. But I do like the retake attempt for Team Toast, right? The combination of the slow orb with the snake bite and Molly towards that B cubby to get that kill in attempt of a retake. Chris did a lot of job, like a very good job to hurt the economy going in for Team Lily into this round. Yes, it's another full buy on both sides, but you still want to chip away that economy moving further into these rounds. Speaking of moving further, they'll be able to with a lockdown towards the B side, which will eventually push out the defenders outside the B site.
Yeah, aiming to go with this one, not using this lockdown as a fake, as sometimes we may see. Wall goes up, and the Valkyrie's crept backside. Oh, Masayoshi able to find the headshot there on the pixel angle on top of the bomb site. Broden trying to fall back, trying to control this elbow position. A huge fight. Elbow control is massive for the retake success, and it's going to go the way of Peter Park. Nice tag coming in from Myth, though, finding the head of Peter Park for the trade. That will prevent that attempt of elbow control from really being all that impactful here. And we can see the numbers advantage now heavily in favor of Team Lily.
Oh. He was trying to save that up, and he just jumped through that molly. I thought he was low on HP where he could die, and I was like, oh, let's try to see him with the knot, but it's not going to happen. It's just booking it into the next round for his teammates.
The question is now, what are we going to see here from Team Toast to mix things up a little bit? We just saw, that round 1 off of the back of the lockdown, so it would be a good moment for Team Toast to try to throw something funky into the mix. Try to go for an aggressive showers, take a 2 or 3, player setup there, perhaps, or maybe a B-long push. Try to take some early control at the beginning of the round just to get, 1, information, and 2, to disrupt what the opponents are doing. And if they aren't even in those positions, you get massive amounts of information as well as to what they're doing. So it gives you lots of options that way too.
Yeah, I think the 2 options that are really good right now to try to get that early information without sacrificing much is going with the operator from Disguised Toast, which he's actually not using a judge right now, surprisingly, and the other one is the Guided Light, or all of the kit going in from Sky so far. But they don't need it. They don't need to find information. Information's coming towards them. Masayoshi gets the first kill as Slow Orbs is going to slow things down and force them to rotate over. But Lily, so far, that team is winning over the site.
Pretty huge problem here as well in that Team Lily, Masayoshi, he has an orbital strike. That's going to be huge for the post plant. It needs to be a very quick progression onto this onto this spike and start tapping that defuse to make it so that that doesn't really matter too much. We will get that snake bite, slowing things down in U-Haul. U-Haul control really huge. Brook, though, is able to get a quick double. And with that said, every single position will be held. The retake attempt is completely foiled. And Team Lily starting to pull away. 2 rounds to the good against Team Toast, who still yet to come up with a solution here, as they are now looking at somewhat of an eco situation, a half-buy perhaps, although that said, Christopher Yee's pretty rich. So they might try to go for a force buy here.
Yeah, I mean, the force buy, if you have the Vandal in, he could drop a Bulldog, you have the Judge that's already out from Toast, it's pretty good so far, and when you have weapons in the hands of 2 of the key fraggers for Team Toast, they could still turn around over. But the thing is, what could be dangerous? Oh no, it's that one. The fake wall. This guy's Toast pushing forward towards an angle. It might not be checked, so Valkyrie is going to be the one that's going to try to sell a fake. The slow orb to come out, and even the guided light is not. Oh, that's perfect. That was a molly to ice the slow orb combo with the molly that's going to force him out of position, and that's already Toast falling down.
And I have to re-emphasize it, you called it, but that was, they put the wall up there to suggest that nobody was playing the cubby, and yet still the incendiary goes down there. So that just goes to show that they know psychology is really going in favor of Team Liddy right now. They know every single move, every single read is correct right now. The force in which they just push that B side, you just can't stop them. They're just steamrolled it completely. And an immovable object, and you know, we need to see Team Toast becoming that indestructible force. Or however, how does it go? Immovable object meets an indestructible force. I don't know.
Correct.
Something like that.
Yeah.
So anyway, the other issue here is that these rounds are coming pretty easily for Team Liddy in the last like 2 or 3 rounds, I would say. And what that means as well is that the ultimate advantage is now there for Team Liddy too. So a momentum has been built up right now for Team Liddy. They vibing out there right now.
And as it slowly comes back for the momentum, because you're starting to get closer and closer to the ultimate points for Christopher and for Peter Park, the thing is, for Team Lily's side, they still haven't used theirs yet in terms of that orbital strike. They haven't used the res because they never had to. They never needed to go into that section to utilize that res, and now they have the Seekers available for Myth. So we'll see what's going to happen right now as this control, we talk about Shower's control a lot in this battle, but it's always towards a short A. And both teams are stubborn about it. They're always putting bodies, they're always putting utilities, and they just want to fight it out. And they see right now, they realize for Team Toast that there's been a lot of these A hits faked to Bs, which is why the Viper Pit, actually from Valkyrie, starts immediately towards the B side. And let's see how they hold it off now for the defenders of Toast.
Peter Park actually working the B-long position with flashes there, so it gets to have some information that nobody is towards that B-long area at the moment. So a complete change of pace here. We had very fast rounds. So like here comes the push from Team Liddy, getting caught by the tripwire there. Some really cool trips coming out from this guy's Toast. Playing this position around pocket with that Judge. Christopher Yee with the Odin. We talked about that before. The shenanigans are out right now. Myth trying to walk out of Showers, even though it seems expected. Still not going to be enough to deal with Myth. 2 versus 3 now for Team Lily as they try to find some way back into this. And Myth might be providing that. Lily, nice flank. Distraction on that Sumi. Looking at Myth's position towards Showers was enough for Lily to take advantage. And there goes the plant behind the APC. And in comes the Valkyrie now from the Showers position. The 1 versus 2. It will be tough, but Myth is quite low. Lily is going to be playing towards U-Haul right now with Myth. So playing off of one another, trying to make this impossible for Valkyrie. Using the wall there to protect herself from that short peek, should there be any players there. But with this plant, just looking at this plant, that can narrow down some positions. Great catch on the Nano Swarm there. The pressure comes in with a tap. Valkyrie takes down Lily, but that's what we're talking about. Myth and Lily playing together, making it impossible for the trick for Valkyrie. Great hold, and that's the 7-3 scoreline.
Yeah, even an alarm bot on top of that too, to try to hold things down, but just a hit towards this A side. You talked about the Odin play. I actually like it from Christopher Yee. So he's playing inside U-shaped hallway where with the Odin, it's a tight angle. It's kind of playing that spray from the Ascent B side into the B entrance. Very similar. You're spraying from U-shaped hallway into short A right now. As you can see, we're floating over short A. the thing is that if he tries this again, these shenanigans towards that side, they still have that orbital strike. Got to be careful for that one for Christopher Reeves. And for the rest right now, we'll see if they're going to be able to hold out the B site. I call him Christopher Reeves. I'm thinking about Superman here. I mean, it has to be a Superman play if he wants to stay alive from an orbital strike in there, you know?
In my head, that's happened. It just didn't happen in my.
That's a recovery. That's a recovery.
Yeah. Either way, we're gonna see now. You know, again, the showstopper that's available for Pokemon. Pokemon. Man, let's go.
Yeah, I threw us off.
Yeah.
Oh well, back with the action though.
Challenges.
Yeah, you still see. So we talked about killing noise, right? So they've killed a lot of noise, but the thing is, right now for the defenders, they have good utility to get information. That camera's up on short A, and they're actually looking for the showers control that we talked about for a very long time here, Dan.
Absolutely, and Myth really trying to sell this play into the B side as the walk comes through up A short, and nice. Very nicely done from Peter Park. I'm loving this play, though, coming in from Team Lily, trying to just keep the players towards that B side. But the showers control, also pretty awesome. And you see Masayoshi, he wants to make absolutely sure that the U-Haul's clear, but there's a counter-orbital strike that slows down the spike plant, and that buys lots of time for the rotation to come through. There goes the Sky's Toast straight through the smoke, gets himself two, and there is very limited time to get the spike down, but that doesn't even matter. All the frags now falling the way of Team Toast. Nice timing to get back on the board from the Sky's Toast himself, leading by example.
Definitely, and now when you're looking at it too, we talked about it yesterday, Dan, as well. When you're looking at maps where usually gets very pick-up-y, very puggy, you usually see a more defender-sided half. But looking at how Team Lily's playing so far, they've been playing some mind games versus their opponents. To be able to get 7 rounds on the attacker side is actually quite huge. So rounds are desperately needed here for Team Toast. So a great way to actually work the clock in their favor and to allow this explosion, Disguised Toast, to come out of the shadows through the smoke to be able to get these kills with the judge, and the surprise backstab that came in from Peter Park that just allowed for those kills to happen in the round to come in for the defenders. So it was very well done. And finally, the orbital strike's been used, but still in this last round, they have so much to work with here on the attacks in terms of ultimate. They might try to work for this lockdown towards B-side again, and there it comes, but Valkyrie's off the angle. She gets stunned by the dog. The ult comes down, and she's still getting pushed. Is she going to be able to cancel it? They won't. They won't.
Ooh, nice shot from Valkyrie right in the back, and it's Masayoshi now also to get that trade very quickly, to get that spike planted. It's very desperate here, though. I'm wondering if the res can take place, but Brooke has so much pressure coming her way. There goes the judge. Brooke able to take down the Sky's Toast. One more to go. The Idiot comes out. No bullets, though. Christopher Yee with the Odin is getting it done. And another round here coming in for Team Toast. So right at the end of the first half, they're managing to scrape a couple together to make this one, to keep this one competitive. You love to see it here on Bind. And as we move into the second half, everything could change here as we go, you know, you were an attacker, now you're a defender, and vice versa. And instead of a pistol, of course, if you're just joining us, we have our knife rounds instead.
Yeah, and you got to give the attempt, put your hands together there for Brooke, I think, right? Because she was trying to win that 3 versus 1, able to get the first kill, and you could dodge many bullets, but when you're trying to dodge, 100 bullets from an Odin, very hard to do, and that was just unlucky on her end, and it's going to be still a very close half to end things off now on the first half for both of these teams. So very well done on the comeback. Good way to readjust as well on how Team Lily were working consistently towards this short A side, taking control of the fakes, and just how they're holding the utility to get that information without showing their bodies has been good. Now, knife round.
There's people missing. They're definitely going to try to flank. They're luring us. No, they're there.
Yeah, we want to move forward. All right, move forward.
Oh,
surround
I
him.
hit.
Nice.
I got 50 on Myth.
All right. They're backing up. They're scared.
I fucking got owned, man. Fuck, my bad.
Oh my god. Oh, we're getting destroyed.
Oh god.
We're not the best snipers.
I hate knife rounds so much.
I feel like we just lose 4 free rounds.
You know what?
If the knives don't work, at least the shooting does work, though, for Team Toast. So we see it. They're going for the force buy. We got the Spectres, we got the Judge, and it's still very much doable. The only thing, though, here, Dan, I think where you see this economy is pretty low for Peter Park. He only had 1,200. He opts to go for a Sheriff is because I'm pretty sure he wants to go for the full kit with the Sky to enable his teammates to actually rush into the site or work into the site off the information of the guided lights.
Quick cam there to get some info. Those one-way smokes pretty popular on that crate. If you're playing the defense there, you'll get to see the legs of the players, and they won't be able to see anything as their head will be stuck in the smoke. What's the pressure felt towards A short here? You can see Team Lily really expectant now at this point. The rotation starting to come in to shore up this defense on the A side of the map. And
nice.
Broden, oh my god, so much damage off that raise util. A quick double, and that's going to really make life difficult here for Team Toast.
Yeah, especially with this smart spy. Look at that full blind from Toast, just staring at the wall, just ready to go down. It's like, I don't know as a kid, Dad, I don't know if you ever played Bums Up, but basically it was like, and maybe it's like a weird French-Canadian game, but Bums Up was basically you had a tennis ball, and you were playing with your friends and throwing the tennis ball against the wall, and you can only bounce once and you try to catch it and rethrow it. If you actually drop the ball while you're trying to catch it, you have to run to the wall and tag it to be safe, and if you don't reach it, and the ball, somebody throws the ball and it hits the wall before you reach it, then you actually have to put your hands on the wall and you're able to throw a fastball, just like in baseball, right onto your bum. And that's basically what happened there. Toast just got fully blinded, couldn't get safe, and then it was just an easy execution. It's just Myth laughing, getting his revenge back, and we do have Team Lily in the lead by 4 now.
And Toast, he senses weakness. Oh, that's twice that's happened actually. That Toast has caught Myth with the dog out, and it's going to be difficult now to stop this the presence that we're seeing right now from Toast, and they know it. They know that this presence is really strong, and you can see the defender rotation all the way through spawn, and a quick rotation will come out here from Team Toast to try to punish the fact that now Team Liddy, they're so afraid of that B hit after that initial action that they have no position on the A site. It's horribly poorly defended. Just one player there. It's Master Yoshi though. He's able to get one at least, but U-Haul control is now lost.
Seeing that Trailblazer coming at the same time too, I was like, okay, well, I have to try to make something quick, but unfortunately it wasn't quick enough. And even you see the regrowth coming out from the attacker side on that Sky from Peter to allow this heal up to come. So let's see now for Brook and company for Team Lily if they could actually take this retake onto the site. The guided light coming out, that's going to give information that they're already close on that retake. So great position here for Team Toast to hold this spike.
Last player standing.
That's 3.
Such an important position to hold. 4 versus 1 now, just as Broden left. Broden will go down. Great rounds. Using the numbers advantage to get that early pick, and then once you have that 5v4, you know, you can see the kind of stress there for Team Lily. They don't know where to go. They know they have to try to stack one of the sites, and it's a hard decision to make, and it was played, Team Toast played against that. They exploited that fact really well. And that's really critical because, again, you know, they lost the 9th round. They're coming into away from that first half, not feeling good. It really felt like Team Lily's the first team to really sort of, I don't want to say solve exactly the shenanigans of Team Toast, but at least just shows some great strength against it.
You're definitely starting to see a slow comeback right now for Team Toast. And we mentioned it, right? They lose the 9th round, but they had the firepower to come back. And that was a very nice decisive thrifty that they've gotten against Team Lily. So economy is built up. You see the rifles coming out at the same time too, and they're really working as a team. You don't see a lot of this lurking, a lot of these splits happening for Team Toast. They just really want to set up for these trades, and it's working out because it's off maybe a Trailblazer with 2 players rushing at the same time. It kind of throws Team Lily on the defense off guard.
Yeah, go for the 3-player stack here. Oh, as they say that, Myth is going to just... he started to rotate, but we can see the action now hitting that B site. Lots ready to defend here. The Killjoy utility will get popped. Lily, you know, using those nanoswarms to delay this push. And backside is still under control right now, but there goes the attack. Valkyrie going in, but it's the Toast himself with a judge. He's going to light up Brook and Lily, removing them from backside, which will allow space now to plant that spike unharassed. And that's a 5 versus 2 advantage. Such a great take at the site coming through from Toast. Team Toast.
100%. 100%. Now it's going to be even tougher. They're coming out right now, but these kills are coming in. Only 1 to go.
Stim beacon here.
Some good damage to get, but how much more is available here? This guy's Toast is very low, and Masayoshi's able, oh, not quite able to get around the corner in time. This guy's Toast is going to take him down, but some good damage there. Some extra ult charge is always going to be good.
Yeah, so you talked about the nice execution, and I love it as well, because the fact that they grouped up towards that long B, Valkyrie actually threw that toxic screen to split the map diagonally into the B site, and also the Trailblazer went through the toxic screen to clear out elbow. We had snake bites on the left side of the entrance of B. So the whole left side of B was fully covered and also cleared out. So they know that if there's going to be defenders in the site right now for Team Lily, Team Toast could move in and work towards the back of the site. So it was Disguised Toast that moved towards the boxes, went through the toxic screen that was lit by Valkyrie. It's her teammate's smoke, so he doesn't do any damage on the toxic screen, and is able to open up with 2 judge kills. So that was very, very well executed there for Team Toast on the attack.
Showers control will be the order of the day here now for Team Toast to open up the round. They're actually playing more of a default whereby they are spread out across the entire map, showing pressure and presence on both extremities, which really pulls things into question here for Team Lily. But with that said, Myth doing what he does effectively with Sky here, which is to possibly play for that info, that mid-round information to see, okay, what is this team doing? Doesn't have all that much to work with. We can see the shorties in the picture right now from Myth. Oh, the shorty, shotgun for shotgun. It's that 50-50 angle you were talking about yesterday, and it's going to work out in Myth's favor.
And now you got Myth laughing. He's trying to check the corner before, but now he's going to play more passively inside the site. The turret's going to spot Christopher, and with that, it's going to be a queue of, okay, maybe there's going to be a stack here. He was trying to lurk, trying to force a rotation out, but now they're working back towards A. It's working out pretty good. Team Toast is on a 4 versus 2 on that site, but the thing is, it's only the Spike on her own inside showers. It could be a big battle right now on that side.
Both orbital strikes will get thrown out there. There's very limited time to get the Spike planted. This can't go wrong. This cannot go wrong. Masayoshi, can he find it? No, he can't find the planter in time. Does take down Valkyrie, though, just jumping around the smoke, causing all kinds of problems. Peter Park eventually to silence Masayoshi. But so much damage has been done. There go the Seekers, though. We'll have to see how much damage that's going to do. Oh, no. Everybody's getting hit by those. And Peter Park on the sky doing damage. It is now Brooke against Christopher Yi, and Brooke has these close ranges to play with. 2 slow orbs. Have to see if it's going to work out. There goes the incendiary. It's closing the distance. Christopher Yi is going to close it down. 8-9 now as we get Team Toast coming straight back into this one.
That was so close. The reason why, as you mentioned it, time was so low, and Valkyrie was on her own inside showers. And just hiding inside the smoke was actually going to be a judge play from Masayoshi. If Masayoshi, because I'm pretty sure he heard it, but I think he still thought that it was going to be towards APC because he's hiding inside that smoke. So as he rushes through, when he hears that spike sound coming out, he just realized, oh wait, it was actually behind me, and that wall came up on the other side too. So at the same time, it was a perfect fate for the attack of Team Toast to put that wall on the APC. A huge gamble on top of that, but at least it got the spike down, and they were able to play the afterplan after. But if the ears, maybe the HRTF to get the overall sound there was out, there was a potential that Valkyrie died, and then there wasn't going to be enough time to plant. But thankfully here for Team Toast, they win the round. They make it 1 point away before tying it up.
And that is what we like to see. A showstopper available for Broden. That could be huge here. Oh, that was huge amounts of information there from Myth. That showers push already coming into play, and we talked about how these pushes of the extremities can be so punishing. Oh my god, he absolutely is, isn't he? Oh my! What? Yeah, he had an ability in his hand. I don't know what happened.
That's what I'm saying.
It's like holding the bird. I don't understand.
It's like he threw a Hadouken with the guided light and got the kill.
Yeah.
Oh man, but I guess that works. They're funneling out the attack here towards that B site where there's actually 3 players waiting, and it works out perfectly because Lily goes for a double kill of her own to anchor down that B site and make it a 2-point lead. So we're so close for tying things up here for Team Toast, but that flank was huge from Myth, dropping 20 so far in this matchup.
Yeah, and it's just so important. Again, we highlighted it before, like that aggressive information seeking. You know, if you do manage to get position for free, it's so impactful. You can do so much with it. We saw that from Myth, and that's one of the difference makers in this. You know, you're able to put the pressure on your opponent, and if the attackers had any kind of plan, well, they have to deal with you first before they get to execute that. So you're forcing them to play your game, which is always powerful. And speaking of which, it's going to happen again here. Christopher Yee might be ready for this one. Oh, the ADS, he's going to punish this so massively.
No.
Still alive. He's going to go for the repeat as well. He's got assistance. Myth has to throw the bursts out, the flashes out to keep himself safe, but he's still stuck in this position. They know that he's here. Oh, they do, but it's not good enough.
Regrowth. There you go. At least he's going to get that information. There's at least 1 or 2 more heading towards that area. So the 2 players still holding towards hookah and towards the site could still be very big. Because right now they're like, okay, 1 teleported right now. There should technically be only 1 player remaining inside the site for the attackers. Especially with that res. They're going to go for it. But there's going to be 2 players waiting with the showstopper. Misses.
But Valkyrie's sitting on by showers with the spike and has been sitting there for a very long time. I don't know if she's disconnected. Oh, okay, she is moving, so that's good. Has the spike, is going towards A. The issue here is now that
good TP. Yep.
They lost a couple players. They're going for that B site. The res, of course, was used. And there's that wall and the Viper's Pit on an empty site. This is beautiful. What a great round here from Team Toast.
That was really well done in the end. If it actually happened that they actually got a couple of kills for Team Toast into the B site, you definitely would have seen Valkyrie rotate over to that B site. But instead, you get a couple of kills, you fall back through the teleporter, and you use that ult to get the plant. Very, very difficult right now. Even though it's a 4-on-4 situation, you're going to run into that 50 DK. It's still going to count down because of the Viper's Pit. You just have to be quick once you're going to enter right now.
And there is the quick push off of the back of that dog that gets sent out there. And Masayoshi's going to go down to the snake bite. The snake bite's very difficult to deal with. Great stuff. Then the combo between the judge and the snake bite's too much.
Dude,
again,
that
super awesome round from Team Toast.
100%, and you got to give it to Valkyrie right there because she puts the wall up to actually get into the site. She puts the Viper's Pit to actually get the plant. But you saw that she put a poison cloud on top of that spike too. So when you're walking into the Viper's Pit, then you're going to walk into the poison cloud. You're decaying, like it's like instant, and then she still had 2 snake bites to work with. So that didn't allow any of the players to actually get through the cloud and go through the entrance to try to fight them back towards the showers. And that allows just for like low HP players to fight against you. And what better than a judge from this man right here to be able to capitalize on those kills on low HP? You're just stacking those up. But those are great assists as well from Valkyrie.
It does seem so strong, the post-plan util from Viper. It's excellently used there.
Yep.
But it is hard to deal with, and we're going to see now again a lot of focus towards B. Oh my god, this push the flank here. How is this happening right now?
The no showers control.
Yeah, we got Masayoshi just in their spawn. Oh my goodness, he's going to be coming in on the flank, but they might just be able to dodge him here. So it's going to work out quite nicely ultimately for Team Toast, managing to find that timing against Masayoshi.
They have a lockdown for retake too for the defense, so they're going to try to figure this out. Brooke has to hold for as long as she can. She does have the ult for a res, so I don't think she wants to die right now. And they're going to have to play the retake. And they have utilities for the retake, so this is still doable.
Oh, they're all stuck in showers. This is actually not good post-plant positioning. You can easily deal with that. The flashes go through, the incendiary can go through as well. So much will be on Disguised Toast, but he's going to be coming at range. I can only assume he has a judge as well. And you can see Peter Park able to get some damage out
so
here.
Good.
The incendiary not getting thrown out in time. Brennan with the raise util able to take down one as well. It's looking pretty chaotic right now, trying to get this spike defused. And oh, wow. Disguised Toast will wrap this, and there's not too much that Brennan can do in this position. Judge versus Judge. The crossfire is there, ready to go here for Team Toast. And there's the finishing blow. And I don't know about you, Van Silly, but I did not expect that to go so well for Team Toast. They're all stuck in showers.
I fully agree. I fully agree, because even the lockdown that was set down from Lily actually covered all the way up to the orb area. So you've lost a lot of map control at this time. And realizing that for Team Toast, what they did was like, okay, well, we got 4 players in here. How can we delay this a little bit longer before the lockdown runs out? So 3 of them run out, and they instantly drop the molly onto the ground just to make sure nobody's going to bring it halfway on that. And after that happens, nobody can get onto the spike. You have to fight back towards the showers. Everybody falls back towards the orb. That allows Disguised Toast, to move forward and on that flank from that short A side and allow for them to play that pulse plan quite beautifully. So very well done. And just like that, we've tied up this game.
We'll see the opening presence again towards that B-long position for both teams. And Myth is just jiggling. He does catch some info, but again, we've already seen a couple times the Team Toasters play kind of defaulty, so don't know how much is behind this. That said, a lot of stepping, okay, a lot of gunfire, so now they know exactly how many players are out there.
Yeah, but the Trailblazer went through the teleporter and it spotted the Masayoshi pushing out towards Showers. So they know now that this is happening. So as much as we talk about Team Lily on the attacker side going short A to teleporter to B a lot, right now for Team Toast is work up long B, waste utility on that side, work towards the A side after. But look how we adapted for Team Lily. They actually put Lily onto the A side to anchor it up with the nanostorms, with the alarm bot, with the turret. So that's a great way to get that information. And now Myth is also pushing towards the fountain. They know this hit on B is happening.
If Masayoshi drops an ult right now on short, that would be so insane. He's just going to go for the flank though, and so much damage. In fact, an ult will come through it. It's not from Masayoshi though, but Masayoshi with that flank is going to do so much damage. The Spectre straight up for the Phantom, and Myth will finish it off. Nice headshot coming through with the Sheriff. Spike is planted, but it's just Valkyrie against 4 players. It's going to be incredibly hard, and Broden's going to be able to take her down. So 10-10, soon to be 11-10. In favor of Team Toast.
And that was off a Thrifty, if I'm not mistaken. We'll see once the defuse comes out, which means you had a lot less in terms of the economy. And Broden, there you go. No Thrifty there. I mean, I saw a couple of shares, so maybe there was some players that actually went with ARs, which is why you don't see that sign come up. But at the same time, though, you gotta give it to the defenders of how they adapted. I talked about it before, or just before. Not only did we change Lily in that position, but knowing now that for like 2 hits in a row, maybe even 3, that Team Toast is going B to A, we saw that Myth, once they killed Sound for Team Toast, Myth decided to push down for Team Lily at the long B side and allowed that double flank for himself and Masayoshi to be able to win that round. So 23 and 22 for them, but also that wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for Lily on her anchoring that A side and slowing down the push from Team Toast.
Three on B right now. We'll get that Bird once again getting that info. An aggressive wall on B long as well. So there's not been any resistance spotted there. So this does tell Team Lily quite a bit. They might rotate Broden off relatively soon, as there's been no noise towards this B side of the map just yet.
I like to
think Valkyrie sitting.
Sorry, I like to think that they walled it to pick up the orb too, if I'm not mistaken. There's a potential that they pick up the orb for the ult for the Sage on Lily's side, sorry. So we got it for Brook.
And we're getting the same play run again, Vansily, where we have Valkyrie sitting on the spike, outside Showers, super defensively. And it's going to be a fake on this B side, make it look like an execution. Hit up the TP once the A site's been evacuated for the A play.
Thing is, again, where it's going to be hard. You have to try to get entries. You're not. You're going into the A side. They've hurt this trick before, and there is Lily stuff towards the A side. Different positions on a nanoswarm. We'll just have to see when she's going to pop them off, and also see if Masayoshi with the support could get these kills.
Yeah, the orbital strike is going to be insanely huge here for Masayoshi in this round. We'll have to see where it goes. He can just deny the plant. He can just deny the plant, and that will be the round over.
Yep.
And there it is. It should be impossible to win the round at this point. Oh no, he's missed the spike. Oh, with that, there will be a chance for Team Toast after all. Natsumi takes down Brook. 3 versus 3 now as Team Toast looking to lock this one in. Valkyrie is making that a reality with that kill onto Broden. And here comes the wrap around from U-Haul. An initial kill from Masayoshi, but position's now known. Myth is trying to play off of his teammate here. There goes the tap to force somebody to peek. Natsumi from Showers. Oh, beautiful play. Showers peek, followed up by the short peek. You couldn't do it any better.
Give that 500 IQ for Valkyrie once again. So the first time was that the way that she waited for her teammates and got into the site by herself to get the plant with the Viper's Pit. But the second time, with the time remaining, probably looked on the top and realized that we did have an ultimate, an orbital strike from Masayoshi, and knowing that she usually comes from Shower, she's like, well, screw it. I'm just going to go plant at the APC instead when she saw the orbital strike came down. So with the amount of time that was left, she still got the spike down with like 1 second remaining. And that was probably the most important spike plant and also the kill that she got to on top of that to allow that 2-on-2 to happen. So very well done. We're back to a tied game. We're trying to go aggressive right now. Great wall from Brook after the Seekers. And let's see if we're going to explode into the B side, and we are.
Disguised Toast will make his way in, but his teammates will be locked away from him because just barely we see that ice orb going down to the ground to slow the rest of the push. They can't get into the site. It's just Toast, and he's getting spammed out. 40 health left. If Toast can get some kills here, that would be huge, but he loses position, and his teammates were not with him.
TP again. And she's got a Viper's Pit. She could still win this, chat. She could still win this.
Yeah, this is scary. We saw this before, how good it was, but Valkyrie, she had more support last time. I'll have to see if Ray is able to do the same thing with less support. Natsumi, great work holding on to U-Haul. That's a huge win. It does release some of the pressure away from Valkyrie, but trying to escape mid through with the flashbangs, and it's going to be the cleanup. It's going to be the rounds. The Team Liddy on the retake.
So unfortunate, but that was well done by Myth. I think those 2 kills allowed for him to get that Seeker. So getting the Seekers out, back on that retake, putting the Cabbages out and floating inside the Viper's Pit allowed as well, on top of that, a Trailblazer to help his teammates move into the site and unfortunately take Valkyrie down. With that though, this puts Team Lily at map point and a chance to actually, I think, tie things up here on first place, or maybe even get first place because they won their first match today. And this will put Team Toast at a 2-1, and potentially here Team Lily at a 3-1, if I'm not mistaken. My math could be wrong, but me doing math on air has never worked if you guys have followed me before, and it'll never change. It'll never change. But map point, let's see if Team Lily could get it.
Yeah, we're back to the B shenanigans coming through here for Team Toast. Are they going to ship it all in, though? It looks like they might, because we see also the spike making its way up around Hookah. I'm curious if we'll see the spike go alone through Hookah. If for any reason Valkyrie goes down prematurely, that could cause a lot of problems. And we have this 3-player setup being reinforced now. Masayoshi's going to make his way through spawn. They're leaving just 1 on the A side. This would be a great time for another one of those rotations.
It's happening.
They're going to go for it.
This is going to be so tough.
Oh, are they sending Valkyrie to B? Oh my god, they're doing it.
Nice.
Are they actually doing this?
Oh my.
Okay. Oh no. Oh no. Valkyrie has to make a huge play now into the B side by herself. 2 teammates on the other side of the world, man, silly. This is for the game as well.
But Lily is still towards B. Lily's still towards B, so this is so good right now in terms of game sense, trying to get things done. A res for the bait just to make sure to force that rotate, and there you go. Lily gets the kill towards B. This could be it right here. A 5-on-2, a 5-on-1. There's only 15 seconds left, and Natsumi has to go clutch a 5v1, get to the teleporter. It's not going to happen. Team Lily is going to win this 13-11. An orbital strike to force her out, and that's it. Rook with the final kill. An important wall that came up on her side as well. And now we do have Team Lily Pichu going to the top.
They are looking real good right now. I did love the looks, like trying to run those fakes with the spike. It was phenomenal. I mean, you could see that it did catch the defenders out of position, but the retakes, that was where some of the difference was made, because even in those spots where, yeah, some of the times they didn't have the position, Team Lily, they still managed to coordinate in really, really well. But that said, that game was on a knife's edge. Imagine if Masayoshi with that orbital strike in that 1 round is able to hit the APC with it. That changes everything. And it's just there's just so many small moments like that in this game. It's so close. It's got, again, heartbreak here if you're not Team Lily.
I think, again, you have to give it to the people over at OfflineTV and the admins that have been working in the back end to continue to make these games really, really close. And my math was right. We got the screenshot coming up here. Thank you to our production, Sam. That shows me Disguised Toast was at 2-0 going into this game. So with this loss at 2-1, and then you have Team Lily, they're at 2-1 with this victory today. Now puts them at 3-1, right? Or they won 2. Yeah, maybe my math's off no matter what. So we'll see what happens with that. But overall, it still becomes a very close game between both and a knife round. Despite all that, despite how, you know, it didn't look too good for Team Toast with the knife rounds, they still look pretty good on the fights overall. There you go. Correcting everything for me. Disguised Toast at 2-1. Lily at 3-1.
And it was really interesting to see as well. We had all those shenanigans with the judge just looking to cause problems from Disguised Toast, and Team Lily was able to deal with that pretty effectively. Of course, it still had impact. We still saw some great stuff from Disguised Toast, some really nice plays made with that cipher, and that's and the way that he likes to play the judge. But even still, there was just quality coming in from Team Lily that was enough to either deal with it, or if they sustained a lot of damage from it, they found ways to recover in some of these rounds. So it's a great game for sure. Like, of course, I think is that the closest game that we've had? I feel like it might be.
I think so. I think we had a few at like 13 and 10 for 2 matches, 13-8 I think for 2, and then 13-5. That was yesterday. And then going into today, I'm pretty sure this is the closest one. So close to actually make it into overtime, as we had, I think, one match that went 13-10 again today. So yeah, you can't get closer and closer. It shows how much all of these teams want to make it into the top 2 so that they could fight into the grand finals.
Is there anything that stood out for you in terms of individual performances or smart plays or team play? Where does some of the credit go? Because I think obviously, there's, again, in attack FPS, credit does go to the entire team.
Yep.
It's just how specific you want to get.
I think if we want to choose one from both sides, I think for Team Toast, I'm going to have to definitely give it to Valkyrie, right? I think if it wasn't for her, you wouldn't have seen a 13-11 scoreline so close there for the team on the round that she played. I'm not gonna go over it again because we did talk about that. But on the other end, I think that I'm gonna have to give it to Lily one more time. I think she's come out to play today. I mean, she's done good on the first match. The second one right now too has been very good. The adaptation for this team to say, look, they keep doing these fakes for Team Toast from the B side over to A. Let me put my utility on the A side. Let me try to hold it back, and it worked. And then the other round where that fake this time was like, okay, let's play the mind game warfare right now for Team Toast. Let's put it over towards that fake on A, and then Valkyrie towards B. Lily didn't bite onto that. She stayed into the site and got the most crucial kill that allowed for her team to actually win.
Totally agree. And with that said, it is time to hear from the winners. Let's pass it over to Rachel.
Thank you so much, guys. Very excited to talk to you again, Lily. Congratulations on picking up another W.
Thank you.
Nice well, we gotta take a breather after that match. I don't know. Chat was saying exactly how I felt, and this was so intense. Was it intense?
Yeah, it was super close. My hands were shaking the entire time. Myth is such a good shot caller along with John. Like, they tell us exactly what to do, where we're gonna execute. So I think all our team did really well.
Yeah, talking to John before the match, he was saying that you, Lily, are phenomenal on the comms as well. You stayed really calm with everyone, and not true.
I am so quiet during the comm. I let them speak. I said nothing. He was capping. He was joking. It was mostly Myth who was like shot calling.
Well, that's good. Hey, staying quiet on the comms is a thing too. I'm a screamer, so any way to keep those open and clear is good stuff. Some questions about your exceptional performance in this tournament. I mean, you've talked about how Myth has been able to kind of pull people together, how John has been strat calling, but honestly, your cohesion as a team, I think, has been what has separated you guys from the pack. So as you kind of like head into maybe a victory lap here, heading towards the end of a Sunday, at the top of the group, do you have any words for your other teams?
Teammates or the other team?
Oh, the other teams. Your team's doing great.
Oh, this is fun. Good job, everyone. Everyone's doing really well. Yeah, I'm not good at this. I'm sorry. I don't know what to say.
Lily, you're nailing it. They're just here to see you and cheer you on. So, with all the people in the chat who are cheering for Team Lily, anything you want to say back to your viewers?
Thank you for believing in Team Lily. And I will definitely, this inspires me to climb out of bronze for sure. Like, I will become silver in Valorant.
Does that mean more Valorant streams?
Maybe, I don't know. I scream a lot in Valorant. So like, their ears are probably permanently injured. I feel bad for that. But yeah, okay.
Well, if you don't feel like letting people watch your games, I know you've been making some beautiful art. I saw that over on your Twitter, inspired by the tournament this weekend. So I would encourage everyone to go follow Lily Pichu if you're not already. And Lily, thanks so much for bringing us these incredible games. Good luck as we head into the finals of the day.
Thank you. Fun. Woo. Okay.
Thanks so much, guys. I want to remind you all as we head into this quick break, now is the time for a giveaway. I see some of you in chat figured it out. The rest of you, ! Enter is going to get you into this giveaway. Don't forget to donate. We are still raising money for this incredible cause. 5 incredible causes, in fact, and you'll find out how much of our fundraising is going to which cause based on how the teams play out at the end of the day here today. So don't go anywhere. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, the giveaway is going to wrap up, but we're going to give you some more Valorant. Hey everybody, welcome back to the OfflineTV Charity Invitational Tournament. My name is Rachel, aka Seltzer, and we have had a banger day so far. We've still got a bunch of matches coming up here, and this next one I'm pretty excited about. But a quick note about the giveaways. We're doing them between every match. There's one going on right now. You've got a couple seconds left, and I want to shout out the fact that we hit our $50,000 fundraising goal. Nice job, everyone. Excellent work. And that means something special for you guys at home. Because we hit the 50K in donos, we are doubling the OfflineTV merch giveaways. That means 5 times the t-shirts, 5 times the hoodies, 5 times the sign posters. So good job to all of you, and I hope you can enjoy the extra items. If you are entering the giveaway, don't forget to check your whispers. That's how they'll contact you. And I'm running out of breath, so DDK, Ben Silly, get in here. What are you guys doing? I talk for 2 minutes and I'm out. You guys have been talking over these intense matches, and I don't know how you do it. I'm so impressed.
I mean, if it's good games, I feel that it just rolls off the tongue quite easily, except when I say Christopher Reeves. You know, there's those moments that could still happen, but overall, it's just when it's good games, good times, you don't even feel it.
Absolutely,
Superman and super skills. It makes sense. Well, we've got our next match coming up, and it's going to be Team Skara versus Team Michael. Gentlemen, we are at the bottom of the bracket here, and I'm not even sure what these guys are fighting over now. Well, I do know what they're fighting over. They're fighting over a percent of our fundraising pool to give to the charity of their choice. It's a noble cause.
That's true.
Taking a look,
true.
Right here is our breakdown. Of course, all that beautiful, beautiful fundraising you guys have been doing. Such wonderful causes. 5 of them, in fact, and we're going to break down the prize pool as such.
Yeah, so you see that 40% for that first place, but as Rachel mentioned, that matchup that we have is pretty much at the bottom, right? So you're fighting for that 4th place or 5th place, so it's 5% or 10% for the charity of choice. So still some good stuff going on right now. Still some great charities that they're working for and that they're fighting for. We have the Stop AAPI Hate. We have the Rise Above the Disorder, the Inspiring Children Foundation, the ACLU Foundation, and of course, the St. Jude Hospital Research Foundation. So well done to all of these teams. And just overall now, looking at this matchup, Skara versus Michael Reeves. We have a sub in right now.
Yeah, we've got the sub Broden in for Edison, which is pretty important to note because that is going to allow Shifter to be playing Jet. And this is because Broden is Silver 1 versus Edison's Diamond 1. And the Quarter J will be allowed to play Reyna. So it's going to be interesting. This will definitely mix some things up, actually. So I don't know if there's any initial thoughts that you have hearing that information. Van Silly, do you think that's going to impact things here?
Well, I think so, but Rachel, you seem like you wanted to say something here.
I was going to say, Dan, you have to read the entire note from production. It says, in parentheses, Rock Lee training weights, which means this is about to go nuts.
The Rock Lee, the heavy armor that you have as a Saiyan, yeah, you are playing everything off. You're going to move quicker. You're going to move quicker, literally, for Shifter, as it seems as though he will be playing that Jet. So that is going to be pretty fun. And looking at that, on the other end, though, if Corda Jade is going to be able to play that Freeze, and definitely, that Reyna, definitely, as she said, that it's her main agent, there's definitely going to be some fragging power going into that one, too, because her being as a Phoenix would look pretty good, but when you're playing in with an agent where she's most comfortable with, I'm sure the frags could potentially double. And if I'm talking about double, I think I saw some 20 kills as a Phoenix, so potentially 40 kills with the Reyna.
That sounds like accurate mathematics to me. That's
finally,
that's bold. That's bold. But yeah, it is, and I definitely respect the Naruto reference there. I probably should have. I feel bad for missing that one. We also heard, you talking about the kunais earlier as well. So I feel like I'm just missing out on possible Naruto references. So I feel extra bad about that, but that's okay because we boomers, we're not even supposed to know about that stuff.
True.
No way. You must watch at least this much anime to work in this industry.
I'm still trying to catch up, right? I've got my membership with Crunchyroll finally, and I'm trying to catch up to all the animes. I'm still very old, right? So I think by the time I will catch up to everything, potentially with Naruto Shippuden, and the newer one that came out. I'm probably going to be 60 at that point. But yeah, they've been super fun to watch. I like to admit that I'm definitely an anime weeb trying to catch up on these ones, but they're more mainstream, right? So if chat actually has some good suggestions for any type of those underground animes that I could check out, I'll be more than happy to put that on my list.
Underground anime, you
Yeah, I was
say?
gonna say.
Let's not go there. Let's not go to that part.
Yo, I'll message you after the show, fans. So I got some recommendations. All right, chat. You do have a job here, though, in addition to dropping some anime recs. That is picking our next map. And while you do that, whenever it's ready, we can head on into Trash Talk, because I want to talk to these players going into this next match and get a sense of where their head is at. Broden, Yvonne, let's chat. You guys are... Well, you know what? Let's talk with it. Let's welcome Broden into this tournament. Broden, how do you feel joining us in the middle of Sunday, halfway through the bracket?
Ooh, well, I'm fresh off a win. My first team's like guaranteed top place, I think. Like, I feel pretty good. Now I just gotta see if I can carry this bottom team up a little bit, you know? We'll go from there.
Whoa. Okay, Broden. Well, our team is hungry for a win, so I'm just saying, like, you guys better watch out, because we're gonna be channeling all of our energy into this specific game.
You're hungry for your first win, right? Your first one?
Yeah, the first one.
Yeah, okay. I think we're fine.
Yeah. So good luck, because you know what? You're gonna need it. Yeah.
Ivani, tell me, what has been holding this team back so far?
Well, aside from me, you mean? Well, I don't know. I think a lot of our games are really close, and a lot of our players are really good. And we probably just got unlucky, to be honest. And yeah, all the games are 11-13. I swear to God, if we lose this game by 11-13 again, I will... So curse that cursed number, okay? But other than that, you know what? I think I have confidence that we're gonna Shrek.
Well, how do you respond to that confidence, Broden? I mean, you did say you're coming off a W. You are standing with a foot in two different teams right now, so questionable loyalties. I gotta wonder, you're really incentivized to help this team out here?
I do have to say I cannot bring any strategy from Team 1 into Team 2. I signed a waiver and an NDA, and I cannot do that to Lily's team. But what I will say is that I won't need to, because we have Danny Shifter taking the Rock Lee weights off. He's going to be unstoppable.
Well, I know a big factor here has been chat support, and especially coming down to this last match for both teams. I'm going to give you a chance to petition chat. Ivani, why don't you start us off and give them your best argument for why they should be on your side throughout this?
Oh, you guys should be on our side because we're technically the underdogs, because we're 0-3. So you guys want us to win at least one game, right? Like one game. That's it. That's all. That's it. You know, you want to cheer for like the scuffed dog. Yeah, that's what we are.
I am compelled. Broden, any arguments on behalf of your team?
I mean, this team's also at the bottom, so we're kind of also scuff dogs. So just putting that out there, like we're both. I think it's just kind of like pick your poison.
Well, we're scuffer, so pick us.
You know what, guys? We're gonna break this up. The argument of who is scuffer and scuffist can play out in the field of battle. And chat, as soon as you get done choosing the map, well, they'll send you off. And Broden, Ivani, good luck. Have a great game and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, friends. And Dan, I think at this point, when it's going to be a scuff and scuffer, and it's still so nice going into the trash talk to know, no, we're the scuffier team. No, we're the scuffier team. But that means always off, it's going to be a brawl, and there's potentially maybe not going to be any strats where you just want to fight it out. Because especially now that you have a Jet coming in for a shifter, and the map being Icebox on top of that too, a Jet operator could actually be pretty good.
Yeah, it's kind of a scary prospect, I have to say, because, I mean, we've talked about it before. Jet mains, man. If you really know what you're doing with the Jet, it is pretty annoying.
Yeah.
It's maybe annoying is the best way to describe it, but in reality, if we're talking about tactically what it means, it's such a good agent to take space, and The ultimate is arguably one of, if not the best ultimate in the game, just because it has so much kill potential.
Yeah.
And obviously, you know, combined with just other abilities, it just, if you have the skill and you know how to play around the cloud bursts, it's very difficult to deal with. So, and also the operator too, you know, you have this 5,000 credit weapon that you can kind of get free kills on because you can play a really aggressive position and dash away after you shoot the shot. And if you connect it, you've just got a free, well, not a free kill. You have to use a skill to get it, but it's untradeable. You cannot trade that kill if the Jet gets a dash off. So very hard to play against a good Jet player.
I do agree with that, because when you talk about the ultimate being like probably one of the strongest ones, is also due to the fact that it helps in the economy as well, right? Because sometimes with the ultimate, it's like, okay, well, it's going to be a good round or a safe round. Potentially sometimes on safe rounds, you want to keep the ultimates into the next, but with kunais, with the Blade Storm, when you pull out that ultimate as a Jet, you could actually pull that during ecos and shift it over for your team, literally, as we're talking about shifter. Because we've seen that earlier on today from other Jet plays where an ace came out from Shonik and it made that close game happen on split. So I'm interested to see what's going to happen, how good Shifter is now switching out from the Omen into this Jet, because also I'm pretty sure when I looked at Shifter play on other tournaments, I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, it's the Twitch Rivals, he was also playing that Omen. So this will be the first time that I get to see him play as a Jet at the same time, and it's gonna be a banger on that one. But on the other end, though, I think it's Quarter J that she's able to play that Reyna too, right? So Reyna on Icebox could also be another one of those good agents on that map.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think especially because there are some of the longer channels on the attack that, you know, one flash from Reyna can be really effective just to get that initial angle like dealt with. Because if you are worried about a Jet like holding you and you're on the attack, you just have to throw out that flash. And the Jet will have to, you know, try to shoot you up blind, which is not really the option you go with, or just run away. And so you can kind of get that angle stolen away from the operator. So that's a good, cheap tool to deal with that. So there is definitely some natural counters there. And I'm sure that Quarter J will be used to kind of understanding how to use those to deal with Shifter on the Jet. And I feel like, you know, it makes a lot of sense, right? We're spending quite a bit of time on these just two players right now, because obviously this is a big shift in how this matchup might go. And this is Icebox. We saw it yesterday. The opening game is very open, this map. And so much can come down to just who is hitting better, who hit that DM harder this morning, can really play out nicely here on Icebox.
So here's a fly through of Icebox. If those of you are unfamiliar to Icebox, it's a lot of those, oh, hey, we can work a site as a group.
I think you muted yourself, Anthony, at least for me.
Again? Why does it always happen to me when, as soon as we're going
so
into
quiet.
the game?
Yeah.
I don't know. It just happens automatically. But I was just getting back to that Icebox. If Chad is unfamiliar with Icebox, it's like one of those maps that we mentioned yesterday. Work as a team. You don't have to split. It's okay to work 5 players towards the main entrance on the attacker side and still be very viable. But when you're looking at the agent composition so far, I'm loving what I'm seeing. I think now we don't have Skara on a Raze anymore. We might see some fun stuff. A Yoru comes into the game. And it's been a while since I've seen some Yoru, Dan, so that means I'm probably going to even have to pull out my Google Sheets to figure out the name of the abilities of this agent, because nobody in North America plays a Yoru so far during the VCTs.
Yeah, that's a great point. And Yoru actually, along with Viper, did receive some pretty epic buffs recently, making his abilities a lot better. And there is definitely some abusive stuff that you can do with Yoru. And if you're not used to playing against Yoru, it can definitely feel kind of difficult to deal with, you know, because it's the case now that the TP orb that you throw along the ground, the signature ability of Yoru, and yeah, I'm going to admit, I've forgotten the name of that, right? So you can tell us all about the educate us all.
I do remember it's like the teleport, the gate
that now has less range for the opponents to actually see where that TP is going to be going. So you can be a lot more covert with those TPs, a lot more creative with them, and get away with a lot more. And the ultimate, the same thing. Your gun comes out a lot faster, and then you're less detectable by the opponents. So there's just a lot to work with for Yoru.
Yeah,
at this point.
I do remember that the teleporter is called that gate crash. I know that it's the fake out for the footsteps. It's more always the flash when he throws it. I was like, what is it again? It's like a sideline or a side blind or something like that, because it bounces off a wall before he actually blinds. Good thing we could just call it a flash and we're still good, right? So with that, let's start the knife round and actually getting into the comms of the team.
Go, 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 go.
Woo! Come on. Oh shit, I'm gonna die.
Go, go, go. Ah! Bro,
75 to jet.
Last player
Guys, it didn't work out.
Telling you, the tube was a bad idea.
The tube was a bad idea.
But I still win with it, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
I think it was a bad
Michael,
idea.
best IGL.
The tube was a bad idea.
You know, sometimes, you know, when you have, I think it was Michael Reese's strat, no, when we were trying to do knives inside the pipes on split, inside vents. Maybe they wanted to do the same thing inside tube here on this site of Icebox, but yes, it backfired, and we have Scara now taking the lead.
Yeah, it definitely backfired. We'll see, though, if there's a recovery to be had here, because we'll get a force spy coming through. Looks like Team Michael, they don't want to give away anything that easily. Not going for a full save. We're not going to see the pistols, and that might come as a surprise to Team Scar. We're going to see pretty much a full send towards this A site. Rotation is coming in already for Team Michael. They've got that position around screen, so they're ready to fight for this one. The Viper walls, though, are all over the place. And there goes the spike. Plants. Caught a Jade, though, on that Reyna, on the main Reyna. Able to take down Rodin. This is not looking good for Team Scara right now. Team Michael, they are looking so good off of this force buy right now. It's just going to be one player left. Shifter on the jet, getting the dash in, but HG will easily deflect that. And that's a spike defuse. 4 players alive. That's a lot of upgraded guns then, Silly. That's what you want to see.
100%. So yeah, it failed towards the knife round, but it's another one of those where we don't do well on the knife, but we'll do well on the gun rounds. And especially on a force gun, it definitely helps because you went for a force buy, you only lost, what, 1 player into that too? So that means that the upgrades is going to be really huge in the economy at the same time too for Team Michael Rees. And when you're looking at it, they actually have a triple duelist setup now for Team Michael Rees, which I'm not opposed to at this point because that actually allows that explosion to happen towards the attacker side, which we'll talk later when they get that side. But on defense, it could do the same with the amount of abilities they could throw to clear and retake the site where you don't have a Sova to help for the retake. Well, you still have the abilities and the trade opportunities. And what a shot there from Rodin to start off against Quarter Jade.
That is nasty. Oh, the Marshall headshots still good. And that's going to be a lot of ground game towards that A side if they want it. Team Scara. The 4 versus 4 here, trying to get the spike planted. Inaz on the case. We'll lock that one in. And Scara is watching that flank, making sure that the mid position is safe, and will rejoin his teammates. We have that full control around this A site. Snake Bites going forward now from Evony. The wall is up as well. Shifter, how much can he get here with this Sheriff? The Snake will go down straight away to Michael himself. And my goodness, Team Michael really looking clean on these retake at the moment. Scara with that flash will flash himself, unfortunately. And flashed again doesn't seem to matter. Maybe plays better when flashed, I don't know. But here comes the swing, taking down Evony. One more player to go. The time now is of the essence, and there is none left. But oh, they got it halfway. Michael just barely in time secures it, locks it in for the 2-1.
I thought it was over right there already, and what a job there for Michael Rees on that 1 versus 1. Such a nice try, though, at least for Scara to get that 2K before, and you know what? He did the perfect job. I mean, he did whatever he needed to do to keep disrupting basically the retake attempt from Team Michael Rees. And after those 2 first kills and that second kill is okay, well, my position's given away and the spacing has been narrowed down where Michael Rees is closing in here on that defense. So technically, you kind of have to fight it out. If not, you're just going to get shot in the back while you're trying to run away, though. So I think it's a smart move that Scar did to fight, and he was almost there. Another split second to stay alive, it would have been their round. But a nice clutch from Michael Rees. That's going to put now Team Scara on a buy where Shifter, we talked about him as that jet. He's using the tube at the advantage on the high grounds to get the first blood.
Oh, the fight over Kitchen will go Broden's way, taking down Jummy. That's not looking good, all that good for Team Michael. Good fight, though, around the B-long position. Will allow some possibilities here for the retake. And this is kind of interesting, this kind of crossfire that's available between Evony and we see also Michael over by B-long, and you can see this crossfire is actually working out nicely. Just 1 player remaining now to play this post plant. It's none other than BNANS. If BNANS would be able to at least force out maybe the run it back, as well as getting a kill or two, this would be a huge value, even if Venus is unable to finish the round. It's a tough one, but a doable one. The tap there, not believing. She is a non-believer, but there it is now. Just using that poison orb to cover. Binance, I don't think Binance can make it there in time to deny this defuse from taking place, and it's a good attempt, but it will not work out for Binance this time around. And that's a 3-1 lead now for Team Michael.
I think a half buy could potentially happen here. If they actually do have a half buy for the attackers of Team Skara, it could still be very doable. Because Shifter, we talked about it before, he has the Blade Storm now. The Blade Storm could allow with this half buy that you have to clear out that space, but at the same time, you have a Showstopper, you have the Dimensional Drift from the Yuri of Skara, but most importantly, the Killjoy ult. So the Killjoy ult with the lockdown, where they don't have much to counter back here for the defense, could help create that space in the plant. And you see it right now, exploding towards the A site with all of their abilities, off the get-go, off the rip. Let's see if they can get it.
Oh, and just chasing him down. Scar, we're using the ult as well. The Dimensional Rift, as you said, with that shotgun is so awesome in closing that distance, getting close, which is what you have to do with that shotgun. My God, oh, that nearly connected. That is insane. Spike down. This is looking like some serious Thrifty potential coming out hot right now from Team Skara, looking to hold on to the forward positions around the spike, but HJune is able to deal with one. Skara, they're still holding on to position. Binance as well around 410, keeping it locked down. That presence from Michael now fell towards Belt. As HJune goes for the flash, goes for the push. Able to take down one, but there's still more to be done as Binance able to turn the corner with a frenzy, makes it look good. And that's a beautiful round to win.
Mechanically, that's super nice too, right? Because we talked about it. The half buy, we didn't even see any Spectres. It was literally just pistol, upgraded armor, and go with the ult to try to get in. All 4 of them were used. But they got the round, and they also forced out the run it back from the defenders. So you talked about it. Baiting that out in that previous round, baiting into that, or 2 rounds ago, baiting into the last round was perfect here for the attackers. But again, just mechanically for Binance on that 1 versus 1, knowing that she only has a frenzy, and knowing that her opponent is moving in from the spawn side, she closed the gap. She moved in closer, played close to the angle so that she could just spray the frenzy when her opponent's going to come through. So very well done for her to win that versus June, and that puts the scoreline at 3-2. But technically, so far, I think we could still have a very strong buy for Michael Rees and company because they had a good run so far.
Oh my God, Michael has just timed the hell out of shit. That's so awesome. Nice little walk around, or walkabouts around the B-long position, and that's going to send Team Skara into the A site, but Quarter Jade, lethal precision there at distance with the Phantom, is able to deal with Broden, so that's going to make life even more difficult here for Team Skara. We do see Binance walking forwards, leading the charge, the Odin in hand for Ariasaki, and I mean, this is always doable, but it's going to be very difficult. Binance needs to be on point with this next engagement. Out comes the turret to bait some shots. 30 seconds of rotation is coming in full force. There's going to be players on the flank here as well. Binance able to take down HJune, has to deal with all of the rest. Binance gets the second, but there's just way too much to deal with, unfortunately. It's a good effort, but it'll be another round for the defenders here of Team Michael. That's a 4-2 lead, so not too far ahead just yet, but things could start to get out of hand if Team Skara don't find a solution.
Yeah, you definitely wanted to see them come back into that game for Team Skara after getting that Thrifty pretty much on that previous round with the ultimates, and that was that momentum. That was the moment that would have potentially put Team Michael Rees on an eco where they could have tied it and potentially take the lead into this round. That said, though, it was a great hold for Team Michael Rees. They tried to split up the sites for Team Skara, getting lurks here and there, but just the positioning was a lot better on the defense to allow those individual 1 versus 1 to be won. Now they read this aggressive push from Shifter all the time towards the top tube. Some paint shells to try to push him back, but it don't. But we still have a lurk from Broden inside the kitchen with the Spectre.
This can go a really long way if they don't figure this one out. And Shifter back up on top of the tube. That's really annoying. It's such a good angle. You can get so many nice shots, and you can see that behind boiler position in mid towards defender spawn. Gets exposed, and Jummy, oh my goodness, able to find the spike there. Good work from Jummy. Quarter Jade as well, locking it down around that B side. And it feels like this attack had so much potential, but it's really fizzled out thanks to some excellent shots coming in here from Team Michael.
Very well done. Again, on positioning at this point, too. The lurks look pretty good. The entry, the first blood still came in favor of Team Scara, but now you saw a flash and then a gate crash to come back immediately, too, but it wasn't enough here to fake Jummy. So Jummy here in Quarter Jade. We saw Quarter Jade playing towards the A side. It worked for a bit. B side seems to work as well. So they seem to want to shift her around instead. To maybe fight against Shifter. Get it? At that point, and it's working out here for the defense here of Michael Reeves. They're getting a 3-point lead. They're doing very well in terms of these holds, but nothing really coming out of like, hey, let's group up the abilities for Team Scara for these executions, because again, Yoru with the flashes could be very individualistic. You want him to maybe lurk a little bit more, and he's been trying it out.
Once again, you know, we're seeing that opening from Shifter up on the tube in mid. It is painful, it's difficult, and the rest of the team rallying behind this aggressive action out of the Jet and looking for that quick hit to the back of A. And this is going to be somewhat difficult here for Quarter Jade, but it is Quarter Jade on the Reyna, so it's very possible to get a lot of damage done from this spot. There's one catch on the Binance. And just keeping that flying presence alive. I like this a lot from Quarter Jade. Just not overcommitting, allowing her teammates to come in to help her, using those flashbangs to try to synchronize everybody together.
She gets another kill out of that too, right? In June, as she was holding back that flank, the teammates are rotating and they're just piling back into the side. So very well done here, leaving only the Shifter on his own with that Marshall. Still not bad though here, Dan, because it seems as though we had that low buy coming in. The execution to have that Viper, the toxic screen to allow for the attackers to get through Boiler and get the plant in the back of the site. This could potentially be one of those strats where it could work with the weapons because they're catching them off guard on that initial push. Just because we've seen Shifter go on top of Tube with the Guardian, with the Vandal, getting their first bloods at the same time, and they're playing a much more passive defender side on that Boiler hold for Team Michael Reeves. So this could definitely be exploited for Team Scar later on. And this could be the round, though, because now they have the weapons. They're working a couple of players towards this A main, as you could see, towards this minimap. And that lurk is happening towards that B side, but eventually, potentially, you could have that Viper of Ariasaki move back towards mid for a pinch.
Yeah, and that lockdown is also available for Binance, so that could be pretty huge depending on how they would like to use that one. But the B, I like this B long control a lot, especially as that is a likely spot.
Yeah.
Ooh, and HG's gonna be able to use that run it back to get a kill all the way towards attacker spawn. And oh, that's a rough situation. The lockdown will in fact be in play towards the A site, but that presence with the flank is really scary. You see Scar's gonna try to deal with this using that dimensional shift to good effect, but a trade comes through. However, the site's still in control here now for Team Scara as they finally get it planted.
Yeah, it was very well done for the defenders. Here comes a rotation, though, from the Boiler, so that's already a 2-on-2. We had the Nanostorms on the ground from B-Nans at the default, but they don't really know if they should fall back for the two attackers on the pulse plank because they don't know if a flank is coming. So both of them decide to hold inside that site to see if it could get done. But H-June still has full ability of a huge paranoia, but it's still going to be Broden that gets the kill onto H-June. Now, Michael Reeves on a 1-versus-1. B-Nans just running behind. It's a fake teleport. She sees the foot, and she gets the backstab. So well done for B-Nans on that play. That's another clutch for her to actually put the 3rd point on the scoreboard. But Dan, I just wanted to say, they did a very good job on the defenders to gain that map control earlier on, which is why you didn't see Team Scara fall back on the pulse plant. Off that run it back at B, that also allowed a push from Jummy all the way towards mid with the satchel charges. So that kind of kept Ariasaki guessing because they took down the turret on that flank too, took her down at the same time, and then it allowed for that fake out to happen towards that A side. But in the end, it's still going to be the clutch from B-Nans that allows this 3rd point on the board for Team Scar on the attack.
And one quick extra point too as to why all those plays you described are so awesome is because they knew the lockdown was available too from Team Scara, so you know they're going to try to plant that straight away. So it's great to get that early control to deal with that. And speaking of early control, HG is in a pretty aggressive position on the defense there on that angle. It's sometimes, I mean, I don't want to say it's a one and done position. It depends on how well your teammates can support you, but it's certainly a committed position. The wall goes down to try to escape, and the showstopper will not connect. Great fallback coming through to avoid that, and we're still in a 5-versus-5.
Yeah.
Viper's pits available for both teams too.
And it's actually a lineup that doesn't have any Sages on both ends either, where Sage could actually be very useful on this map. So there's actually not going to be any heals. Only self-heal from Quarter J does that Reyna. So, oh, I guess you get it from Phoenix too, right? Hot hands on the ground, Blaze Wall to come up too. That's why you see the health coming back up here from that Phoenix on the defender side of H. June. But it's still going to be Quarter J with the first blood.
And I like the rotation that it came through here to try to like work control towards that B side. And you can see it at the same time, like Team Michael not really entirely sure what's going on here at the moment. 3 players towards that A side, so this is fairly ideal, but there's not too much time left. And you can see that the spike plant is cancelled. The spam coming through here from Team Michael, and Michael himself from this elevated position is causing problems. They can't get the spike down. This is exactly what you're talking about. The lack of Sage, no wall to protect the plant is creating so many issues here, and there's no time left to win this round. The defenders will take it. That's Team Michael. They're up 7-3. And I'm sure a lot of people are happy about this strong start from them, given the troubles that they've experienced so far.
Definitely. But it still could have been doable for Team Scar, right? We talk about the importance of a Sage, of how that wall that you could place towards the Radiant boxes could be very standard to try to get a plant at that default spot so you don't get wall bang, like literally what just happened on that previous round. But it looked like Team Scara would have won that battle if they actually moved into the site a lot faster, right? Putting the time back into your favor, you wasted out all the sprays that came out. You got the battles coming out with the abilities, and it looked like they were winning it in the end. So doing that again is not a bad thing. Just make sure you have a little bit more time going on into the map. But look at this so far. We're trying to get an entry towards the A side. Unfortunately, BNANS is the first to fall. But look how far that gate crash is coming. There's probably going to be a point where you're going to have Yuri come out and try to get a flank.
And I love the run it back coming through here from H to get that information, see what they can do. You can also have a player going behind it to trade out the run it back. But unfortunately for Jummy, be able to accomplish that. Scar with the defense there, keeping their hopes alive in this round, in this difficult 2 versus 4 for Team Scara. Flashbang to try to counteract the layer that goes out there. And it's so hard to deal with this position. Great work there from H. June, knows his angles. And with that said, it's up to Scar to try to find some extra damage here. At least make this one hurt, even if he goes down, which he will. Ivani in the back. And that's 8-3 in favor of Team Michael.
I thought he was going to use the gate crash for Scar eventually to try to get a flank going on, but it's hard to do it when you have a player like this. H. June getting 2 kills and going straight into the running back. So you see it, just pay attention to the bottom of the screen. Gets 1 kill, gets a 2nd kill, and those 2 kills allowed for H. June to activate his ult, putting himself at 15-6, getting the map control, because even after running back, when he didn't get a kill, he still spotted Ivani. Ivani is the one that killed him towards that nest, and he also knew that it was a crossfire setup from Scara on the other end, just behind the pipes. So that was just good enough information to allow for the rest of Team Michael Rees to go for the backstep, to go for the flank, and have Ivani securing that kill in the round for the defenders. Now, though...
Oh no,
yep.
We hate to see it.
Yep.
Well, that's the thing.
Yep.
HG now in a lot of trouble. He gets caught out by Shifter, operator in hand, and very fast movement through mid is working out nicely. This is going to be tough here for Michael, but he's able to peel away one. Oh, great second shot. The flick up high from Michael's good. And there's the TP to get out of dodge as well. Fantastic work. There goes the Viper's Pit as well. There could be another one installed. We'll have to see as we'll check out this post plant now. And it's looking very hard to really see anything, which is why we have this bird's eye camera. And it's now just the Viper remaining here for Team Scara. Ariasaki outside of the Viper's Pit. Is there a lineup here for the snake bite? That would be huge, but it seems like Ariasaki will be able to get into position in time, and what a great round there from Michael.
Chat, Michael Rees is a gamer. Those are actually some really quick and fast reaction shots there with that operator. Land those 2, and for a map that we say, you know what? DDK, we talked about it, like, Icebox is not too bad. It's like a nice map, but it has a lot of angle and verticality. From other games and tactical shooters, it's usually pretty flat, or at least you don't have that many angles to clear. Like, look at that. Rodin, that's looking towards the top of the rafters of the spawn side, actually has to flick at the bottom to get that kill. Same thing for Shifter. At that spot, he has to flick down towards the back of the boiler, or towards the front side of the boiler. And look at that. Another flick coming through. Verticality lands that shot onto Scara. So all of these players so far with these scopes are definite gamers with these flicks. I'm loving what I'm seeing from this team, but now it's time to get into the 9th round.
Oh, this is great.
Okay, they're pulled.
Now run at them, run at them. Okay.
Okay, there's one. Oh my god.
Let's go.
Okay, we traded.
One enemy remaining. Player standing.
I missed
Oh,
so
she
paid. Sure, I stabbed Scar or Broden at least 3 times.
All right, Dan, we see that level of comfort there from Corner Jade playing her agent. That's an ace, putting her and skyrocketing her at 17 and 6. Very well done.
Yeah, that's the first ace we've seen in the knife. I think we've been close. I think we've seen some 4Ks, but it's Corner Jade we can trust to actually close that into the ace. Lovely stuff. 10-3. That's a pretty hefty scoreline going into the second half, but again, big switch up on the sides. It's a big role shift for both of the teams. We'll see how that goes. Corner Jade, though, leading the charge here with the Lear straight out there. Large and in charge, looking to find those entries. All the confidence in the world, especially coming off of that ace. They were to take down Broden behind the wall, and it's just looking fantastic on the entry. Lots of ground gains. Nice spacing coming through from Team Michael, and that will enable the spike to be planted. And the retake is now on, and it's very far away here. The retake from VoD and also from Skara.
Oh my, what a save. He was really going after that kill, and Scar is still running in with that judge. So that's 2 kills, and it's 2 versus 2. And you do have a flank coming in from Aryasaki, though. This could still be very doable. Oh, maybe not anymore, unless Aryasaki can get this backstab. She looks at it. She does get the kill. That spike is still taken down, and it's going to be Michael Rees on the top of the tower. Nice little jump there. Again, a gamer. Not many people could do that right now when you rappel up onto that generator, and he goes for the long range, gets the wall bang onto your Aryasaki, and does get the clutch. So 11-3 so far in Team Michael. They're edging closer and closer to their first and potentially only win of the tournament.
Yeah, this is what we were saying to you yesterday, that like so many of the games, it's kind of crazy that we saw Team Michael struggling to put a win on the board, and it's just because when we were in those games, casting those games, it didn't feel like they were getting crushed. It didn't feel like the games were unwinnable for them. In fact, quite the opposite. And so, looking at this result, I mean, it's not over and done just yet, but it's certainly looking very, very solid. Skara trying to fall back there with that. Yoru unable to do so. So sees all of the players, so all the info is there. It's going to be a retake here on this B side. There's nothing else to do. And the Vipers on this side, this post plant is going to be very difficult to deal with.
Oh yeah, 100%. And one of those things they could do right now as Yoru that Skara could do is if he wants to play these aggressive angles and spot at the beginning, leave a gate crash towards the back of the spawn or something so that it's kind of like the Jet. You get spotted, teleport away. Just like Jet, you get spotted, you could dash away if you miss the shot, right? But let's see if this retake's going to happen.
Some Cloudburst coming through there to cover. Dash forwards. This is a great movement here from Shifter. Has to find these frags. Gets on with the Spectre there. Catches Corner Jade, but she's able to escape there with that dismiss. But straight back into the action. Has to do something because the defuse is coming through, and the retake somehow goes incredibly well. I'm not sure what to say about that one, but Bonnie makes it work.
It's reaction time, right? So maybe the reaction time, maybe she thought it was a teammate, so it was like, it's okay. But when she realized that she's getting shot at, the flick back there was actually quite good to see there from Ivani. So good thing, though, because that means that she's able to save her rifle into this round, where you have, yes, the economy is a little bit shambled. They don't have any ultimates to work with. So that Vandal is actually going to be quite huge to allow potentially Michael Rees to continue forward. But this is the opportune moment for Team Skara to start coming back into this game. So as we talked about, look at it. It's a dimensional drift where he's looking towards a spawn site, enemy spotted, and he can teleport away. Oh!
Spike down.
What is happening?
I mean, great. Oh. He gets all that information by pushing through mid, knows that a hit's coming towards A, and now that gives a chance for Shifter and everybody else to actually turn it around on the defender's side. and it's looking good.
Shifter unable to connect all those knives. Will run out eventually. You don't get the kill, you don't get them refreshed. And opportunity potentially here. In this 2v4. There's the TP coming through. Couple players tagged down pretty low here on the side of Team Scara. So again, certainly possibilities to be had in terms of finding some initial frags and then working off of that position. But everybody pretty much is here. The flank will be eventually coming. Flash not working out for H-June there. And now it gets a lot harder. Standing up on the pipes alone. Take down the Shifter.
30 seconds left.
No flank to worry about as well. Not really the time to run to be at this point. There's that running back you were talking about. Flash around the angle. And this is going to have to... This needs to be a kill or two to make this one real. But unfortunately, H-June with that frag onto Arius, or rather, sorry, unfortunately the running back going down for H-June is going to be so difficult to deal with now. Needed a 1v1. And Broden with that judge in position in the perfect spot. There's not much you can do there, but it's a good effort. And here it is in Van City. We're going to see, that 5-11 scoreline. It's a big deficit, but it is that it's being worked on right now. There's 2 rounds in a row. The economy needs to settle a little bit, but it's looking like a good start.
Yeah, and to keep 2 players alive is actually not too bad, too, because you saw it on that scoreboard. One of the players had 3,300, so that could drop a Vandal or a Phantom from one of the teammates, too, just to keep that money up. But I got to say, I do like the running back from H-June because, like, it was a 3 versus 1. He gets a kill. He gets killed long range by a judge at the same time, so you saw it. It's like, yes, he didn't see it from the corner of his eye, but getting taken down knows that somebody's playing on the left side of Maze. So they can check that corner. And they're probably going to check that corner right now as they're rushing inside that site. They see the boom bot. Meanwhile, though, the action is happening towards this mid site and also towards the A site. And it's still going to be the attackers taking it upper hand. So unfortunately, this is not looking good as individual fights are being won by Team Michael. Only 1 kill away from giving map point here for Team Michael Reeves.
Well, there you go. TP into spawn, into the 1-tap. Love to see it. 12-5 Team Michael Reeves coming out hot, as you like, on Icebox. I didn't expect it to be this dominant, I gotta say. This is looking really nice.
Yeah, no, definitely. I do agree with that, too. I think looking at this composition, too, on the defender side, it's still pretty decent here for Team Scara because you do have the killjoy of Binance, right? There's still a lot of stopping ability. It's just right now, looking at it from how Scara and Shifter are playing, and again, a triple duelist. I do like the fact that they're pushing and pressing forward on defense because that's what you got to do, basically, to try to gain that back control. When you don't have control, just slow things down.
All right. Okay. Very fast action there. Right around that B-long position, that B side under control. Got to go back for the spike, though. We'll slow down the plants attempt. And in the meantime, we've got H-June in this kitchen position. This is such a good spot to catch defender rotations. However, if H-June does go down in this position, this round is so on here for Team Scara. But they have to find a way to deal with him. And I wonder if... Oh, I was going to say, if Broden could get that timing with the judge and upgrade to the Vandal, that would have been massive. But it's now down to Shifter on the main, on the jet. Full kit available. Just needs Element Surprise to work out, but Michael Reeves in the Matrix knows what's coming, knows what's happening, locks it in for the team, and they're on the board.
Very well done. Very well done for Team Michael Reeves on the board, coming out with a bang, and they're not going to go out with a donut. So we're really happy about that one, too. You set a goal, you set an expectation high. If you don't reach it, you still want to try to reach something, and they did it. So let's put our hands together there for Team Michael Reeves. They did a great job because it looked very dominant, actually, for that team on this map of Icebox. Maybe a couple of trolls here and there of Scara picking up here this Yoru, but overall, they wanted to come in with a vengeance. You could choose whoever you want. We don't care if it's a troll or not. We just want to play our game, and Quarter Jade even brought her A game to make sure that that happened.
Yeah, definitely. And I have to say, we have to give the shout outs to props to Scara for bringing out the Euro. It was a bold pick, but Scara delivered on the promise of knife kills. If you guys didn't see it yesterday, that was a promise. Scara said, I'm going to bring the knife kills, and that's exactly what happened.
It was actually super well done, too. At that point, it's like, I was talking about that gate crash, right? I was like, okay, dimensional drift, you can get out of it. into the information, teleport right away towards that back, and that information is given so that the rest of your teammates can push in towards the B side. But you go for the knife instead. You deliver to your promise. You still go out with getting a win under your belt from the matchup that they got yesterday too. So it's not too bad here for Team Skara from the way that they leave this tournament with Team Michael Rees. And the clutch situations right now from, or should I say again, the flick situations from both of these teams have been quite good overall. Look at this one right here is what I'm talking about. How fast is that to get those kills? So I do like what I'm seeing from these players, that even at a high level, a high caliber, is still very hard to hit. So I do have to commend all the players here. Nonetheless, the way that I see it here for OfflineTV and friends is that, Dan, I think they're just too busy to just stick to Valorant and just stream and play Valorant. But if they were, I'm pretty sure we'd probably see them in top teams.
Absolutely. Yeah, there's a lot of great stuff coming through here. And it's actually awesome to see the levels of coordination in some of these spots. Definitely agree that that's something that's been really fun to watch. And in this matchup as well, it's interesting because I do wonder what this would have looked like if that Sage was available, because I think if you're playing these lineups and you're not super familiar with some of these set strats, it can be harder to get the play on B on the attack without the wall to protect your plant. That can be a lot more difficult. So it's something that you can really lean on. And both teams opted not to lean on the Sage pick, which was definitely brave, but it worked out better for one team as opposed to the other. And I think credit to Michael Rees, he played really well in this matchup. There was a lot of great mid takes coming through that he had to deal with, and he played it well, and he hit his shots, made good decisions, and with that said, able to take that 4th position over Team Skara.
So you see right now in the standings, everybody right now, all the fans of OfflineTV and of Valorant, Michael Rees and Skara, both of those teams unfortunately will not make it, but this is still going to be fairly close. No matter what, I think when we're looking at this, Team Little Pichu has made it no matter what, right? So it's down to Disguised Toast and Team Pokimane to go head-to-head to see who's going to be moving on into the grand finals. And those are two teams that look pretty cracked from yesterday into today, where Disguised Toast team looked unstoppable with that judge, but definitely got stopped by Team Lil Pichu. So this is going to be a good one coming up, Dan.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. This is going to be fantastic. I cannot wait. And, we saw that Disguised Toast finally had, again, as you mentioned, a matchup on Bind we saw earlier where suddenly there's maybe like a knock to the confidence, because what they were doing has been working so consistently, and especially Disguised Toast, his trolling with that judge was a really effective strategy, and he found lots of great spots for it. So I'm really curious if they're going to manage to have the confidence still to come through strong in this next match.
I think so too, because it still finished like a 13-11, right, against Team Lily. So it came down to the wire, and that was the closest game that we got. I'm expecting another close game coming up. But before we get into that matchup, it's actually time to get to the interview of this matchup that just finished with Rachel.
I can't hear you. Oh gosh, it was me last time. Now it's you. I'm spreading the disease.
It was me. No. Everyone does it like once, twice. I've done it like 6 times. Just taking the awkwardness off here. Anyway, Jade, oh my god, that match! You had a knife ace! No one's done that in this entire tournament. What was going through your head during that?
It was I was trying to feed kills to my Phoenix, because I think Phoenix ult is really valuable. But I think the right click with the knife is just head to the head is one shot. So yeah, it kind of just started snowballing, and then I was like, oh my god, this is really gonna happen. And then I got my ult the next round. So I got my ult round 2, which was really funny.
It was beautiful to watch. We've been making Rock Lee references now that you get to pick your main Reyna.
Yeah.
What is it like just to slip back into a comfortable pair of shoes?
It's honestly like, I love Valorant. I think it's a fun game, but I really love Valorant when I play Reyna. Like, she is just my comfort pick. She's who I have fun on. So it was really great to just be able to play at least one game of Reyna.
And does that affect how you gel as a team too, and you're feeling that comfortable? Because it just seemed like the whole team was having fun.
Yeah, I think everyone was a lot more comfortable like taking the peaks that they might usually have taken if they weren't on like an agent that they weren't comfortable with, and in general just like able to play off of other people more, because you're like, oh, I'm really comfortable with what I'm capable of on this agent, so if this person's gonna peak, I'm gonna peak too. Like, we get a lot more trades and things like that.
Oh, we definitely saw, especially in this last match here, it was not close. Every time you guys lost throughout this tournament, it was on a razor's edge. This time you finally picked up the W and you guys just smashed it. So, you know, what does that mean going forward for you? I know you've already built a Valorant competitive career. You've got some tournament finishes under your belt. Is this a long future?
I think that this tournament has taught me that I need to not one-trick someone, but, you know, it's good to have the person that I'm really confident and good on, but if I was to, like, continue in a competitive scene for Valorant, I would really like to learn another duelist so that I can have one on my belt and, like, be really confident with that agent, because right now I don't quite have that, but yeah, it's just the forever grind.
Well, you've got a lot of praise from our professional commentators, Vansili and DDK, and you got a lot of love from chat. So anything else you want to say to everybody watching?
Thanks, everybody. Appreciate the support. Thank you so much.
Thanks for coming to talk to us after that match, and congratulations on the win, Quarter Jade. For all of you watching, I want to let you know it is one of our last giveaways, but I'm saying giveaway, I'm saying the word last. I want you to know that you have to stick around until all the way after our last match, because if you've liked the giveaways we've done so far, that one's going to be extra special. For this giveaway, hit !enter. We have 6 $10 Valorant point cards up for grabs. Keep an eye on your whispers. That's how we'll reach out to you. But for now, we're going to take a quick break.
Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love. It keeps me high.
Tell them what your name is.
Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love. It keeps me high.
Tell them what your name is.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Offline TV Valorant Charity Invitational. We are getting towards the end of our tournament, but we still have one very important match to do before the finals. Of course, now that the commercial break has ended, we're also reaching the end of this giveaway. So you guys spamming exclamation mark enter in chat. Mwah, you've done an excellent job, but now it is finished because we're going to need you to prepare for the map vote. And I'm going to bring in DDK and Van Silly, and we have a bit to talk about here because we have our most highly contentious, is that the best way to say this, matchup of the day. This is the most important one.
Yeah, I think, Dan, we talked about it in the pregame yesterday. We're like, oh, we're looking forward to like some shenanigans here and there. We potentially saw some just tonight on that previous map on Icebox with Scar on Yoru, but I don't think we're going to see any shenanigans here.
Yeah, I feel like, I mean, it's actually also been awesome at the moment that we've seen in multiple interviews that everybody's like, I'm shaking, and there's so much adrenaline, everything's getting really sweaty. Because you're right, like this is a super important matchup. It's you know, get in that finals, and this is when I don't imagine anyone's been holding on to any strats, but this is where you want to really try your hardest. You're going to feel that pressure more, and so that's going to be really fun because when we get people, you know, a little bit more nervous, crazier things happen. So I can't wait to see what kind of crazy things happen. Yeah, we love crazy things.
I'll have to agree with that too. I think it's going to be pretty intense. Both of these teams do want to win because, Rachel, at this point, they are playing for a huge chunk of money in terms of how much they can give for charity, right? So second place to third place, there's still quite a percentage out there.
Absolutely. And I want to shout out chat. You've done an excellent job raising money for our fundraising goal. We smashed that $50,000 goal. You guys doubled up your prizes that we do during the giveaways of that Offline TV merch. And now we have that much more money going to these 5 charities that our teams represent. So as you said, Van Silly, these teams are fighting for that lion's share. They want to give away the most. It's a contest of generosity. And we have 2 teams on the cusp of getting into the finals. Here's, of course, the breakdown. Look at that big old chunk for first place. Don't you want to give 40% of more than $50,000?
And that's it. And even looking at this matchup, right, it's a battle between third place and second place. So you have a chance to give 30% or half of that. Man, my math continues to be good here, Dan. This is so great. I'm feeling good today in a broadcast.
It helps when they write all the math down.
Yeah, pretty much. It's actually producer whispering in my ear the whole time.
All right, so I gotta say, you know, this team, this Pokey team, you know, we've got the team card right up here. This team's been really impressive. You know, when we saw Sean on the Jet, that was a scary difference, I think, to this lineup, a different look that actually was really powerful. Sidian earlier was teasing that she had some kind of pocket Asian pick that we didn't get to see. So I'm not sure if that's a troll just yet or if there's like a lag or something, but maybe we'll see a different look from Sidian too. We've had Abe, who's just been I've been calling him, you know, the human protractor because we've seen so many great lineups. Definitely a standout performer on the Sova in this tournament, and Jack's been great on that support on the Sage so far. So overall, again, I just can't really stress it enough. There's such a good, there's so many good roles on this team. It meshes together super well.
Yeah, and to continue on into Pokemon's lineup too. In that previous interview with City, and she was also saying like, hey, I've been studying some stuff or noticing some stuff during the VCTs that when a smoke happens, you fight in the smoke. And that's actually a really cool thing because with the Vandal, so the difference right now between the Vandal and the Phantom, if you're actually spraying through smokes, you could actually see the bullet trail of potentially where it's coming from if you're using a Vandal. With the Phantom, well, of course, it's silenced, so you don't see it coming out. So for her to say, hey, I've been watching some VCTs, I learned a couple of things, I'm going to bring the heat, and she gets those one-taps out. I wouldn't be surprised if she's going to bring the heat out to try to make sure she plays an Ancient that's a sleeper pick that's going to actually upset the other team, or potentially not upset, just get the victory for Team Pokimane so that it could get it into that second place. But also, the challenger to try to fight into that second place is going to be this guy's closest team. And they also do look pretty good here, Dan. It's those fake outs that they kept playing here on Bind was pretty nice. And now that we found out that it's going to be on Ascent, I think there's still going to be some good strategies right there that you can use.
Oh yeah, definitely. I think, you know, we've seen so much great action from Viper, and Valkyrie shown some great aptitude for Viper and plays that role pretty well on this team. And Natsumi has been so far, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, mostly on the Sage.
Yep.
So we've got a lot of like stoppage between the Sage and the Viper. I think that's also is always super valuable, especially on a map like Ascent. Some teams really like to go for this heavy A main or kind of B main plays into the sites, and so those utility sets buy so much time. It makes life a lot more comfortable if you get surprised. So and I'm definitely gonna be focused on the impact there.
Yeah, definitely.
And we talked about everything that's on the line for these two. Whoever wins this match gets to play again. So it's going to be important that whoever wins doesn't leave it all on the floor, because they're going to need to carry themselves through the finals as well after this.
No, for sure. And I feel that right now, like I said, it's coming down the line. I think it's going to get pretty tight, and I think, you're taking out the, hey, I know it's for fun, but at the same time, everybody said it right now in terms of the participants. They're all competitors. So I think you're also taking out that mask of like, hey, I'm smiling, but deep down inside, the competitive edge is coming out and we actually want to win. So let's see who it's going to be within this matchup here.
Oh yeah, there's no better place to take off the mask and show your true soul to each other than during trash talk. So I'm very excited to invite our next captains out for a little bit of trash talk before this very important match. Toast, Pokey, here we are.
Yeah.
You guys seem like very relaxed about this. Pokey, how you feeling going into this match?
Feeling pretty good. Honestly, I have so much faith in my team at this point. Basically, we're gonna give it our best shot.
And Toast, how does that make you feel?
I'm not worried. Their team is dog shit.
Sorry, that's literally laughable.
The laugh seems like response enough, Pokey, but I feel like there's some words you can deliver about Toast's team and their performance throughout this tournament, especially from the comfortable position you're in.
Toast knows, He knows. I don't need to say anything. He knows.
I've played with each of their members, okay?
Mm-hmm.
He's gonna lurk, Sid's gonna hold a far back angle, Abe's gonna throw his little darts, he's got the lineup for, he's gonna bring out the rules, like, how do I
And
hit
you're
this
gonna be
default
in your
lineup?
little cage with a judge, and you're not gonna know, boom, drone tag, spray through the cage, and then what? And then,
Okay, you think you can kill me? Well, push me! Push my side! Push my side then!
Oh, we don't push like that. We play smart. We use our util, as opposed to just using a gun with a hit range the size of your whole screen. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Let's go.
Maybe I'll switch to op, Maybe I'll be far away this time.
I hope you do. Enjoy the blinds. Enjoy the smokes. Have fun. Enjoy the jiggle peaks.
And I had more questions, but I feel like they'll all be answered in-game. So, Pokey, Toast, just have at it. Leave it all on the floor. Good luck to you both, and I'm very excited to see who will emerge victorious for our finals.
Enjoy, guys.
Thank you so much, guys, once again. And you saw it here, Dan, just in the background, when Toast was like, oh, man, I'm on camera. Let me just pretend for me to lean back a bit. But what was in the background? It was the weights. He was pumping the iron. He was getting ready. Like, the weights are off. It's on the ground. We're going to bring it. Come into my site. I'm going to judge you. Okay, you don't want to play judge? I got the operator. So let's see what's going to happen, because a judge or an operator could still be very good on a map like Ascent.
Yes, absolutely. It's going to be really interesting to see how this one plays out. I mean, we've seen them play on Ascent before, and you know what? The judge, it didn't need to go to the operator. The judge was enough. Playing around that cowl position on the defense, that was something to be feared. And so we'll have to see if that's going to be a problem. I believe, if my memory serves me, that was against a team Michael Reeves, and they didn't have an answer for it. But maybe Team Pokey will be different. They have a lot to work with, and again, I'm really curious after that great performance from Sean, if he's going to pull out the jet again going into Ascent. I think there could be a lot of benefit to doing that. And the dash is really useful. We talked about the delay, the Viper walls and the snake bites and the ice orbs from the Sage. You can just dash past all of that stuff. So that's a great way to kind of get your team, force the issue when a team is trying to slow you down. So I want to see Shornik on that jet. I feel like that could be a huge difference maker.
Yeah, I think that's going to be one, too. The other one we talked about Abe a lot already. Keeping a Sova on split and for them to still get a victory is actually quite nice there for Team Pokey. And you're looking at them right now where you have a map like Ascent where the Sova is going to be very good, and the Hunter's Fury, we talked about it at the same time. He's probably, I think, only used it once in that matchup on Split because it's just so hard to use it with all the verticalities that you have around the map. Where at that level it's just like, well, let's just use the Aldrin, let's just use a recon dart to get that information. But now that you have Ascent, this is going to be an agent that's going to be very potent on that Hunter's Fury to deny these plants or even try to clear out sites, right? We talked about these picks, these mid to A splits that could happen where a Hunter's Fury from a recon dart into Garden, for example, could really disrupt any type of defense on that tree side and allow for these mid to A splits to happen. And on this map so far, we've seen a lot of these A hits, a lot of these controls towards that tree side, towards that garden, towards that catwalk. I don't know if it's going to be the same right now. Are we going to try to switch things over, kind of like what Edison was doing, to try to work down towards that mid side instead?
Yeah, it's going to be really cool to see, just like off of the bat, like, you know, how the momentum is playing out off that knife. We will get into that point in a moment, though, because we do have our picks. So let's look and see. Okay, we've got Shawnick on the Jet immediately. So it seems like Team Pokey had the same sort of idea. I think, you know, Shawnick on the Phoenix could be really great here as well. You could play for the, you know, just farming the Phoenix orbs. But again, we already talked about a lot of the benefit of having the Jet on Shawnick and the performance he had earlier today. So he's definitely feeling it, and don't blame him. You know, Pokey on the raise as expected. Sidian, all right, okay, pulling out the Sky. I think that's we haven't seen that yet, have we? I think it's been only Omen for Sidian.
Yeah, that's it, because she says that she usually mains a Killjoy. Then we saw her going to an Omen, like, okay, what they're going to use. Now she's going to a Sky, which is great. But the thing is, right now, if you're looking at Team Pokey, the only smokes that they have is those short-term individual smokes from Shawnick. So how are they going to use this right now? At least on the defense, I could see the potential of just pushing forward and fighting. But on the attack, how are the executions going to go?
Yeah, I think this is a really great point, because I think it's going to be very, very difficult for them to actually find a way forward in some of these pushes. It's going to have to come down to being pretty quick. But again, you know, having a better util set to stall out those attacks, again, it does give a big advantage on paper, at least, to Team Toast. So we'll have to see how that actually ends up playing out, but it's all theory, you know, after all is said and done. And we already talked about how this game might be a little bit weird. There's more pressure in the mix here for these players, so it's going to be about also how these players deal with that pressure. Will they rise to the occasion, or will they fall?
Yep. The main changes happen there for that Sky pick for City, and for the rest here for Team Toast, still pretty much the same. Peter Park playing that Sky, which is going to be very good as well. If you don't have a Sova, Sky could still be very good. So now let's see the knife.
Chase. Okay, get the jet, get the jet.
Get the jet.
Chasing jet.
Chase the jet.
Jet's right. They're chasing us.
Keep chasing.
Don't even look back. Don't look back.
Yeah, don't look back.
Not looking back. Looking for. Wait, but he can fly.
Yeah, he's gonna stuck. He's gonna get stuck. Kill him here. Got him. Got it. Nice. Fight back.
Nice,
Fight.
nice.
Fight.
Oh,
together.
no.
I got Abe's one tap.
Oh, quiet. Oh my!
Let's
go!
It looks slim, it looked grim at some point, but Team Toast pulls it out, and you saw how much they wanted it too, and how they celebrated in the end. You saw it through the fly cam of Valkyrie just putting her DPI to the maximum so she could do like 1080 spins within the second. It was super nice to see, but this is a great start right now for this trash talk for Team Toast. Come at me, bro. And he's doing it.
Yeah, and that's definitely a big sort of emotional, psychological boost there going in favor of Team Toast. But Pokey looking for the sound cue there, or in fact, actually just going to drop the nades anyway. And that's a nice punish. You know, you can wait for the sound cue of the orb pickup to throw those. And sometimes we'll see like a Sage combine with that paint shells of the race to make it inescapable. So you just guarantee a kill. Pretty hard to coordinate, but I'm going to see the push coming through here. Sky's Toast maybe looking to try to get the entry here, but there's basically the entire team ready for this. This is looking really scary for Team Toast right now.
Had some great shock darts there from Abe to slow things down once again, but it's going to be Disguised Toast pushing in at that switch. Enemy to fall. Sidian, though, going to work with that Sky. That's 2 headshots with the Sheriff. A 2 versus 2 right now as we only have pistols, so you're pretty happy of the results so far for the defenders. And they actually decide to double back for Team Toast. So, okay, we've done enough ruckus in here. We're not winning these fights. We're feeling more confident towards the A side. What does that mean? You allow Team Poke to upgrade to some weapons, potentially a Judge left behind by Toast, and try to win back a 2v2.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, this is looking really doable. Fantastic headshots from Sidian to make this one doable, and it's one of those situations where I think I've seen multiple times now is Sidian finding a lot with the Sheriff pickups. So, you know, having a weapon like that, having players who can do action, who can make action happen like that, can always allow those tables to be turned. And that wall is going to be kind of annoying. That's, of course, going to give some information here to Team Toast as they sit on the site ready for the defense. Pokey going in close. Oh, doesn't know which angle to look at first. And now it's down to Jack, and Natsumi will get it done with the help of Valkyrie. Great work there coming through from Team Toast to recover the round. But a lot of damage done, and that was not off the back of really all that much. That was somewhat of a save from Team Pokey. So that's pretty scary for Team Toast.
Imagine the kind trash talk that Pokey would have had by killing those 2 players in hell with Toast's Judge. Although it was still a great eco no matter what, as you mentioned here, Dan. They look at the economy going in for the attacker side. 2 Spectres. I'm not going to even mention that weapon anymore for Toast. It's just normal. No surprise. But they have a Vandal up and the economy is low. So now you're looking at Team Pokey being able to upgrade into these weapons onto the defense. Even Toast saying, hey, I'm going to show myself on this recon art. It doesn't matter. But as that happens, look at this aggressive push here from Shonik.
Yeah, it's so awesome to see. Get that early information, get that early control. And now, you know, it's definitely the case that Team Toast have to use utility because they have to question, okay, there could be players there in that position. And, you know, we can see that Team Pokey playing it safe. They take that position, then they fall back and away. Avoid all of the util, avoid all of the shock darts. Even Flash is getting sent through to kind of suggest that Team Toast is still looking to push towards that B site. It's actually working out in the sense that at the moment, there's no information towards A. It's only a 2-player setup. So the Team Toast, they may be able to drop in onto this A side completely unknown. They could even just walk in and get the entire site for free. But it looks like the info's there. Now the rotation is coming towards A as Team Pokey figure out what's going on.
Yeah, and it's not too bad, too. I'm not opposed to this play, because even if the execution comes in, you still have a double initiator on defense. So you have the Seekers that are available, you have a Recon Dart, there's the Seekers to come out. So the hit is coming out, and they're swinging out at the same time.
Well, Peter Park takes down Pokey. Pokey unable to find the connection there. That looked good, but doesn't always work out. Natsumi ready with the wall there on that Rafters position. Isolate some of these players, which allows Disguised Toast to get a 1 versus 1. Very favorable. Great wall coming through from Natsumi to enable that. In the meantime, though, Abe working that Vandal very, very well. Very effectively from that tree position, creating a huge push from his team, opening up the channels of attack, but that wall is creating problems right now. Peter is stuck behind the wall. They have to push closer. And in the chaos, Sidian nails it. Great double kill, great hold onto the spike, and that wall again really caused problems.
And what's cool, what I like here about Sidian and just players in general that are playing their comfort zone, right? Like, we see how good, for example, even Quarter Jade went back to the arena, how good she is with that agent. Although, like, it's not really about the ability, it's just like, hey, I've played this agent long enough that I'm comfortable playing her in any type of situation. So you don't have to come out with the guiding lights. You don't have to come out with the Trailblazer. And it becomes like a placebo effect to say, I'm just comfortable in my skin with this Vandal, with this agent, and I could just get those shots. That 180 to be able to take down that kill, and a crossfire setup from Meatball Hater Jack to get that crossfire for that hole was really well done.
And speaking of the judge, Pokey is taking it straight to a team of Toast, to the Toast himself. Gotta feel good. About to see now whether or not it's going to be the case that they'll be able to break through this B main position, because there's so many players ready to go on the defense. Shonik around the corner with a Bucky. so much in the way of shotgun damage coming through right now from Team Pokey. And they are just pushing the issue, closing it down, and there's nothing left to be done as everybody gets taken out. And they are just completely stuck in the mud there in B main. And so I think they gotta question it next time.
Oh yeah.
They think about going towards B. They perhaps need some pressure elsewhere on the map because they gotta respect that.
And you talked about it, Dan, at the same time, too, that the fact that you have a raise with a judge could be another effective agent with that type of shotgun, where the satchel charges, narrowing the gap on the satchel charges with the battle head-to-head. Jet is going to be another one of those agents. I still like it from Disguised Toast because with the cyber cages, you could kind of have that lurk close range play, but allowing for those two players, for Shonik and for Pokimane, just to create that ruckus on that B main, allowing for that quick flank to happen towards the B link into the B main was just perfectly executed on a defense. We talked about aggression that you want here from Team Pokey moving out here on the defense, and it's paying off. But for this round, though, we're trying to work out towards the attacker side and a change of pace for Team Toast. We actually have an operator out for Toast, as he was mentioning in that Trash Talk versus Pokimane, trying to take that mid control. And that camera spotted the L drone coming out too, so he could take his time. Knows now that there's one towards the market, and he could actually punish Sidian on this. Oh!
Ooh, nice timing from Abe. Okay, that's a problem. And now there's only 50 seconds left. We're seeing this strat again. You know, Valkyrie playing with that spike, just hiding in B main whilst all the pressure goes towards the A site. And Valkyrie might actually get free kill here. Could even let Shonik walk past, but looks to go for the frag. Shonik able to dash away. And now this presents a problem because Shonik knows that Valkyrie is in that position, so maybe they understand what's going on here. They could even opt to give up the A site because Valkyrie still has to make her way across. I'm not sure, though, that Shonik saw that Valkyrie's carrying the spike. So this is getting weird now. There's 20 seconds, and the spike is in spawn.
And that's why, because there's 20 seconds left, you're not that confident that you could get into the B side of your own because you don't have that information on the attacker side. It could get very, very bloody now moving into this A side for the attempt of a plant.
10 seconds left.
Ooh, Pokey's in the perfect position as well with that judge. Could just pop out, and that will be the round to just take down the Plaza. Oh, no, Pokey lets it go down, though, and now that might actually be a chance because there is an orbital strike available. Christopher Yi is getting the damage in at the moment, although they are in a 2v3. Oh, no, he's not in the position to actually capitalize on that orbital strike. It's down to Disguised Toast with that operator. Knocks down one. 2 more to go. The cage is out. The play arounds as the defuse sound comes through, forcing Disguised Toast to start rattling off some shots. And Abe with the great punish on the reload. And it looks like Team Pokey will take the lead, but it's just one round. It's neck and neck at this point early on here on Ascent.
Yeah, you saw the idea of Pokimane behind the dice with that judge, waiting for the right timing just to get the kill. But I don't know if you saw what happened there, Chad. As she was about to peek out, there was a guided light that came from the defense to try to prevent the spike from happening. So the timing of Pokimane peeking out unfortunately blinded her, where she could actually get the spray kill onto Sidian. But Elisa, Hunter's Fury came out. We were trying to get some stuff going on here for the defense on the retake. But yet again, Team Toast were still able to get the spike down. Nonetheless, though, you still had the round coming in from Pokey. Despite all the chaos that happened on that initial plant, the retake was still really good on that battle on tree side just to make sure that we couldn't get that orbital strike out from Team Toast. So well done for Team Pokey. They take the lead now by 1 on the defender side, and Team Toast are just looking to explode on the A side, but a wall just stops it.
Yeah, and this is very difficult. We talked about the stoppage and the delay that Sage can provide, and it's really scary because the entire map was given up. And now they've decided not to try to go through the walls. So now, you know, we have a great response from Team Pokey. What happens? They understand that they can take the rest of the map. They've got all of B lobby. They've got all of mid. So now their rotation is going to come through. And who has the advantage? Well, it's going to be well and truly Team Pokey because they have all this map control. The question is whether or not Team Toast can find a way, a hole, a fight that they can win to somehow get out of this desperate position. They do have some time left, but again, Team Pokey have all the info here, Vansily.
I still like it, though, because they killed Noise, waited for the sound or for the wall to thaw up and break, and then they just re-explode into the site. So as much map control as it is, they're not acting upon this. So now they're exploding into the site. The rotations will be faster on the pulse plan, but at least the initial hold is not going to pan out because Pokimane gets picked off.
And Euro Theft comes through, and the spike is going to go down. Ooh, wallbang attempts come through from Abe. Will not find too much with that, though. Raptors control is there for the moment. Double cage is up there, though. And there is an orbital strike available here post-one for Team Toast. That's going to be a huge problem. I'm curious if Christopher Yu will actually be in a position to use that. Right now, he's in the hell position. So he doesn't really want to actually ult hell and heaven. We'll have to see though. Shonik can hold this. Oh, that's a great frag flicking around to that hell position. Abe now covering the swing. There's really not all that much that can be done, but Peter Park wins both fights. Orbital strike comes through from Christopher. Waited for the perfect timing, and now there is no time left as Peter Park closes the distance for the finish. And I gotta say, I didn't expect it to look like that. I actually felt like Team Pokey had a good shot at that retake, but really nice hold from Team Toast.
And that's the thing, because when you now have control of mid and of B main, you saw that they were still holding towards an area. Like Shonik was at the shed, right, all the way aggressed towards that B entrance, but he didn't try to continue to lurk out towards the spawn side because they didn't have that information and they didn't want to give their positions away. Sidian could have trailblazed or not, but if she did, then they're like, oh, well, they actually pushed up towards mid. We got to act quick. We got to be careful. So they're just holding angles, holding positions. So you want your players on the A side to actually maybe stack up towards the area and also do a better crossfire at that point. But like I said, when the wall thaws up, they're waiting for the noise to kill noise, for the wall to break, and then Team Toast could just explode into the site, and it was perfect on that end for them to capitalize on a hit into the site.
I like this. You know, just break the wall. Shotgun is a great tool to do that and creates a lot of pressure. Seekers are sent out into the map to get some info. And just holding this A main position once again. Now, given the fact that Team Pokey's already a player down due to the early action around B main, this is actually a much better position for Team Toast to find themselves in, because Team Pokey are not feeling confident being a player down to actually take the rest of the map as they did previously. So lots of paranoia at this point. If you're on the defense, you don't want to get too aggressive for info because you're already down a player, and so you're completely in the dark. And they're stacking towards A, and I think stacking is a good choice if you're not sure.
Yeah, I do agree with that. You could also play for the retake. Unfortunately, the res cannot come into play for the defender side because we had Pokemon push a little bit too far out. But that's the thing. Team Toast understands that they've been pushing so hard on this side. But that's a huge recon guard that gets a lot of information as they're trying to get into this B site now for the attack.
Looking really good too, getting all the entries that they need. Not the range for the judge. That's that mid-range. We didn't hear this guy's Toast talking about the mid-range. He's talking about the close range or the long range with the operator. So that's a no-go here there for this guy's Toast, but that's okay. And that might actually work out here. If there's another frag to be had, possibly Jack might find the space for a res. Now, there's not going to be a lot of time here for the retake if that is to happen. And these players here around A main, it's B main rather, that's very difficult. And just a nice hold coming through from Team Toast. 4 rounds now to the 3 of Team Pokey. And in this matchup, in this best of 1 on Ascent here, we're getting a close game so far. I'm really liking what we're seeing from both teams.
Yeah, definitely. It's going back and forth right now, but looking pretty good for Team Toast on the attacker of the sides here that they're getting these 4 rounds. And we always talk about these in these professional plays. Picking up these attacker side rounds builds that momentum, builds the confidence too, when you know that it could definitely be a more defender-sided map. But when you're looking at a defender-sided map, you're also having to think about the agents that are being used that makes it a defender-sided map. So not having a cipher, not putting those trap bars, not having a camera for information. So you're pushing a lot for information instead with double initiator. And it works out, though. They get the information. Just unfortunately for sometimes, they might get caught off on that information. Now it's angled, half by. Camera's potentially going to spot Sidian. Oh, I think it's a little bit too far back.
Holding on to that catwalk position. Oh, Chris! My God, that is simply gross. A nice double headshot to clear out that tree position, and all of a sudden, Team Toast looking real good. And we've seen Sidian with these cheeky sheriff headshots. We might see another one here that could open things up. A couple shots are rattled off to the catwalk position. That if that kill came down, Sidian maybe could have upgraded the gun, caused more problems, but unfortunately, it doesn't work out this time around. Peter Park holding at that tree position. Here's the play around spawn. Able to deal with it. Shonik with the Bucky. Getting some extra damage in. But yeah, that double kill from Chris was really, that was the money.
Oh yeah.
That was the money.
Yeah, because you kind of had the idea of wanting to play the trade set there for Team Pokey on that double, but you need to have a little bit more spread going on there. We talk about the spacing a lot when you want to try to set up for these trades, and unfortunately it was lined up perfectly here for Shawnick to get for the attackers to actually get that entry from Chris. So that was very well done at that point. Unfortunately, with the spike going out, they still lose 2 players in the process, so it's not too bad looking at it from a bird's eye view if you're thinking about the defenders, because they were sort of on a half buy. The thing is, though, right now, I'm not sure if that defender, the Jet, did they pick up a weapon out of that one too? Did Shawnick have a weapon that he picked up, or did he buy that Vandal? I can't remember. Potentially he picked it up and saved it towards that mid side. That's probably what I'm thinking of right now. But nonetheless, losing those players makes the economy a little bit lower for the attackers, for Team Toast, although they're still looking pretty good.
Yeah, definitely looking quite strong at this point, really finding their groove into this one, and more focus around mid and B for the moment. And I'm liking this, though, from... my brain is... I'm freezing right now.
From the attack?
Yeah, there we go. Thank you.
No worries, I got you. We're synergized. We're synergized.
There we go. There we go. Vansily, you always got my back. Always got my back. But yeah, look at this here from Team Toast. We're seeing a pretty good approach once again, just keeping the pressure on. And with that said, we did have some info play coming in around A main before the wall went down. So this is allowing a stack towards the mid position around spawn. So initially a good start, but the response here on the defense is actually a lot better at this point.
Yep.
They've adjusted really quickly, and they've got the numbers where they need them.
I do agree with that, because when you're looking at it, okay, pressure towards mid, Frost Orb towards the ground, Shock Darts to try to keep them from coming, the wall towards the A site to funnel them towards that site. So you see that they're actually having a stack towards the back mid side here for Team Pokey. And as now they funnel back towards the tree, well, now you have a numbers advantage on the A side instead. Pokey looking to hold on his 1v1 on B while they're trying to sell that fake in for Team Toast on A, but unfortunately, now she gets discovered. It's a 1v1. Can Pokimane actually win this one too? So at the shed, Peter Park opens up the A side, but the fake has not been sold. Now the Seekers come out. There's only 10 seconds left. You had the spike that got dropped at the same time too. Shawnick coming in with the knives, and unfortunately with a 2-on-1 with only 4 seconds remaining, Christopher Yee cannot get the kill, even adding salt to injury. It's going to be Shawnick with the 4K with the knives, that we know how deadly Shawnick could be with those kunais.
Yeah, that's some great maneuvers there, and that's going to bring things to a 4-5 scoreline there. Team Pokey bringing it back, and money still in the tank, though, for Team Toast. They reach deep into those coffers. There's still some left as well. Well, if they lose this round, they'll still be able to get a pretty solid buy into the action, especially if they get a spike planted. We'll see what they opt to go for here, though. You know, we see them with a very heavy presence towards this B main position. They are just going to go for the full rush. Disguised Toast with the Cypher leading the charge. Pokey, oh no! Great position coming from Pokey. A trio of frags is going to completely devastate that push. With that said, though, Christopher Yee has the trades in hand. 2 kills straight back, and that's going to make life a lot better, especially given that he's playing main with the orbital strike.
I'm loving this right now, because Valkyrie's alive towards the back of the boathouse. She does have a poison cloud. She does also have 2 snake bites. So what they could do is just try to waste the clock with the snake bites, with the poison cloud, and if she does fall, there's an opportunity with the orbital strike to get something done. And now they don't clear towards his B main. They're still in great position to win a 4v2. There goes that poison cloud out. The frost orbs, a triple take towards the B site. The first snake bite on that ground, and that's it. They win this 4v2 because of that. She gets a kill, a second one, an orbital strike to actually seal the deal, and you do have that win. Like I said, Valkyrie falls down, orbital strike comes out, all 4 players die, and it's a perfectly won round for Team Toast on that clutch.
I love the differences in perspective there. Like Christopher Yee's just chilling by the Heart B lobby, just like making a cup of tea, whilst like Valkyrie's just like stressing out. The res, people spamming at her, just running at her positions in the smoke. Very, very different perspectives, but the same outcome there coming through from Team Pokey. Excellent work, and it's so good to see. Oh, sorry, from Team Toast. Really excellent work. It's from Valkyrie right at the back of the side there, just as you said. The 2 perfect agents to play that post plant 2v4 with the res. So
Those buffs are good, Dan. Those buffs are good so far here for Viper and 2.06. So with that, let's see the action. We do have looks like a save right now for the defenders because of that. So the spike is going to go down. You're building up the ultimate points for Valkyria. She's going to be the one that's going to play it down, but seeing from behind, or shining, sorry, from behind, gets the execution on to Toast himself and picks up the weapon left behind. Pokimane with the ult. Oh, it's going to be the showstopper in the wrong angle. Natsumi in the corner. Good for one, but still a 4-on-2 situation as, again, who better? The last two alive, it's Valkyrie and Christopher Yi. They're good for 3. It's a 2 versus 1. Pokimane somehow, the tides have turned. She gets the dink, but it's still going to be those 2 players of Team Toast for 2 clutches in a row.
Oh man, I think I just saw them high five right at the end of there as well. Just running past each other.
I felt it for sure.
High five, man. That's so sick. Just as you said, Christopher Yi and Valkyrie, we trust for those clutches time and again, back to back. That's beautiful to see. And that's going to be Team Toast now with a pretty decisive lead at this point. 3 rounds. It's not huge, but it's certainly confident. And going to this last round, both teams with a bye, it certainly would be great to see for just having the closest game possible. Team Pokey, hitting up that the win in this round, but we'll see what they have to do it with. They've at least got a 4 bye.
Yep.
And Team Toast start off with some A main pressure. So mixing up the approach a little bit here.
And look at this. Look at the Hunter's Fury coming out. That was a blind Hunter's Fury because he actually used his recon dart towards that B main. So the B link not getting any pings, like there's a potential that they're working towards the gelato. So I like the blind ult. He connects for 1, forces out the res early, but at the same time, the information is there. Because after the first kill, then the res coming out, they know the hits happening towards the A side. They have the perfect numbers advantage too to hold the A side. Well, maybe not the numbers advantage, but at least number in their favor on the whole to have 3 instead of 2.
And no surprise to see Disguised Toast playing that catwalk position. Knows how to play that expertly with that judge, and with a good timing, could really cause some problems here for Team Pokey. And it's going to be about Team Toast kind of breaching this A main position and then baiting it in. They're all hiding from the drone. That's going to pop as well. So a lack of information, but at the same time, we did get that push on B main here for Team Pokey. Sidian getting information, and they know it's going to be A. There's 4 of them here for the retake. Out go the smokes, and they're going to try their luck with the Viper's Pit as well.
Man, you have... Oh, no! She falls, unfortunately, and that's courtesy of Shawnee, who brings out the Blade Storm, spots one at the switch, so that's Christopher down to about 10 HP, but still Peter Park at the generator is able to get that kill. Close range now, the hat coming out, a 3-on-2, positions given away, now Toast is on his own. Hey, look at that, no judge, it's a Vandal. Bird in the face, he's whining, peeking out, but it's gonna be Sidian with the kill, and an easy defuse coming in for Team Pokey, and a 7-5 scoreline, still in favor of Team Toast, but it's a good comeback so far for Team Pokey on that half.
Switching sides.
And talking about clutch kills, like impact frags, Shawnick with the swing, taking down Viper just as the plant and the Viper's Pit were activated, swinging through the smoke to do that, finding that millisecond timing, that was huge. That created so much chaos, so many problems on the attack there for Team Toast. And we said it, there needed to be another round there to make things close at the end of the first half, and that is the 5-7 secured there for Team Pokey.
Yeah, very well done so far, and this is the huge question mark though right now, Dan, because you would want, and the idea was there, that if they actually did win for a composition with no Sentinel, well, I guess no Anchor Sentinel, because Sage is still a Sentinel, but no Cypher, no Killjoy, and also no Smokes, you wanted to be more aggressive. They did do it.
What up? What up? Get ready, get ready, get ready. Let's go, let's go. Okay, turn.
Bodies! Oh, don't body block each other.
Okay. Back. Let's back up.
Back it up.
Bring it in.
We got the 5-4.
Wait. Pokey, no.
They're getting the wood. No.
Oh, let's go. Chase.
Oh,
no. Oh, no. I'm one hit.
Okay.
Go for it. Left click
Chris. Nice.
Oh, my knives don't connect.
Are any of them tagged?
Toast is. Cypher is.
Oh.
I got this.
I hate knives.
Yeah.
Oh, good try.
Bro, my knives don't connect on this ping. It's so sad.
And it continues to get dangerous here, Dan, because now they lose a knife round. They lose a round on top of that. And what I was trying to finish with was, yes, they did try to attempt to be a little bit more aggressive with their agents, with their agent composition, to try to get more rounds on the defender side. But unfortunately, they still trail behind. Now, all they have in terms of smokes for executions is going to be the jet smoke. So how do they do this right now? It's probably going to have to be a lot of these guiding lights and arrays to try to do a lot in these entries.
Yeah, and it makes it just extra important that Team Poke are able to scrape together that first round. Oh, that last round, sorry, the end of the first half. And get the counter smoke coming through there to make life a little bit more difficult on the entry. There's so much utility on this choke point. It's looking so desperate to get through, but still trying to make it happen, and it's not looking all that good. The Spectres, the SMGs are looking really, really nice hit on that defense. The spike is secured, and it's up to City in here with the Classic, with those glitch pop skins ready to rock and roll. But unfortunately, the Classic, it is not really going to do a lot against the Spectres at the ranges. That's really a problem. If you can get close, you might be able to get something done here. Sidian will go down. Christopher Yee able to finish things off, and that's a 9-5 lead now for Team Toast. However, it was a save round from Team Pokey, so there is that.
That wall definitely, though, did help for the defenders to waste out some abilities that could have been some good abilities on the attacker side to get information, right? Because Poke went out with a boombot right away. If they actually spotted someone towards that B main, they could maybe chase or at least know that information. But putting that wall up early on the defense there for Natsumi, and they forced a lot of bullets to get shot, so they hurt the frenzies, they hurt the ghosts. Then they're like, okay, we know there's a lot of people right now on the attack. We could set things up for Team Toast on this crossfire, even a guided light to find early information this round. So the abilities and usage currently for Team Toast, I didn't see too much of it on the attacker side, but on the defender side, it's definitely working.
Wall going up again. So quite an even spread across the map here for Team Pokey, sort of applying pressure everywhere. Have that mid control as well. The all pickup sound was heard both on B main and A main right now. So Team Toast playing really passive, allowing these positions to go the way of Team Pokey. But Team Pokey at this point, you'd like to see them being able to group up a little bit more to get a split happening. Oh, Shornik with the lurk there. Walks straight into the trip. Unfortunate there for Team Pokey. We'll have to see what they're going to be able to accomplish here. They have this forward position to work from. They need to convert it into some kills. Abe to need to do just that, but they're in a 3v4.
And all stuck inside the market on this 3 versus 4. So Abe is trying to find something with the recon dart. Nothing yet, and they're creeping in right now. And Toast, well, that was a kill from a Trapper with a Viper, a Viper Cloud, sorry, a Poison Cloud. But Pokemon on the entry, it's working things out here towards his B main as Abe was getting damaged while getting healed, trying to stay alive as long as he can. But Sidian is able to trade it out. 20 seconds left on the clock. We're trying to get the regrowth once again, and that's going to put Pokemon up on HP. But it's a 2 versus 2. We have a close-in from Valkyrie, who gets stopped by Sidian, and now it's going to be Disguised Toast. He did pick up a Vandal at 2 versus 1, and also has a camera to work with. Puts it out on that sidewalk, but will not spawn anybody yet, and that allows Pokemon to actually come out on that lurk on the staircase and go with the backstab in the round for the attacker side.
Really nice conversion there. That's fantastic stuff. You got to hand it to Sidian with some of those kills, looking at really good in making a good of a situation that was looking a little bit desperate. See Pokey able to open things up there as well, getting players in a position. And it could be interesting now to see how far this comeback can go here for Team Pokey. If they can scrape together some momentum off of the back of that one as the first victory in this half, and another one, and I would imagine that the money will be completely diminished for Team Toast. Looking to go heavy on this A main pressure once again. And there is not too much except a Viper and a Cypher, but that might be enough here. The rotation's already coming through here. So it's all about how long is this util there to delay for, and a shot it doesn't care. Straight in with the knives. We've got the showstopper set forth by Pokey as well to create that space for the team. And they're ready with that spike planted by Jen. But they've got to hold on to this site, and they've got to hold on to position.
So far, so good for holding on, though, onto the site. It's going to be a 5 versus 5 retake, and Christopher Yee is trying to put out some smokes, but it's going to be Shonik once again. Does connect up to 1 nice, but unfortunately gets stopped as Peter Park is closing in on this retake. It's a 3-on-3 now as Disguised Toast does have that operator. Looking back towards the switch. Also Natsumi moving in. She gets pinged out at the same time. The smoke's yet to come down, but still Pokemon's holding her ground. Traded out by Disguised Toast. Sidian also playing towards Hell. It's a back and forth, and the advantage for the attackers. The swing potentially, but we're just playing the clock on our side. Very well done. But back to a 1 versus 1. You are going to win on time. A Shark Dart to come out to you, and Disguised Toast is going to lose his operator. All of them die, but the round still comes in for Team Pokey.
Yeah, and that's huge because, again, I think that would have still wiped out the money mostly for Team Toast. Actually looking like they're going to try to go for a half buy here. So it's not completely gone, but they do have just enough here to get a half buy in, which is dangerous. Very, very dangerous, especially because knowing that they'll be able to full buy in the next round, knowing that they have some rounds to play with here, I'm certain that they're going to be thinking about going aggressive somewhere, creating some kind of action in the early round to catch off their opponents. And that's a great maneuver if you have worse firepower, because you can try to use the element of surprise to mitigate that disadvantage.
Yeah.
And no shenanigans just yet, though.
Yeah, it's definitely with Christopher Yee with this Marshall, trying to play that distance, trying to see if there was an early peek towards mid. But as he falls back on Pizza to hold a different angle, he's allowing the Jet to move up, as you can see on this minimap. But there's a camera. So Shonik's moving up. Okay, he gets a shot down. He's not going to get tagged. This is going to put a question mark of where Toast is going to be. Okay, are we going to move in through or not? Marshall missed. He could call it out now for Toast to say, look, there's a couple of guys heading towards Catwalk. Get ready. So you see Toast right now with that Judge on the off angle on the left side, going back and forth with that toxic screen coming up on that defense. That's going to help a lot. Also, with the cross over to Catwalk, bring that decay down and also add more effectiveness onto the Judge. But it seems so for Team Poke right now. They're just trying to reset and work back towards the B side. And everybody rotate out from Team Toast, except for one player who might get caught just around the corner. And indeed he does. And here comes the plow into the B site.
Great rotation. Great catch on the Christopher Yee. Indeed, that's going to be a clear B side. And Shonik is running it straight through the spawn. Has to connect those shots, though, as he needs to fall back. Now recognizes when he's overstayed his welcome, or maybe not. Straight back out there with the creep, looking to take the fights. The trade comes through, and that's going to be an upgraded weapon for some of these players.
Yeah.
Ice Orbs will come down to slow it down, but 3v3 here, super doable, and the res is available also for Team Pokey.
All 3 players, though, on the attacker side, Pulse Plant, are playing towards the boathouse. I'm okay with this right now, though, because it's like a lower buy that you have for Team Toast. You don't have that weaponry. If you actually stay towards that spawn, and you make sure that all your opponents die to that spike to hurt the economy on the attackers, could still be pretty good. But that recon dart came out, that spots Peter Park. He still comes out, they're still trying to fight for it. Valkyrie is good for 1, it's a 2 versus 1. She's trying to jump into that, but the spike is not going to go off. The round's going to come in for Team Pokey, and they're going to be okay moving into the next round. So 1 round to tie things up once again is going to be Pokey trailing from behind with the rest of her team. But they're looking really good, much better here on the attacker side. And Denver, we had that question mark. Like, they don't have any smokes. How are they working this right now? And it seems as though it's just working it slowly and capitalizing on just mistakes from aggression, right? You have on the other end a Sky and the camera from Disguised Toast that is trying to get an information, and they're trying to act upon it. But when they're acting upon it, you have those off angles being played by Team Pokey, and to capitalize on those kills. And this is why you're seeing that, you know what, maybe sometimes you don't need smokes operators, or smoke agents rather. You just know how your opponents play, and you play to their weaknesses based on the composition that they're playing with, which is what you mentioned earlier on today.
Scout destroyed.
Yeah, and it does really feel like, as you mentioned, Team Pokey, they are kind of playing into their own strengths quite effectively in some of these rounds, and we'll see how they're able to accomplish this right now. Shonik has been instrumental. We talked about being on the Jet. We wanted him to get that Jet pick, and it is providing some massive impact so far here for Team Pokey. And right now, Shonik is in that Catwalk position as the rest of his teammates manage to make their way through to B main. Might be able to create a lot of pressure towards A from Catwalk and really slow down the rotation. The Viper's Pit here is a problem, and there's a few ways to deal with this. A drone could be used to tag the Viper, even a recon dart. There's multiple ways to do it, but good timing from Ray on the Snake Bite will slow things down.
This is so good because now she puts the cloud up, and then she can put another snake fight in there. But it's going to be a showstopper to try to clear her from her spot, but it doesn't work out. Now they're rushing inside it right now, and Christopher Yi and Peter Park are going to work, getting the lurkers out towards the spawn side. Finally, Valkyrie falls down, and that's courtesy of Pokimane. So they make it into the site. They're going to go for a plant. They have a res on top of that too for the defenders to try to even up the tally. That is a huge kill for Christopher Yi, because you're going to get this res towards spawn. This guy's toast is coming up. The heal is going to come out from Natsumi on to Christopher Yi. Now you have a 3-on-2. But look at this so far. It's going to be the same type of scenario, just as we saw with Pokimane and also Christopher Yi, but this time is going to be against Sidian and also Abe. That Hunter's Fury is going to be huge, so Abe is playing it towards that main site. Sidian's good for 1 kill, but as soon as he tap over to that spike, the Hunter's Fury is going to come out potentially, but Christopher Yi is pushing forward. He knows, and as that happens, he does get the kill. A second pulse? No, and the spray comes in. But is there enough time? Potentially not, and it's not going to happen. So Christopher Yi was trying to move in for that kill, and that's such a smart play there from me. Was like, you know what? It's time to sacrifice myself. I at least will hopefully get the kill onto the spike diffuser. It works, and you get the round, and you tie the game 9-9.
That was so crazy. There's so many ways that it could have played out, and especially after the neural theft, I was thinking to myself, how do they play this one? Do they orbital strike Boathouse? Do they orbital or try to orbital strike the Sova? Like, you know, which way do you try to tackle this?
Yeah,
there's so many different approaches, and man, 9-9 to see these rounds going down to the wire. What a great match up we've seen so far here on Ascent. Christopher Yi feeling that confidence, rocking the Odin, Prime Odin, and Pokey, speaking of confidence, taking down Disguised Toast, early pickoff onto one of the defenders. Huge, and the Protractor has come out once again from Abe. Get the double bounce. Was it double or single bounce? Single bounce onto the site. Looking for a clear of any players playing those site boxes, but evaded. They know a player's back gen. The drone will go out as well. Pokey is going to make her way forward to try to get the catch. Great reaction from Pokey. Finds Natsumi. Claims more grounded towards tree. Oh, great crosshair placement coming through as well from Pokey. She's on a roll, and it ain't going to stop just yet. Although Valkyrie, something else to say about that.
Definitely. That was very well done for Pokimane to clear that space, and knowing right now that Valkyrie just got the trade off, well, it's going to be an open site because it's a 4 versus 1 after that res. Getting that information, it's going to be an easy plant towards this B site. So once again, Valkyrie is going to try to clutch, but it's going to be a very hard one. At this point, she did pick up a Vandal though, right? So she won that Ghost versus Vandal against Pokimane. She's going to try to come back here and potentially do it. It looks like she's going for it. So I like the toxic screen that came up. That forced, like, hey, maybe she's trying to push towards spawn side. So you saw that Jet moving forward at that area. But now she's moving towards this B main.
Snake bite on Logs. Forces Sidian with the swing. Unfortunate. Great play from Ray, but Sidian is confident, ready to go. And that's going to be the lead now taken by Team Pokey. And this was a great entry onto the A site. You know, Pokey really working with the space that was offered her, and you know, hitting those shots along the way. And again, that's what you want from your duelists, just being very aggressive, finding those, you know, forward engagements, but knowing also the fights to take as well as the fights not to take. And Pokey did a great job in that round for sure.
And I like it from the crosshair placement too. Like, she knows how to place it on an angle. Like the way that she's walking at the bottom of the staircase and knows where to aim at head level on the top of the garden to instantly get that headshot was really nice too. And that was also thanks to that pulse that came out from the from Abe's owl drone, right? So the owl drone pulsated the defender towards that garden side 3 times to allow for Pokimane to set that up on that crosshair placement. Now another one spotted as he got pulsed, but Peter Park still peeks out and gets the headshot onto Shonik. I think that dart went right onto his chest, and he still won that one too. So finally, things are looking a little bit better for Team Toast on the hold. Again, a team that's not playing without any smokes are doing so good here on the attack for Team Pokimane. And you now have that luck that's coming back onto your side for Team Toast, looking to tie the game back up with a 1-player advantage.
Yeah, this A side, though, is where the spike looks to be going. Although, with that said, at the same time, we do have both Pokey and Sidian working towards B main and just creating presence there. In fact, the rotation's going to come through there as well with the spike, too. So they'll group up all 4 onto the B site. and the Showstopper's available. So if we have a good double satchel or something like that to gain ground with that Showstopper, Pokey could really create all the space that's needed to get in on the site and get a key kill. The orbital strike, though, is going to be a problem, and there it is. Pokey escapes with the satchel, able to take down... No, in fact, she takes down herself. Oh, so unfortunate there for Pokey. I think that orbital strike really threw things off with that satchel play, and the Odin's not too bad at all on the B side of Ascent. We've all been, I think we've all been victim to that.
Yeah, I think it was perfect for Christopher to actually play towards that site, and as soon as he hears that boom bot with the time remaining to say, look, I know with the time remaining, they're probably going to hit towards his B side, especially now that they go with a boom bot to try to clear out space, and you hear a Showstopper towards that backside. And I think that Showstopper is going to be the key. A Showstopper creates space, and usually you run behind your agent that does create that space, and that orbital strike definitely confused things around there for Sidian and for Pokimane at the entrance, because Sidian was caught right in the middle of that radius, like really at the center core where there's no way she could make it out. So very difficult, and Team Toast does it. So great hold fight by Christopher. You talked about the Odin. You want to see it again, and Odin is actually coming true here for Christopher to get a 3K onto that one and tie the game up 10-10. And with that, we're seeing now a default actually for Team Pokey, right? Look how spread across they are around the map, because again, they want to punish, and punish they have done for against Team Toast when they were trying to get the information early.
Slowing things down once again. Another game going right down to the wire in this 10-10 scenario. We get our first overtime here. I feel like that would be so perfect given the context. And we get the presence across the map again from Team Pokey, trying to make things confusing as possible for Team Toast. Team Toast doesn't really have info right now. They kind of gamble stacking towards B at the moment, and they would be mistaken to do so, because here comes the play, but there is Disguised Toast. We know how dangerous this judge is close range, but Pokey with the swing and the headshot will dismantle that danger.
I just love that you continue with the Captain Trash Talk, and it's been so many times you've seen this face-to-face versus Pokimane and Toast, where Pokimane's taking the upper hand. But speaking about the upper hand, it's even so far, all thanks to Valkyrie with those 2 kills going in with the Vandal. Make that a 3rd onto Pokimane. Going on fire right now against 2 more players on the attack. Sidian just in front with it. Spike has been planted as Christopher E moves in with the Odin. 1 more to go. Abe looking for the spray, potentially through the smoke, trying as they're pinging up for his teammates. From his teammates onto that spike, but it's going to be fully diffused as Natsumi was hiding behind the corner of the generator, safe from danger, and Team Toast regained the lead of this matchup.
What a huge 3K coming out of Valkyrie in that position. That is a moment. That's a game-changing, a complete game-changing moment. The 3K completely crushed the defensive efforts around the spike post plant. Didn't allow really anything to happen after that point. So that's definitely put. I mean, look what it's done to the money of Team Pokey. They needed to win that round to just have weapons. And so right now, Team Toast are looking good to at least get to 12. We'll have to see, though. Nothing is a given. And on the angle, we've got Disguised Toast will whip the shot. That is something for Team Pokey as they gain position. They're going for a hot hit through to the A site. But, oh, Valkyrie's, that confidence now goes deep, and she is going to get punished. Now, the question is, will we get a commit? They don't have to. They could reset off of this 4v4. They're going in, Van.
Yeah, Toast right now looking for the no-scope. Lands it onto Sonic, and that's also going to be Peter Park. That's going to get the kill onto Jack. Already a 4-on-1 situation. Yes, it was a half-buy, but at that same time, it looked pretty good on how they exploded into the site for the attackers. Sorry. Now it all leaves Sidian on her own with that Sheriff inside wine. The spike is down. The hopes are also down right now for Pokey to potentially win this round. Peeking out, Disguised Toast misses the off shot, and Sidian's position is now given away. You could definitely close in right now, the camera to come out just to make sure how close they are. Toast just really wants his kill. Out to the Vandal, Peter Park gets the kill, and now we have Team Toast at map point.
Match point.
Yeah, great stuff from Disguised Toast, and it's quite funny because even when he doesn't have a judge, he makes the operator look like a judge, because if you look at these shots, gets that first one, that's fantastic, but you know, the no-scopes coming through hot for Disguised Toast, and that is a wrap on the A side. But again, it was a half buy coming through from Team Pokey. They're trying to hit hard and fast because they knew that they didn't have the weaponry to really play a slow, drawn-out round, to really play those longer ranges. But knowing that that operator is in play is scary. And in fact, the Viper's Pit is coming through straight away on the A side. Now, what is the response here from Team Pokey? They do have a Hunter's Fury, so that could be vital, but the drone was just used and it didn't get to see anything on tree, or rather catwalk.
It's getting dangerous right now. Oh no, even worse, unfortunately, here for Team Pokey. The wall bang from Christopher Yee just into this B site, and we've seen this before. It's like, okay, well, if they're gonna try to grab the orb and try to get an ult, I'll just place my cursor at that spot, and somehow it still works. And what a flick there from Disguised Toast. That's Shonik to fall. The hat to come out. 3 players to be spotted, all towards this mid side. Pokemon with 2 more players. Ape does have the Hunter's Fury. They're going to try to work towards this mid side, but you see the rotation to come out. Disguised Toast to say, look, I'm going to rotate towards the back mid. I'm going to try to opt back towards that side. They break the trap wire. They move towards the A side. But because of that rotation that came out, there's a weaker A side hold.
And they will actually manage to make their way past this angle. Oh, the drive-by from City and onto Disguised Toast is going to make things much more doable here. In fact, more than that, it's looking fantastic right now for Team Pokey to stay alive in this game with a chance to make the finals here. And we're going to see a situation where there's the Hunter's Fury available, and the positioning for Abe is good. Playing from Wine without Hunter's Fury is going to be very hard to deal with. I don't know how, in fact, they're going to deal with it at this point. Natsumi and Chris will walk into the site. They're going to give it their all here, but it is all against them, and Pokey's going to make it even worse. Chris, with that savagery from the Odin, is going to at least cause some damage. And there goes that incendiary, but there's the shock dart, soften him up. Oh, actually, did the Hunter's Fury just get burned?
Yes.
Ooh, that's huge, actually. That's a big win for Team Toast, not having to worry about that.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you're trying to secure the round. Things are getting very dangerous. Things are getting edgy. Christopher Yee does get a wallbang, a drive-by like that onto Pokey into hell. And then at the same time, the molly that he threw, if it was actually just a little bit deeper, that could have potentially burned Sidian as she was trying to swing out to get the kill, where you had to force out the Hunter's Fury no matter what. Secure that round, move it into the last round over here, and despite that, you still have a showstopper and a Blade Storm so far for Shonik. And we've seen how good Shonik is with the dives. This is still very doable to bring it into an overtime here, Dan, but at the same time, for Team Disguised Toast, there's also the ultimate of the Orbital Strike from Chris. With the way that he's been playing so far with his Brimstone has been so good.
And we have as mentioned, the Blade Storm is out. The Showstopper is also available for Pokey, and the Orbital Strike is available for Chris. So really huge ults to have in a situation like this. We're at the minute mark now, and neither side has lost any players. Pokey looking to pressure A. It has killed that camera, which does make life a little bit scarier for Disguised Toast. He's playing tree by himself at the moment. Does have Ray on the A site proper though. And mid control is the name of the game right now, but they have to start choosing how they're going to finish this round, Van Silly. They don't have a lot of time remaining.
35 seconds left only right now as they're taking towards this mid control. The wall has been broken and the information's out there. And an early orbital strike, and Shonik gets the opener. One step closer to try to get this into overtime, but Christopher Yee spamming away with the Odin, and he gets knocked down by Shonik. A continuous trade happening from both sides. A 3-on-3 as the showstopper comes out. Shonik on the top in the ledge. The nade does not connect, but Shonik still gets a kill. There's only 12 seconds left. The spike has finally been planted. It's a 2-on-2. They have a res on the attacker side of Team Pokey, but so far away are her teammates to try to get that res out. Sort of playing close range, enemies spotted towards that market. Pushing in is going to be Shonik, looking for the ace. Wall now broken, and an accidental headshot from Toast. Now without 1 versus 1, the camera is out. The snake fight has dissipated. A headshot from Toast through the wall, and that is going to be it. So close to bringing into the overtime, but we will have enough time to go for the defuse, and Team Toast wins the matchup, and they will move on to the grand finals.
What an epic showdown right at the end. I was convinced that Shonik was gonna nail it. He had so much confidence there in that last 1v1 as well. Not opting to fall back, but just ready to click heads. You gotta respect it. Didn't work out for him this time. And speaking of which, that I mean, you said accidental headshot, and it definitely looked like he was just trying to break the wall,
Exactly.
let loose one too many bullets, and hey, if it's meant to be,
you take those. You take those, man. You take
those every day.
And despite all that, right? That clutch attempt that came in, who better than Disguised Toast? We talked about this duel, this battle between Pokimane and Toast, where Pokimane was winning most of the times. Every time they went head to head, the angles that Toast was trying to hold with that judge, fully denied, fully stopped. You saw it from the side of Team Poki. The abilities that were being used were perfect right there. But now, the only round that matters, that gets clutched by Toast, is the round that wins it for that team. And that's how you bark back. That was definitely a great finish into this match.
Oh my god, yeah, and especially some of those operator moments as well, just like the no scopes, like making it look like the judge when it wasn't the judge, and after the trash talk segment too, it's just fantastic stuff. What a great match. We had a lot of great showings from pretty much everybody in the server. We had everyone popping off all over the place there from both sides. That was again, I don't know, what's going on with this. If like OfflineTV have somehow scripted this, or what's happening, but like, the games are getting closer and closer and closer going into the grand finals. Now, if we are living in some kind of simulation, we're going to get an overtime in this grand finals. I think that's clear right now.
Oh yeah, because Anders would be proud. If you guys don't know, if chat doesn't know about Anders, one of the prominent casters in Counter-Strike Global Offensive, and says we're living in a simulation, well, this is probably going to be one of those moments that if we do get an overtime of how close these matches have been today, it's going to be a very exciting one. And when we talk about so many clutch situations, you do definitely have to tip your hat off to Valkyrie and also to Christopher. Christopher and Valkyrie has been amazing on two different scenarios of a 4 versus 2 on the clutches on pulse plants. We saw the same thing from Abe at the same time in Sidian on a 2 versus 2 pulse plant as well. It's just been looking pretty good on both sides, but definitely tip your hat off. If it wasn't for Valkyrie, for Chris, I don't think it would have been their victory.
Oh yeah, absolutely. There's so many great moments. We had the 3K from Ray, on the retake. We had, as you said, there's two, back-to-back, clutches with the both of those players. Just, just knowing exactly how to play off one another, and those are all absolutely critical rounds. I mean, every round, of course, is critical. When you're looking at a game like this, where it goes down to the last round, of course, so it's those moments that really do count and really do stick out in your mind. So it makes a lot of sense why you're mentioning those, and I think the reward as well. There's so many different rewards for winning that match and that best of one. Just getting to play again as well is a huge reward in of itself, because I think, one thing about this is that, a lot of these personalities, they don't have, the time to actually compete and play. And maybe they'd want to do it even at an amateur level, possibly, if not, seeking something greater. But playing and competing with a team that you're really enjoying is very special. So I'm happy to see some of the camaraderie that's coming out of this tournament so far.
100%. So we have one more match to go. It's going to be the grand finals coming up. But before we get into that, it's time to have Rachel talk to our champion of that previous matchup and the clutch man himself, being Disguised Toast.
What? Peter?
Yeah, hi. Disguised Toast here.
Also Disguised Toast here.
I
love the judge. The judge is awesome.
The judge is a fantastic gun. What can I say? It's the highest skill gun in the game. Okay.
I love corners. Right angles, a good angle.
Oh my god. Yeah. Basically, you have to fear every angle with the judge. And wait, am I live right now? I can't tell.
Yeah, no, you guys are.
Okay,
you're live, Peter.
Okay. They were saying Rachel's gonna talk, and all of a sudden Sean started talking, and I was just like, wait, I don't know if I'm.
No,
live
Rachel
right now.
was muted. I'm Rachel now.
Got it. Perfect. Okay, but anyway, I just want to lay down something real quick.
This time.
Yeah, you did everything right. For all the haters saying Toast is a judge one trick, that final round just really shows that Toast has the aim. He has the clutch gene in him. So that should silence all the haters. But yeah, that was a really, really close but really fun game.
Yeah, that was super fun. I'm glad we got to play it.
Yeah, the question that I ultimately had for you guys, I want to look back on this all fondly and fun because I know one of your teams just crushed the other team and knocked them out of the finals. And, well, that's all behind us now. I want to know, at what point this weekend did you laugh the most? Jack, start us off.
Just now, when the interview got messed up and Peter and I are both toast.
Yeah, basically, I don't know. It's just we were taking this tournament like pretty seriously, so like I can't really recall any moments where like I'm really laughing until this very moment, other than like my really incredible interview skills, obviously. So yeah, that's pretty much it.
He's nervous. He's cracking.
I'm cracking. I'm so nervous right now.
I think the whole tournament was super fun. We had a couple of moments, even watching other people's games. Watching Jody get a knife ace, I think, is one of the highlights of the whole thing.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Well, Jack, unfortunately, your team is finished in the tournament now. Peter, your team's going on. Jack, do you have any words of encouragement to carry Peter and his team forward here?
I think you guys played very well. I think you guys have an incredible team. I have played with all of these people separately, and seeing them all together is absolutely nuts to watch them all in action. To be on the receiving end of that, granted, I was at 150 ping and I was dead before I even saw players half the time, but it was still something to behold and to see them all like cohesively play together. And I think I talked to all of them and they all deny how good they are, even though you're all phenomenal players. And it's astonishing how good they all are actually individually, and to see them play as a team, I think is just wonderful. It's going to be an epic final, I think.
Well, Peter, you can no longer deny that you're very good at this game. You're at least better than a big chunk of your friends. So now I want to
go fuck yourself, Peter. You're great.
Hey,
Take the compliment, Peter.
Can you gas up the roster a little bit?
Okay, listen, I'm just gonna say that I am extremely proud of our team. Win or lose, I felt that we had really good communication. We had a really great in-game leader in Toast. I think everyone was really bouncing off each other well and taking comms really well, and it was just really good, and like it was really fun. Like that was the most important thing for me, was to have fun in this tournament, and I had so much fun. But like huge shout out to all my teammates. They really carried me through this tournament. And another shout out is like I was really struggling with my aim, I felt, in this tournament, so I switched up the charm on my Phantom to the Jody Reyna charm, and I gotta say, I hit like 30% more of my shots, so I highly recommend it if you're struggling with your aim. But yeah, I love my team so much. I kudos to the team, the people that balanced the teams. It's just been an incredible tournament so far.
Yeah, I think it's been super fun to watch for everybody at home as well. All the games have been super balanced, and I think everyone's getting some great entertainment. And shout out Team Pokey! Let's go!
It has been an excellent show, and I'm so sad to say goodbye to every team as they move on to the finals here. But Jack, as your final time on this show, anything you want to say to all the fans, everyone out there?
I want to say congrats to everybody for raising over $50,000, because at the end of the day, that's why we're all here. We all love Valorant, we all love playing against each other, and we all have fun, but at the end of the day, the charity element of it was huge, and a good chunk of that is going to so many different amazing organizations. So well done to everybody at home. And it's not over. You can keep donating and keep the funds coming in, because we still have yet to crown a winner, and 40% of the winner, or 40% of the total of the winner, is going to that. But every other team also gets to donate as well. So go donate.
Jack, you're so capable. Donate. You did my job at the top of the interview, and you did my job at the end of the interview. So I'm going to say
look,
thank you to you for coming out to
the
play.
team, so I have to take up a job somewhere else at this point, okay? I can't play Valorant to save my life.
Oh, you're nailing it, dude, in everything you do. So thanks so much for coming out. Peter, we're going to check in with you when the next teams get started, so we'll hear from you shortly. But thank you both so much.
Wait, I'm interviewing again? Oh, please. Oh, God. Okay, Sure, okay. Sure, I'll take it. Whatever. Oh, thank you for warning ahead of time, though.
No problem, man. All right, I'll let you guys go get set. Thank you so much. I do want to remind everyone watching at home, this is a giveaway right now, so you have to hit that exclamation point, enter in chat to be entered into it. There are $10 Valorant point gift cards up for grabs. There's 6 of them. Check your whispers. That's how we'll reach out to you. Don't forget, you can still donate. As Jack said, we are raising those funds for 5 different charities represented by our teams. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, it's the grand finals. We'll see you there.
Moving with the motion.
Hey everyone, welcome back for the final time to the OfflineTV Valorant Charity Invitational. It's been an incredible weekend. We've raised a ton of money, and there's still an opportunity to raise a little bit more as we head into our final game. We're also doing our giveaways, which should be wrapping up right around now. So you can stop hitting exclamation point, enter in chat, and go check your whispers. I want to encourage you, though, if you do like the giveaways, stick around after the finals, because it's going to be bigger and better than anything we've done before. And speaking of bigger and better than anybody, let's bring in Vansilli and DDK so we can talk about this grand final match here. Gentlemen, we have a banger ahead.
You definitely have the bigger and the better. Oh, it's gonna be a good grand finals, though, Rachel and Dan. I think looking at how everything went so far throughout these tournaments, I have to echo the sentiments of everybody that came on towards this trash talk throughout the weekend. That all the matches have been close, all the matches have been intense. I mean, even looking at it from a caster, it's been quite like these decisive moments, but clenching moments even at some points to actually even see the end of the results of these matches. So it's been super fun. And like Dan said, I'm looking forward to potentially an overtime between these finalists.
Absolutely. Taking
I
a
feel
look.
like it has to happen, right?
Has to, man.
These are the standings. I spoke, and now everyone's going to be quiet. So I'll just continue and talk about the standings.
I literally just checked my stuff. I literally just I was like, did I get disconnected? What just happened here?
Guys, it's me. I'm awkward. I'm ruining it. But we're going to save it because we're going to talk about the standings and what everyone's actually here to see, which is the sick gameplay between Team Lily Pichu and Team Disguised Toast in the finals.
It's got to be a very good one here, Dan, at this point, because, again, Myth kept his promise. He said yesterday, see you in the finals. They've gotten it, and it was some pretty nice matches that they've gotten for the victories that they've played on these maps. And Disguised Toast, I mean, it was super close versus his team and Pokemon's team. It could have been anybody out of those two teams, definitely, that's going to face off versus Lily. But we talk about these rosters, right? We talk about Lily's roster, for example, and we could definitely tell that despite all that, when Lily says she's shy or whatnot, she's still putting those numbers in and still getting those kills. So she's had some good impact frags. By the way, shout out to Lily to be able to cosplay as her main agent for today as Killjoy. I don't know if chat noticed that too. That was pretty cool. But yeah, Dan, at this point, is Broden actually coming back here in this matchup, or is it still going to be who's coming back in that one?
Was it Skara?
Is Fuslie coming back into it, or?
Fusli's on her way to a wedding. Broden had to go, so Skara is stepping in.
Okay, there you go. Oh, okay. Right. Okay, Skara's stepping in. Interesting.
Yeah, that is going to be really interesting. I mean, the thing that is also interesting is I feel like Myth has been really good at kind of working. You know, we heard Lily Pichu kind of talking about this on some of the interviews, but Myth is kind of good at just helping to micromanage the team a little bit. So I feel like if anyone's going to sort of integrate someone last minute in a grand finals, Myth will be very helpful in doing that. And of course, Team Disguised Toast, we just saw them in action. Really, really awesome game. I can't really get over how many sort of hype moments we had, how close it was. And we saw great stuff from everybody. Natsumi with some really important utility, really using Sage to maximum effect to make sure you get those delays in, playing off of the teammates' information. And Valkyrie as well with some really clutch moments, understanding the util, similarly, Chris, the X Factor with the Brimstone, just running around the Odin. There's just so many looks to this team that's been really fun. And Disguised Toast pulling out a new dimension in that last matchup, which makes me look forward to maybe seeing some more Operator out of Disguised Toast before. I feel like, just sandbagging just with the judge, making it all about the judge. but in reality, we're seeing some sick Operator usage out of Disguised Toast. So that's going to be fun as well.
And when we talk about, and it's the same thing in like Pro League right now, when you're looking at professional play here, Dan, because it's always like, okay, well, if it's going to be Cloud9 back then, it's like, okay, it's 10s. We're always talking about 10s. We're not going to talk about anybody else. And if we're looking at, for example, Sentinels, then it's always going to be sick, and we're not going to talk about anybody else. We've had some good players from these teams that are lurking behind the shadows and are putting their impact as well. And you saw it as well from Valkyrie and also from Chris. And you also have to give it as well to Peter. I think the whole roster so far has been looking pretty complete from how they've been playing. As, again, you want to talk about one player specifically, but I think now all 10 players are definitely going to be stepping up into this game. This is why I'm hoping and expecting this overtime to happen.
Okay, well, let's go into trash talk with 10 people. Come on, everybody.
Hello.
Hey, everybody.
Hello. Oh my God.
We're in the grand finals. Congratulations, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Team Lily Pichu, Team Disguised Toast, very impressive. Oh, Lily, your mustache disappeared briefly. We are heading into the grand finals here. Toast, I gotta ask you, coming off a big win, are you guys coming in hot? Are you a little tired? Did you get to take a break, snack maybe?
Real hot. We're at the top of our game.
I love to hear it.
Real hot. Yeah.
Yeah, totally.
Oh.
Peter totally sounds like it.
Toast, we saw a lot of different ranges from you across this weekend. We saw some close range play, some long range play. Any hints at what you're looking to bring in this final here?
Oh, you know, I usually stick with the judge, and if they prove to be, you know, remotely challenging, I'll switch to an operator. You know, I'll go 90% off my full power.
Oh, I'd love to see it. Lily, how do you guys think you're going to be able to respond?
Oh, is this a general to the entire team? Yeah, we responded to it pretty well last time, so we're just gonna do it again.
Ooh.
It's gonna be great.
Yes, this is a bit of a rematch here, so, you know, how have the teams really changed since you guys last encountered each other? Lily Pichu's team.
We have a new member.
Oh, yeah.
Again.
Scar, though.
Ooh, a downgrade, huh?
What?
Whoa.
Watch your mouth talking to my teammates like that.
I
That's
apologize.
an upgrade, baby.
Scar.
Don't worry, I'll play my fourth best character, just to make it even.
That's what I like to hear, Scar. Intimidation.
Scar, what's the onboarding process been like to this team?
Well, it's weird because this is a team that wins games, and I don't know how that feels like. It's like it's been
Oh my
kind of a
God,
different.
Scara.
Well, as we head into this final match with everything on the line, Lily, anything you want to say to Toast before we take it to the arena?
Good luck in your match, Toast.
That sounded so painful for her to say.
For charity.
For charity!
Please support charity in the chat or hit the panel down below. Yeah. Bang.
Yeah.
Donate money.
Yeah.
Yeah. Toast.
Yeah.
Same question for Lily's team.
Okay. Well, Lily's biggest weakness is psychological damage. So, I'm gonna tilt her by saying something about her to the general public. And once this goes out, she's gonna get so tilted, she's gonna play like shit.
I don't eat with my mouth open.
Lily Pichu doesn't wash her hands after going to the bathroom. Lily Pichu doesn't. Tell everyone. Tell everyone.
This is not fair.
Oh, she's gonna.
Lily.
Her mental is dropping. You can see it happening.
Dude.
Honestly,
Lily,
that doesn't bother me as much as judge players. So I think, like, you know,
True.
side, who's really the dirtier person, right?
I need people to know that I wash my hands.
Lily, I know you wash your hands.
And I also chew with my mouth closed.
And you chew with your mouth closed. Yes.
Give me up.
Well,
Right,
Lily,
let's go.
I was going to give you a chance to respond, but sounds like you're ready to go. So, Toast, Lily, grab your rosters, head into that final map. It is time to
Wait.
play.
You gotta play
Valorant.
knife round, right?
Yeah, knife round? Okay.
Thank you so much, everybody. And Dan, it seems as though it was potentially intense going on right there because we got some people hiding behind covers. We got some laughing going on here, and I think the competition's going to stay intense. And speaking of the competition, we still don't know what map it's going to be in the grand finals right now because we're going into another knife round to decide that.
Ooh, nice. I love that. I mean, the knife rounds have been a pleasant surprise. I got to say, you know, for us, we get to take a breather because we get the team comms and we get to, you know, hear some personality. We get to hear some strats sometimes. But I feel like, you know, day one offered more strats, and now like everybody's, you know, wise to these flanks and the shenanigans. So I feel like now, you know, it's just about the frustration of the fact that it's so hard to connect the knives in this game.
No, definitely, and we saw the right-click knives that worked pretty well for Pokey, but she's not going to be in this one. And now how it's determined here for the grand finals is a knife round's about to happen. The winner of the knife round gets to choose the map. So my question is, if the winner of the knife round gets to choose the map, will the runner-up of the knife round get to choose the side? Because that could be very important at that point as well, where you know, you kind of want at this point, at least for me, looking at Team Lily being the winner of that of the knife round, because I feel that if Disguised Toast wins the knife round, they might choose Split, where that judge is going to be very, very effective.
Ooh, that's a good point. Yeah, the psychological warfare will continue, and you know, I feel like Toast did a really good job there. I feel like maybe, you know, some of those comments are actually going to impact you know, Lily's mental. We'll have to see. Lily has been stepping it up a lot today. Some excellent plays, definitely coming into form. I feel like a marked difference from yesterday for whatever reason. And that's definitely contributed massively. But also, you know, Team Lily is also working with a stand-in too. You know, Scar jumping in there. So it's, you know, for Broden, for Fusely. So it's going to be interesting to see those dynamics play out. Yeah. That said, if they do win the map pick, they win the knife, I'm expecting to see a bind, because I feel like that's been pretty comfortable for them.
And looking at it so far, it's actually not so bad to have Scar like subbing in for Team Lily, because looking at the agent composition, maybe not be the final right here because we see an Astra. It's just going to be knife round, so it might be some troll picks. But Scar has been playing that Raze a lot, right? There was only one time where he chose that Yoru, where it wasn't an important match for them because unfortunately nobody would have made it to the grand finals. But look again, Scar made it to the grand finals, right? Somehow. But I think he's gonna, if he does play the
Okay.
2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Fall back.
Fall back.
Falling back. Fall back. Fall back.
Okay.
This is great. Aggress.
Aggressing.
Keep aggression.
Yep.
W King. They're gonna stumble on each other. Uncornered.
Good job.
Good.
Ooh, throw me. Jenny.
Okay. Good.
Oh. 2v2. Nice. 2v1.
Okay.
To the back now, y'all.
Okay.
Okay, just one click.
There we go.
All right.
Let's go.
Let's go.
We got map pick.
That's big.
Let's bag it up. Yeah, I think we rematch.
Other than Bind, I feel like Bind is the obvious choice, given that there's been they've had a couple reps on that, and it's proven pretty successful.
Yeah, actually, to be honest with you, it would be good, but then again, we have to go back to that ruling. Are they able to play the same map twice?
Oh yeah, I don't know if it resets for the grand finals or something like that.
Yeah, because now it means that both of these teams, that's where we saw that victory of Team Lily versus Team Toast earlier today, right? With the judge playing close towards that short A. And it was very close to a 13-11. I mean, we talk about a rematch. Why not have a rematch on Bind of all maps too, right? That was the matchup that we could have potentially seen in overtime. We could maybe see that again, especially due to the fact that if these two teams played against each other on this map already, there's a chance that you already know the playstyle of these teams. These fake from Sands over to B side for Team Lily, the fakes from B teleporter onto the A showers for Team Toast. And now you definitely could counter-strike that too. But, again, if the ruling stands, there's a potential that Bind's not going to be in that one. And I would assume that since Team Lily won that knife round, that there's not going to be any split either.
Yes, and that's a great point. And we can until we actually figure it out, we just talk about, not about Bind, because we already talked about Bind a lot. So,
okay.
Split is the map. That's what we're hearing right now from production, unless they're trolling us. Do you trust production right now, Vansilli? I don't know.
I'm trusting production. I'm trusting
they
the
muted
admins.
Rachel earlier. You know, I feel like there's some shenanigans happening. You know, who's really on our side? We can only look out for each other here, I think.
I mean,
but
if it does pop up, then Dan, and we do see split, that's actually going to be a very interesting one. I thought that we were going to sway away from that for Team Lily, but no, we're going into it. We're going into it. Let's take Toast's strongest map right now with what he did with the Judge and how Valkyrie could clutch with that Viper, and then just destroy them as Team Lily. I think that's the plan right now, just to make sure that you seal the deal with a confident win for Team Lily.
I feel like I'm going to get muted on the next segment now. But yeah, I think you're right that this was a very dangerous map for the Judge, so this is going to be super interesting. That said, Skara on the Raze would be a really great pick, but we're going to see the Reyna instead, which was definitely a go-to for Fuslie. So something that the team will be certainly comfortable with. And Masayoshi, are we going to get the Jet, or are we going to get Brimstone? Like, I feel like.
But Myth is about to go Sky, so there's a potential that we're going to get a Brimstone. Yeah.
Yeah, get those smokes in. Yeah, it makes sense.
I mean, that's interesting. Yeah, I think that's still pretty good. Even Christopher Yee is also using a Brimstone in his map. I think it's totally fine too, because that orbital strike in the top of mid into the ropes is quite deadly. So for example, a team that had Abe, for Team Pokey that was consistently opping outside of that right on your left side there, that's ropes right there. So he was opping out of that side, getting a lot of kills, and he wasn't playing against any smokers, so he was able to take that control quite often. But an orbital strike has so much ground coverage at that spot, and especially when you're looking at potentially a combination for Team Lily on the attack, right? Let's think about the orbital strike combined with the lockdown on a B-side take. When you're actually putting a lockdown on a B-side take from Garage, usually the back of B behind the billboard is left open. So if they save their ultimate points for both Lily and Masayoshi for the take on B side, it could be very deadly too, where Valkyrie, potentially she's playing towards B, will not be able to hold it.
Yeah, there's a lot of issues for sure. I think this is going to be also interesting from the fact that we're seeing, I feel like Christopher is going to be a really difficult player to play against as well, because you talked already about some of the power behind the orbital strike, but I'm not sure if we've seen it previously. If we have some of those post-plan molly lineups, but those are also pretty deadly, and I'm wondering if Masayoshi has some of the lineups that I feel like Christopher Yee's going to have, because Christopher Yee definitely is super familiar on the brim. But yeah, time will tell as we move into the knife rounds here, and Team Lily, Team Toast, I don't know who's going to win the knife. I don't know if any team solved the knife, or if it's kind of just a coin flip at this point, honestly.
I feel like it's going to be one of those moments where, hey, are we going to try to sell that fake and do the strat to try to have the knife inside the vents? We'll see what happens right now as we check the
Wait, watch this.
Behind us! Sky's behind us!
Kill the play!
Chase this guy!
Chaser!
Behind you, careful!
Alright, get Peter. Okay, alright, cover Peter, Peter.
I'm probably dead. Yeah, I'm dead here. Fuck.
Alright, let's turn.
I'm turning.
Turn!
Oh god.
I got cornered. No.
Sorry, I just can't knife, dude. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
I played that
Also,
so bad. Oh my god.
All right. Well, things start off pretty well with the knife round being for Team Lily. So a great start here for a knife round that they won on Ascent to choose this map and also take the knife round. And one more detail to actually add here, Dan, is the fact that not only did they win the knife round, they're also starting on the defender side first. So they got so many advantages right now going into this grand finals.
Absolutely, and if you are just joining us, as Vansili did just say, this is the grand finals of the OfflineTV charity VALORANT Invitational. Already hit the donation goal, still going strong, and we have Disguised Toast trying to rock it with the Judge, opening things up, and Skara, a debut performance on this lineup in the grand finals here for Team Lily, also actually doing a really good job opening up things towards male. So lots of control here already found by Team Lily against Team Toast.
It's going to be a battle of the birds here, Dan, towards this B heaven, and we're potentially going to see this a lot. between Peter and also Myth. And here comes the Trailblazer to push out from Team Lily. And it's going to be Masayoshi with 2 kills, leaving Valkyrie on her own. She does have to spike the wall to come up, but just the turret's going to spot the Molly on the ground as she's trying to dance across. But the dance is about to end. Lily comes out, does get the kill with the Spectre, and another anchored kill for Lily as that Killjoy to put 2 points on the board now for the defender side.
Yeah, great work coming through and dealing with the force buy effectively. And what's really interesting, and I actually like it a lot, is Disguised Toast just having the judge every round. Doesn't matter. Ignoring the economy of the rest of his team, I actually think that that's okay, honestly, because it's as you mentioned before, this is the map for a shotgun for the judge specifically. So many great ranges and angles to play it with. So just creating always the opportunity for damage and to create problems, and you can always save it if things don't go particularly well. So we'll see how that dynamic plays out here, but yeah, definitely a great conversion from Team Lily from that knife round, picking up the 2-0, and we get the A hit coming through now for Team Toast.
And that's how you want to check how Toast is playing it too. So Christopher Yee made it out. Toast is moving up as well. And that's it. You lurk all the way towards the top with the smokes. You also have the cyber cages to throw in towards the heaven side to narrow down that range, because that's where it gets difficult. The judge distance, right? And that cage did come out. We sprayed through it, and Brooke does connect to the kill. So well done here for the defenders to just spray through the cyber cage to connect onto that frag and get an early 5-on-4 for Team Lily. A peek from Brooke, though, overextended, spots 2 players at least, and a second one to try to trade it out, and it's going to be successful, courtesy of Masayoshi. But Valkyrie also moves forward, evens up the tally on a 3-3. Spike is still up. Myth is now closing in. So just one by one, it seems like we're playing Iron Man strats for Team Lily. We're just going to try to clear out the site on our own. But as that turret spots the Sage, you also have Myth rotating back from that mid side. So he had a hunch that the hit was going to happen towards the B side. He was walking towards there, but then the turret is like, oh, well, it's A side. He gets the kill to Natsumi, and now he knows the hit's happening towards B, but it's going to be too late as Valkyrie does get the spike down.
Christopher Yee with the Sheriff. Needs some connections here.
Last player standing.
Oh, Myth able to win the first challenge. Now down to Valkyrie. Catches one. Myth out of the picture now. Might be able to get more here, Valkyrie. They know her positioning. Oh, great timing on the poison orb. Might be able to get a timing onto Lily as Valkyrie creeps around the poison orb. Able to get the, well, not quite get the frag, but close. It was a great attempt coming through from Valkyrie. I was convinced. I was so convinced. But the Spectre not really working out for Valkyrie there. She found some great timings, but it's another conversion here. The 3-0 going the way of Team Lily at the beginning of this grand finals.
You definitely saw the 500 IQ play there from Valkyrie. The first kill onto Myth was huge, making it a 2 versus 1 and dancing around her own poison cloud. So did catch Lily off guard because she had pretty much the side surprise attack onto Lily, but unfortunately could not connect. And we talked about that yesterday in length, Dan. The spray with the Spectre. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. And unfortunately, it's going to be, let's say, on the tally of this head-to-head between Lily and Valkyrie, 2-0 right now for Lily. And another great opening to start things off, but this time on the end of Team Toast. As they're rushing towards this B side, the wall to come up. Scar is spraying down, trying to get the heal instead of the dismiss, but here comes the orbital strike. Masayoshi with a kill on top of that onto Toast, but he has made it inside the site as Christopher finally gets dropped by Brooke. But she is halfway on a res, so no res is going to come out here from the defenders. The action has slowed down just a bit on a 2 versus 2. Nice headshot from Brooke. A second one to connect, but it's going to be Lily that gets the kill as well. Some nice anchored play as well as a rotation from Lily allows for the defenders to take the lead by 4.
Great start. Really great start from Team Lily. And what was really interesting there was that Skara had the lineup of all lineups, but it was too good that it wasn't actually allowed. We had the wall coming up, which blocked it, which is actually very sad to see, because you almost want to see that, like, triple collab or something, whatever was going to happen if that wall didn't block those shots. But ultimately still goes the way of Team Lily, looking really confident indeed. We do have the Viper's Pit available on the attack, brothers, I should say, for Team Toast here. So let's see, what Valkyrie does with that. If there's going to be a setup that's designed to get Valkyrie onto the site. Valkyrie is carrying the spike at the moment, so that is the plan. Get Valkyrie into a position where you can get that spike plant, you can pop the Viper's Pit and play that post plant. But of course, there's a couple obstacles you have to overcome first, and that is trying to get out some of this utility away from the defenders, trying to get onto the site, which is much harder said than done. And I see a lot of a distraction towards that B main position, and even the wall that will get popped here to maybe even further convince Team Lily that there is play or intention towards that B attack as mid goes under control once again.
Wall has thought up though. Skara almost got caught off guard, but he's able to fall back. We are taking control through the summer cage, and still Peter Park with the first blood into the round. Brook on the top of the catwalk of the B side, trying to trade back and avenge her teammates, but to no avail. Smith now pushes towards Garage. Just spots the sliver of Valkyrie, and that's a spike down. Brook trying to meet up. Seekers on the end of the attackers as well, as Brook still capitalizes on a kill onto Natsumi to make it a one-player advantage for the defender side of Team Lily. So both of them now holding in towards the Garage side, a flank coming in, a rotation coming in from the defenders, and it's still the Judge long range where Lily, oh no, the gap's closed. The jump in from Toast, Lily to fall, reload onto that Judge. But there's only 12 seconds left. They have to move into Garage, and look at Myth. He's like, okay, well, Brook, I'm sorry. I'm just going to have to let you go. I'm just going to try to survive, stay alive, get the first kill, a guided light, and just try to sweep up and get the ultimate points on his end. That's one, but that's it. It's still going to be the round for Team Lily, and we have 5 unanswered rounds, and even the cherry on the sundae, Masayoshi gets the last kill.
And that, yeah, it's looking so incredibly clean right now. The 5-0, it's fantastic, and this was a great push. So this is a great reaction as well that you can, if you lose, let's say, mid control like that, and you're thinking that the fight's too difficult, if you can kind of gamble on and hope that if that attack in mid is so strong, then maybe there's going to be a player B main to split, sure, but there won't be more than 1 or 2. And so Myth is making that gamble, takes that B main control, gives up mid, gives up B heaven, and that was just beautiful. Such good decision making from Myth, and that was the play that really secured it. Now going into this next round, we've got Team Toast looking at 3 ults on deck: Neural Theft, Orbital Strike, and the Viper's Pit. Vying for control on the A site, but there are 10 players on this A site right now looking to brawl for control, and it's going to be a trade coming through straight away, and Disguised Toast is turning up right now with that Judge.
And now with the Neural Theft, they spot Lily in the back of elbow, so she's going to have to figure out what she could do. The Guided Light also to get her spotted, but she's getting pushed here from the main. She's trying to go through the Viper's Cloud. The ult to come out from Valkyrie, but it's still Peter Park that goes around the corner of the site, leaving Myth on his own. Finally, potentially, a first round on the board for Team Toast. Myth winning it right now towards the A heaven side. He knows that somebody's waiting and lurking towards the vents, but look, he's not moving at all, so he says, okay, I'm going to let him go. I'm going to try to fight back towards this site where there's 2 players currently holding inside that Viper's Pit. Close range, Poison Cloud to come out, a flank, and Disguised Toast gets the headshot with the Judge, thankfully with the decay from Myth when he walked through the Viper's Pit. And there is that first point on the board for Team Toast.
And it's really awesome as well because they were able to do so without using the Orbital Strike. So they still have that option to either open up around, you mentioned previously ropes. If you have a sense that they're playing the ropes, so you get that info, you can drop the Orbital Strike to get that early kill, or also equally, you can use it in so many other spots because again, there's so many winding choke points here. It can be very hard to escape an Orbital Strike that's used reactively as opposed to just, for post plants. So lots of options with that. We'll have to see what comes into play. But with that said, Lockdown is in play also on Team Lily, but I've got to hold that thought because the aggression is fast and furious coming up that mid position into B Heaven, and Disguised Toast is showing exactly why the Judge is so damn good on this map. It is just fantastic in every position, but especially these B Heaven attacks.
And not needed is the Orbital Strike yet for Team Toast. Lily with that ghost around the corner. She's trying to get that trigger discipline, but unfortunately couldn't connect. Sometimes just shooting those agents in the back, it's so difficult. And now she falls, the spike will go down, and it's going to be potentially a 5-2 scoreline. So you see Myth and his teammate, they're just looking for some exit at this point, especially with the camera being up. He's just trying to see after the camera spotted if somebody was going to come out. You see how he's setting up for this guided light. He's going to pop it right away. Notice there's nobody here on the left side. Might get really close here towards that trap wire. And as he's now the last man standing, they definitely know that he's coming from Garage. So waiting for the smoke to dissipate, he's just looking to do some economical damage. First one spotted across, second to peek out. The headshot there onto Christopher Yee. At least that 145 damage Sheriff long range does connect for at least a kill. Right now, you want to look for more exits, or you just want to dive to the spike, or The other gamble is like, okay, I'm going to save my armor. But I think with the amount of rounds that they lost so far, he's definitely going to have to go to it. And unfortunately, it's up against this guy's Toast's judge.
Yeah, and it's looking so awesome right now. And there's lots of different ways you can possibly approach this. If you're, as I mentioned previously, if you're already fearing those mid attacks, you can give mid up. You can try to play more defensively around A Heaven and ropes and kind of just fall back but hold that high ground there if they try to force the issue through ropes, and then give up B Heaven and just try to take a B main control. Play for B main control, because again, if they're storming mid, they're not going to have much in the way of players going towards that B main position, and you can control that for the post plant. And oh wow, we're going to see actually the orbital strike on Mail. You don't always see that as opposed to the ropes, but it will work out brilliantly, catching the Sage. And that's an early 5 versus 4 advantage. And once again, we can see these B Heaven plays are problematic. But Van Silly, the lockdown is available to Lily for Team Lily to be able to retake this B site.
Exactly. That's why she's playing all the way back towards that spawn side. Here it comes. We had the Seekers coming out at the same time too, but that's okay. They don't mind it. They know that the site's already coming in, and they're okay to be spotted towards the spawn side, because now the spike's going to go down. You see Lily in the corner there as she's ready on that minimap, and lockdown is out. Here comes that retake attempt. They also have the Seekers on their end, but the res is still available for the attacker side. First one to fall is going to be Christopher, courtesy of Myth, who Masayoshi now pushing up towards that Heaven side. That's been a nuisance right now for Team Lily on the defense. Now spotted from another Seeker, but we're still fighting towards the main site instead. The fuse is coming across, and it's going to happen no matter what for the defenders, despite them losing all these fights one-on-one.
Oh, great stuff. This guy's trying to clean, just a little bit of cleanup at the end there, but really fantastic stuff. Using the lockdown, obviously clearing out the entire site. And the issue partially there too was that the plant was actually as a default plant. It wasn't the plant that you can see from B main. So that was one problem. But then a great play from Masayoshi to throw the incendiary on the male position to prevent any flank, which allowed them to just stick the defuse in combination with the lockdown. So really great retake from Team Lily there. Great shot calling coming through, and now we're in a position whereby it's starting to look kind of troublesome here for Team Toast. Looking to hold on to mid though, with Scar on that judge. That's certainly dangerous. And below the cam, I don't know that Scar was spotted. This might be a freebie right now. Oh, make that 2 quick kills. That is fantastic. The hold is strong, and now the recovery is going to be significantly tough.
Yeah, and that was a crossfire from a judge with the classic, so you know the economy is low. Now that means that the Sage is going to be able to pick up that judge left behind, as Scar is going to pick up the Vandal. But now we're trying to reassess for Team Toast. What can we do with this? We're trying to have our lurk play towards the A side. Potentially one of those fakes again, right? From the sky, trying to look for the information towards the A main. Force that rotation, but look at Myth. He's the one that's pushing out. He's holding the angle. Natsumi with the weapons now as they're trying to push forward, as Myth is slowly closing in. They're holding their grounds. They're really counting on Peter Park for Team Toast to make that opening. But there you go. He does get an opening, but unfortunately, the plans have been foiled as Myth has gotten that kill back towards that B main. Although the spike is still on the back of Valkyrie, it's okay for Myth to back up because they're playing a 2-player advantage, and that's okay in the end. Let the spike go down if you want. We'll take the numbers advantage.
Walk into the B side here. If Valkyrie can get the pick, that would be fantastic, but I think that was a lot of, well, I thought it was a dink, but it was whatever it was a lot of damage coming in from Myth there on the defense. And so not too much else to be done other than to save the guns. And I mean, that might not be guaranteed either here. We do have a push coming through. Ooh, Brooke was almost finding them. They will stay alive. 7-2 is the scoreline here in this grand finals. Team Lily doing a great job on Split. In fact, we were quite worried for them going into Split, given how good Disguised Toast is. And he is doing a lot of damage. But the operator has come out now instead of the judge. Perhaps this is the mix-up that's necessary to bring Team Toast back into the action, back onto the scoreboard to make this competitive.
Chat, as Team Toast is trying to make the final push to try to come back into this game, let's also do the final push with donations if you can. So far, we've reached 57,820 so far, and if you can, just add a little bit more so we can finish it off in a big bang. And speaking about the big bang, it is going to be an early 4-4 situation with a trade-off towards mid. So Skara now lurking down, Disguised Toast, decided to switch out from the Judge into the Operator. Skara is playing the off angle, though. We're talking about this. He's playing in an unorthodox position where it might work out, but not anymore. Because we do have the Guided Light that also forces him out of position and to retreat into the B heaven side.
Here. So this is one of those moments which gets quite scary for the defenders. You know, all of the noise is being cut.
You will not.
We're actually going to get the res there, but all the noise is being cut. You know now at least that there's 2 players in mid, but you have no idea where any other players are. There's 40 seconds to go, and you either stack something, or you spread out, or you play for info. And right now, it's a mixture of spreading out and stacking, whereas we had, I believe, Masayoshi over towards that B site. A is pretty much up for grabs. It's just Myth there playing side, but Disguised Toast opens it up. The neural theft will tell them everything they need to know. They could decide to go back towards A here, but they actually have to play through B main 2. This is a great split onto the B site. Guaranteed spike plant.
Not
and a
really,
4
though.
versus 3 after plant.
There's an orbital strike here, Dan.
Oh, you're right.
And that's probably the reason why. So there's 10 seconds left. They're forced off a position. They're still going to be able to come back and get a plant no matter what, unless they want to try to push in and get a final kill. Here's the attempt. The push out from Christopher. That's going to get the kill onto Lily. The spike has been planted. The volley did not work out. Disguised Toast is playing on the top of the heaven. It's a high-low stack right now. Guided Light to come into the spawn side, forcing Myth to fall back. But Masayoshi comes in from hell. The headshot onto Myth from Peter Park as it's a 2-on-1. Myth, the lone soldier, coming back into the site. The crossfire from Team Toasto all the way towards backside and B main, and it's gonna be the salvage operator left behind. Christopher Yee is gonna get that kill, and it's gonna be 7-3, a much needed round, but so very close because of that orbital strike, from Masayoshi that could have foiled their plans.
I like ultimate strike though as well. I feel like we need some kind of ability called that.
Put your hand down.
Sounds good. But yeah, it's definitely a much needed round and very well played indeed. Timing, as you said, almost not working out, but that will actually force out that orbital strike. Almost said ultimate strike as well. But the
brainwashing you here, Dan.
I know it's a tough one. Oh, seeing orbital strikes. Hey, once again, trying to take down the stage at the start of the round. Oh
she
my
was solo
goodness.
on HP. Sorry, I was just looking at the top. She had like roughly 10 HP running out.
Oh man, when do you see Cypher trying to entry with an operator? I don't. I'm just blown away by the confidence. I feel like Disguised Toast should be on Jet instead of Cypher. But,
Pretty much.
But either way, you know, there goes the poison orb. It is dropped, and we could actually see a retake play possible if Skara gets one more. But unfortunately, he will get traded. But it's a 4v4 here, as mid is taken under control by Team Toast.
That's right. So they have mid control. They could decide to work towards the A or B site if they want to. And they've had success on the B site, but they're trying to switch it over this time. They say, let's try to work towards this A site. But the rotation already came out. So you do have that Brimstone of Masayoshi going to support Lily. And Lily actually, for some rounds, played towards B, some rounds played towards A. And the Seeker seals the deal and says, okay, it's happening towards this A site for now. The Spike has made her way inside with Viper, the one carrying that Spike inside the site. But the Nanoswarm splits out the attack, and that allows Masayoshi to move in for the kill. Spike is now down. It's traded out, though, from the A main. And Lily is going to get one of her own. And as she falls back, Myth comes in from the heaven side. And that's the perfect communication that we're talking about with a crossfire setup for the defenders, making it 8-3 with one more round to go in this half.
That was such a great play from Lily as well. And you know, you might say, oh well, you know, Lily didn't really do that much. She wasn't like out there taking fights and stuff like that. But that's the entire point. You know, what she did was she survived. She actually delayed. She used her utility to buy as much time as possible, so that she didn't have to take any fights. And by the time she wants to take a fight, Myth is already shooting her opponent in the back. So you guarantee the win in that way. And that's how you're supposed to play. So it's great to see, you know, Lily playing the role really well in the Killjoy, and it's a change of pace here going into this final round of the first half, Silly.
And it definitely got immediately stopped by that Guided Light. Now you have the Trailblazer going through the smoke spots 3. All right, Myth says, I need some help right here. A Guided Light again to waste that time. We have the Molly on the ground that forces Valkyrie off the spike plant for B main. So she's trying to go for the default. But the spray, the Guided Light, they're just out of position and continuing to be discombobulated on this hit towards the A site. The spike is yet to gone down, but they still have one player advantage. But here's that big flank from Skara. There's a trapper to watch that flank at the same time. Myth coming back for the kill onto Christopher Yi. Skara actually goes above. Once he lands, he could still get hurt though. But great job at least for Myth to hold down that clock. You see it with the judge, with the cyber cages. The kill to come in onto Myth. One defender has fallen. Another one to come across. This man is a dancer in the dark. Toast getting the kill. Peter Park watching that flank, and the tides have turned, and Disguised Toast gets the third kill with the judge. And despite the amount of time that we're able to hold that pulse plant, it's still gonna be Team Toast that's able to capitalize with all of those lurk kills on the attack.
Yeah, definitely. And you're looking at this next knife round, this final knife round of the tournament. I'm actually a little bit sad about that. I imagine we're gonna listen in on the comms once again to kind of to pump us up for this final half here in this grand finals.
Definitely, you probably want to see like Toast, Team Toast right now saying, "Look, we still got this. We got the last round. Let's take the momentum. We got that defender side and see if we could capitalize on kills." Like we talked about the composition. They're pretty good right now for both teams. You have Anchor Sentinels, you have lots going on, and now let's check out Team Lily's.
Let's see what happens. Let's go.
Okay.
Let's run at them. Oh, they're here.
WK. Okay. Nice.
Mate.
Holding W? Holding W?
Holding W? 4v2, 4v2, 4v1.
There we go.
You got him. 3v1, 3v1. Cornered, cornered.
Cornered.
Let's go!
Nice. We are the knifers.
Okay. We are. We love our knife rounds.
Dan, this is it. We just saw the last knife round of the tournament, and now the last half of the tournament is about to happen. Unless, if we are living in a simulation, we will get an overtime. Chat, if you do want overtime, put your hands in the air throughout your energies for Team Toast or Team Lily to see if we could bring this to an overtime game, or do we just want to see Lily win, or do we just want to see Toast win? Let me see those roll through to the chat. And now going with this round, the money good for Team Lily on the attack is going to make things a lot harder for Team Toast.
Ooh, Valkyrie. I've seen it before. a very conservative player most of the time, but sometimes she'll throw in that aggressive play. Not this time though. Not looking to walk through that smoke, and that certainly will bode well to Team Lily here, who's now on this attack and has that A main control. Valkyrie's going to make her way back though to a closer position around A main.
Push. This flank happening from B main, though. They're going to spot them towards sewers, and Peter Park gets the kill. So first blood into the second round, but immediately gets traded out by Masayoshi. But they know because of this, a hit could be happening towards the A side. So put the Poison Cloud up, the Decay to come in. She's dancing across through this right now, looking for a couple of kills, but they all siphon through her. She's dancing from behind, gets the kill onto Myth, tries to go for the second one, gets traded out, but still on low HP. Brooke comes down on the heel, and it's a 3 versus 3 into the site. Lily will get the spike down right now, as she also puts an alarm bot right at the flower pot just to try to cover things out. Beautiful wall towards the spawn site as well. It's going to make things harder here for the retake for Team Toast. They do have the Spectre. They do have Christopher Yi on his Spectre as well. They're going to break the wall. Information that at least there's one player towards screens, but they don't know that the other two flankers are coming in from the A main. So Disguised Toast, no more cages to work with. We'll have to fight out in the open and immediately get punished by Masayoshi. Nice alarm bark for the double damage as Natsumi tries to make it a 1 versus 1. The clutch attempt coming in from Brooke, and it is successful as we do have another round capitalized for Team Lily and potentially the eco, because the economy is in shambles for Team Toast.
That was so close right at the end there. The one more bullet would have done it. But indeed, the 10-4 scoreline looking very dominant heading into this second half. Team Lily with what looks like so much comfort, such a huge buffer. They can do whatever they want at this point, and they're going to be comfortable for a while. However, Team Toast, they got to be sweating at this point. Can't really put a foot wrong. There's no buffer to work with. And mid is the point of focus for now. The wall goes up straight away. You can break that straight away. And Scar looking to actually keep the pressure on to that male position. Disguised Toaster going beyond the flash, and it's a perfect maneuver. Oh, gets a double with the judge. A third player. You cannot challenge this wall. You cannot challenge Disguised Toast mid. And it's looking so good right now for Team Toast. He wants more. This guy is absolutely insane. Bloodthirsty. Sees red. He hungers for more.
Lily, though, does get spotted by the guided light, and now they're trying to chase after her herself. She does have the judge. The wall has broken, and Valkyrie from behind. The crossfire has been set up as she falls. One more to go as we're trying to keep the dream alive here for Team Toast. And that's, again, off the back of what I'd like to call here, Dan, at this point, the superstar of Toast, the captain of his own team, even getting that third kill while he got hit by a Trailblazer from Myth's Trailblazer as a Sky. Yeah, so very well done at that point. They're trying to build the economy back, but we talked about the knife round one. We're looking at it so far. Actually, they made things pretty expensive in the last 2 rounds here, so you're seeing Team Lily now on a half-wide seams. The judge comes out from Scara instead, but Team Toast has a chance to come back now on this defender side.
Yeah, they certainly do, and that's something I feel like with what we just saw. It's hard to replicate that time and again with the judge. You can stand close, but it's really the element of surprise there that's going to catch a team off guard. And if they're checking for that, if they're more cautious, they should be able to catch this. It should not be the case that Disguised Toast is able to repeat this mid play multiple times. He is sure as hell going to try though, and oh, he doesn't get spotted. Natsumi taking down Masayoshi. Great stuff, and they're not going to check for this. He's behind every single one of them as he goes forward with the judge. He's pumping and full of every single buckshot, and that's going to be another great defense coming in. And Team Lily, they are going hard on this mid play, Vansili, and is it now the case that they're thinking, we can make an adjustment here, we can easily crush this, or are they going to say, let's just pull the plug on mid for now?
Oh, yeah, sorry. I think definitely it's going to be let's pull the plug on mid. I think it's let's try to break that wall at least to create a presence, keep Disguised Toast on that mid side, but still work the extremities. The only thing right now, though, for Team Toast is that they still adapt to that type of strategy because they have a camera set up by Toast at the entrance of Garage. Look at his setup right now on that minimap. There you go. He puts it up. He's going to spot 2 players there. We have a Viper spit towards the A side. So that means because he saw pressure towards his B side, he doesn't have to fight back towards mid. But that could also be the advantage for Team Lily, knowing that Toast has to stick out towards his B side, where they could finally take the B control, or the mid control, sorry, on their end.
We are seeing that Viper's Pit popped here by Valkyrie on that A side, which allows Team Toast to play, heavier towards B and mid if they'd like to. But interestingly, it's not looking that heavy at the moment. It's a pretty standard setup, but Scara finding some gaps here to work with. Christopher Yee, though, able to hold on to that push, deals with the lurk through ropes. Now we have that forced play into Mail, into that B-heaven position.
That is crazy.
Peter is so, yeah, that's ambitious.
Yeah, but even at the same time, you wall up to go towards B, where Toast is out with that judge! And there you go, mid the fall. A second one finally gets traded out by Brook, just because he ran out of buckshots in his clip. A res to come out, Christopher to drop, trying to go for that spray, cannot connect, finally does so into Myth, as Valkyrie also drops another, leaving only 1 attacker remaining. That is going to be Brook, looking for the clutch. 20 seconds left on the clock. She heals herself up to be at 100, but at least information is given and known that Christopher is towards hell. If she could actually peek out and individualize these 1 versus 1, first off against Valkyrie, tries to aim down the sight, but that crossfire has been perfect. Like I said, even though they know that that Toast was there with that judge inside that B site, they still walled it up to go towards there, and I felt that was a trap. But there was also the Viper Pit towards the A side here, Dan. That's probably the reason why.
Absolutely, and that's the thing, is that sometimes you'll see a team pop the Viper's Pit and you're like, well, why would they do that? Like, you're using it to start around, like the other team can just avoid it. And that's kind of the point. You're trying to say, well, this is so strong, we don't need to invest as much in the way of defense here. And we're going to actually encourage the opposition to go towards the other side of the map where we can stack. So precisely what happened, and it is definitely, this gap is definitely closing up right now. 3 away are Team Toast, equalizing against Team Lily.
It's getting closer and closer, where the defender side seems to reign true for both of these teams, and an eco coming in for Team Lily, as Dan has mentioned. Also, the fact that they have an orbital strike to work with, but I don't think it should be a good moment to use it. But They've learned from before that when Christopher was using that towards that attacker side to take mail, that could be a good opportunity as well for Masayoshi to use that ultimate, the orbital strike over towards that mail side to potentially get some kills, because if they want to try to get this mid control, they could try to filter out that dirty judge play from this guy's Toast. With that, though, they are going to hold things quite slowly, killing the noise, and now they're just going to rush out of this A site to try to explode. The trap wire is going to block one or spot one. They still almost might be able to make it into the site for a plant. Here comes a lockdown too as Lily gets dropped, and that's going to be the lockdown immediately canceled. And the spike is going to get dropped for Brook to plant because Myth is pushing towards the spawn. So he does have the classic getting set up for the right-click classic. Natsumi is about to walk into it, and there you go. She falls, orbital strike, out of position. This guy's Toast is pushing in though right now. Brook is about to die, and unfortunately that leaves Myth, the one that was able to push out towards the screens, is going to be the last man on the 4 versus 1. You save this Vandal into the next round, and you try to figure out what you can do as Team Toast is narrowing the gap even more. We're about to have a 10-8 scoreline.
And all of a sudden, it's beginning to look like it was written in some tablet somewhere. You know, thousands of years ago, this final is going to an overtime. You know, I just need to see that. I just feel like that's the only thing that makes sense. But with that said, you know, we are seeing this comeback, 4 rounds in a row from Team Toast. And the question is whether the adjustments that are coming from Team Lily in these following rounds, whether those are going to be good enough, or whether it's the case that they'll fail. And that can happen sometimes. Sometimes the adaptations don't work out, and we'll see what Team Lily opts for in the beginning of this round. We've got a lot available in terms of economy, the ultimates as well. You know, the orbital strike, which is key, is up Masayoshi. So we'll have to see if that's going to come into play. Not opting to just drop it at the beginning of the round, as we've seen in some of these rounds.
It's a bit too far to use it as well, right? It looks like they're trying to work towards this A sign, and sorry, I thought it was the Vandal. Well, it's the Phantom after all. Those glitch pot skins are fairly similar, looking back and forth at it. But working towards this A sign, there's only going to be one person holding that ground, and it's going to be Christopher in that. Actually, yeah, that's a corner that's not spotted a lot. So with the guided light that comes out, Myth trying to clear the corner, and there you go. That's the first easy kill. Toast is pushing down towards the air with the judge, and it's not even needed. 3 kills raining down for Christopher, and now he's stuck in a corner, but look at that. He stays alive. Look at through the X-ray, the amount of rotation you have. Looking for the ace, but it's going to get stolen by Natsumi. And ladies and gentlemen, and everyone else listening, the fans of this game, we're getting closer and closer to a tie point and a tie game with 5 rounds strung in a row for Team Toast.
Yeah, it's looking good at the moment. And we're at that point now for Team Lily where they're starting to struggle. However, definitely got a few ultimates to work with now at this point, and, you know, get another look at this replay. Christopher Yee with that off angle. You can see that they just line up for him, and the timing works out as well, that everybody's distracted, as they should be, by this guy's Toast, who's swinging out of that smoke from heaven. And of course, you'd be looking up there, which is perfect for Christopher Yee. And here we go. It's straight into the next one. Another A hits coming through. You'd think they'd be discouraged after that previous round, but no. Straight in towards A ramp, but you can get stuck here, Vansili. This can be dangerous.
This is super well played. Just a change of position as well. This time they're meeting face-to-face against Valkyrie, who puts that poison cloud at the entrance and a wall on the top, waiting for that poison to deplete and come down. We have the attackers now rushing into A heaven, but the spike making his way through the ropes while the rest are taking the heaven side control. This could still be a bait and switch, but not anymore, as players are falling one by one on the attack. Make that 3, looking for the 4th. Just perfect, leaving now Masayoshi on his own. The orbital strike has been kept for so long, still not in contention where he could use it. The off angle from Natsumi, and the kill there finally. And we do have this tie game after all. The comeback into this game, and potentially the lead for the first time coming out for Team Toast on their defender side.
Yeah, it's looking really good right here, right now, for Team Toast to just come in with the win, as it doesn't seem like Team Lily, you know, we talked about those adaptations. We haven't seen them working out. Like that previous round, trying to go hard in towards that A hit and then getting stuck. That's the problem. You can get really stuck where the defender rotation comes through and you don't really have anywhere to go. You give up the entire map and you're sitting on A ramp, and it's just how do you get into the site at that point? Very difficult to deal with sometimes without an exit strategy. And speaking of the A ramp stuckness, they're just going for a hard and heavy hit on that B side instead, looking to see if they can work the magic. But Christopher Yi is here on B instead, and finally we'll get taken down by Masayoshi, and it's looking a much better. But Disguised Toast gets dropped. The concussion comes through.
It doesn't
matter with the judge.
At least it gets traded out by Myth. But that's still the orbital strike down, and a res still available for Natsumi, who does connect onto Skara, looking for the res onto the silent killer. Toast with that judge, aiming down the Situs. Toast comes from the hell side up to the heavens and gets the kill onto Brook. Traded off by Lily with the ghost just on the spot. It's a trade-off. It's a 1 versus 1. Myth towards that back, aims down the side, but it's Natsumi that wins that clutch and makes it 11-10, and the lead is taken by Team Toast.
What a sick round from Natsumi, from the res, just like holding it down, playing the back, and just staying alive and supporting the team, doing the Sage things in the most important moment. And indeed, the res as well that lands onto Disguised Toast, and the confidence, the swagger in his step, especially when a judge is in hand, is remarkable. And just powering through, creating so much space then. And this position right here at the end with Lily as well, the ghost is just unreal.
It's crazy.
And Myth, you know, he had to make a decision. Does he reload with the 4 bullets, or does he try to go for the victory, with, like, making sure that he hits the headshot as soon as possible? And doesn't always work out. And that's 11-10. Team Toast taking the lead. Had to win so many rounds in a row to do this after such a dominant first half by Team Lily. And now their backs are against the wall. They have to find a way to make this work.
That's the lockdown, and look at this orbital strike that's going to happen towards the back of the site. That combination between both finally that works out. Come on, use it, Masayoshi, use it. He doesn't use it. That was just perfect for them to use it. Unfortunately, it's not, so it's going to be even harder now because the rotation came out towards that defender side then.
Exactly, and this is a huge problem. That lockdown can be great if you're able to like hold position elsewhere on the map. That is to say, if you're not actually deciding to commit into the side off of it, but we don't have that. So it's actually quite easy if Team Toast wanted to confirm this information. They could push something to get that info right now. But cutting noise, and given the fact that Team Toast is not playing for information, this re-execute could be good.
The thing is, okay, it's going to spot Christopher Yi, it's going to spot the Odin, so that's not going to allow for him to get any spray, but at least gets a dink while he's concussed, as Valkyrie trades it back. She's at the red wall. Natsumi up towards the heaven as well, is able to trade it off onto Myth. They're closing across. They get the spike carrier down. It's a 3-on-2. They have the orbital strike, but they cannot get anything done with it. An attempt on a 3 versus 1. Masayoshi just got spotted at the entrance of B main, and with the toxic screen coming up and 10 seconds left, that is going to be it as Masayoshi walks through the toxic screen, half HP, and Valkyrie gets the kill. And not only that, map point, game point, and championship point for Team Toast.
And this is one of those things we were talking about before as well. In the pregame, I was mentioning, you know, that switch on, not onto Jet, but onto the Brim for Masayoshi. You know, one of the things I was saying is that as a Brim main, Christopher Yi, or at least someone who's very familiar and has played Brim throughout the entire tournament, you have in your mind that sense of these are spots in the game I can reactively orbital strike without thinking. It's just a subconscious process. Whereas for Masayoshi, there's been lots of opportunities that we haven't seen necessarily capitalized on. It doesn't seem as comfortable as an agent as some of the other picks we've seen out of him. So the difference there for sure. But with that said, still a really big chance here with that orbital strike and the Sage res in play to make something happen, but the counter orbital strike could be problematic. And B main control has now in the hands of Team Toast, so they have more information. They've got the Viper's Pit on A. At this point right now, Team Toast is set up to win this grand finals.
They want to fight Valkyrie. They killed Noise. They made a fake towards this mid side, rotating back towards A. Now you just see him through the X-ray. It is getting intense. Valkyrie's inside her poison pit, and she's looking for a couple of kills. Sees the dog, and the headshot from Lily. Thor trying to trade it out. There's Toast coming out, only good for 1. Lily continuing to be a key player to her team. It's a 3 versus 3. The res is down. The ult is down for the attackers. The orbital strike is still available for the defenders. Skara holding towards the elbow. Myth towards Hell. Lily in the back of the site with a nanoswarm on to the spike, as well as a turret to spot Heaven. So great position right now. The ult potentially towards elbow. That's going to have to funnel out. Unfortunately, Skara could potentially die. He connects onto 2 of them. It's up to Myth on a 3 versus 1. He gives up his position away. Christopher moves in. The Bulldog for the first kill. The Seeker to come out. He's going for the flash, but Peter Park peeks out to get the kill. And we now have it, fans of the game. It is going to be the defuse, the jumping for joy Sage as Peter Park gets the defuse, and Team Toast wins it 13-10.
The OfflineTV charity Valorant Invitational Champions. It sounds pretty good, but what sounds even better than silly is all of the money that everybody watching has helped to donate to charity in the name of so many good causes. And now we know precisely how the division is going to be, thanks to our teams here who have played magnificently from start to finish. It's so much in the way of good vibes and just wholesome gaming moments. It's been such a pleasure to watch, and I honestly, I felt like I didn't expect Team Toast to win this one. They played so well to make such an incredible comeback.
It was so good. Their defender side continued to look so good there on that defender side for this guy's Toast. That judge, I know it looks like a one trick, but it was still some great moments. It's not like I'm gonna hold like an angle that's just going to kill people. He was actually using the cyber cages on the attack to get the judge kills instead. And I do like that beautiful display of mechanical skill and taking advantage of that judge and the abilities of the Cypher. That's a change of like a jet dash with a judge, or a raised dash with the judge as well, with the satchel charges rather. And it just looked really good for them on the defender side. Team Lily, on the other hand, that defender side to start things off was what, like a 4-5, maybe even a 7-1 scoreline at some point before Team Toast finally started to have a slow comeback. And even getting a knife round on that second half for Team Lily, they had all the confidence on their side, but just trying to pass through that mid side, trying to bring what Team Toast was doing on that mid side too, just didn't pay off. And that agent composition that they had was just good for Toast to funnel all of these attack attempts into just traps.
And you know what? It's so funny just watching Disguised Toast, because I feel like Disguised Toast is a jet trapped in a Cypher's body. As soon as I started seeing like the operator coming out, and not just coming out, but just like leading the charge with the team through smokes with an operator in mid, I'm like, okay, this guy thinks he's jet right now, thinks he has a dash that he can press, but maybe that's even more of the glory of Disguised Toast, the fact that he doesn't even care to need a dash. He's like, this is such a sure thing, I don't need a dash. But absolutely, you know, key player for sure. So much impact, so much charge taken on the map, and throughout the matchup, there wasn't really a great answer to some of his plays, which just goes to show the effectiveness that Disguised Toast has understood with the way that he can play at these angles and positions with the judge. And it was so hugely impactful to just have all of those kills, because even in rounds which they didn't win, is able to damage the economy so much and just always keep you on the ropes, always keep you in a position where nobody on Team Liddy can really feel like, oh, I'm popping off right now, because even if you get a couple kills and help to win the round for your team, this guy's Toast is going to get those kills. So really impactful. Sure.
I think every single player in there definitely did it. I mean, you look at Toast as a Cypher. We just talked about it at length throughout the whole weekend.
Absolutely.
Valkyrie did a great job too on the defender side. We talked about her Viper's Pit. We talked about how she could delay time as well. Did a very good job at that. Christopher, of course, with that Brimstone, the way that he's holding on the off angles on the ace site, that we saw that 4K spray, almost that ace, the random orbital strikes that were calculated actually for himself to be able to get a couple of kills and free up space for players like this Disguised Toast to rush up B Heaven with the judge and get those entries. It was like Disguised Toast was a duelist pretty much at that point, playing as in the body of a Sentinel, as you mentioned here, Dan. Peter Park was another one as this guy, right? He's getting a lot of those flashes, a lot of countering, it was a battle between him and Myth, too. When Myth was getting all that information with the Guided Light and the Trailblazer, well, we had counters coming back from Peter Park at the same time, so nobody could push out, and he was also getting a lot of these kills. And Natsumi also had a huge round going into that retake site onto the B side to allow one of these rounds to happen. So just overall, we mentioned in this pregame that the team was going to pop off, and every single person was going to pop off, and definitely they did. And with that, it's going to be time for Rachel to talk to the whole winning team to describe us this matchup. Did I miss it?
Hey, everybody.
Hi.
Hey.
Congratulations on the incredible victory.
Thank you.
We can't
Toast,
believe it.
I am so impressed by the play you brought to this tournament. I mean, you had an incredible roster, and everyone on it really took a chance at carrying the team. But the judge, the operator? Like, do you want to take a minute here and do like a victory lap or something?
Oh, it's a team effort. Like everyone does their role. Like people know what I can do, which is just judge short range. So, everyone clutching it out. Ray, of course, with her Viper, and then I want to shout out Wendy, who came up clutch for like 3 rounds there, going against Myth and a couple of them. Sheesh.
Yeah, you clutched out that round incredibly, Natsumi. That was amazing. Valkyrie, you had some awesome plays all weekend long. Chat was going nuts for every single one of you.
Aww.
But whoever wants to answer this, what are the general team's thoughts on Toast play style? Like, how are you guys feeling after this?
He is a leader.
Yeah.
He was our duel. We didn't have a duelist on our team.
He's just reliable.
He was going in as a
He's
cipher.
super reliable. Like
Yes.
if he pushes a point, like you could rely on him to get frags and also good comms. Like it's really important.
Yeah, it's
He
easy
was
to
our
support the
entry. He was
playstyle.
our duelist. He was everything.
Yeah, he really was everything.
It was good. It was really good.
Yeah.
You're lucky to have an incredible team behind you, Toast. And I want to know, you're familiar with the idea of yearbook superlatives, right? Like most likely to be president or, most likely to succeed. Do you feel like you can give superlatives to the rest of your teammates?
Superlatives. I gotta think of each one, but Chris had like a lot of big brain play. We saw his Ascent wallbang twice. First time against H-Jun, then second time against Jack. Like he just calls it out. He knows it's gonna happen. And Peter, his sky, sometimes it blinds us, sometimes it blinds them. But what you can't take away is like his gunplay. Like he could take every fight.
Hell yeah.
Incredible. And I want to say that this has all been for an incredible cause. We have 5 charities, each represented by one of our teams. And Toast, you were fighting for the Inspiring Children Foundation. You have come away with the lion's share of the funds raised today. Anything you'd like to say about the charity and why you chose it?
Oh, Chris, you have some experience with this charity, right?
I used to work for them, and like 20 years ago, before anyone was talking about it, they've always been really big on mental health, and they like foresaw like a lot of issues that happen today with like depression, anxiety, and a lot of just lack of motivation. And they're really, really good at taking anybody, someone who's like well-to-do and someone who's not well off and wasn't dealt the best hand. They're really good at getting everyone in like a good frame of mind to like tackle life, because life throws a lot at you.
That's an excellent endorsement for a great charity, and a charity that's going to be almost $25,000 richer.
Go!
So well played, everyone. Congratulations. Is there anything else any of you would like to say to the audience gathered today?
Just a huge shout out to all the participants. Every game we played, I think, like came down to the wire. I think we had 4 out of 5 games go 10 wins each. Production is insane. The talent, the casters, the host, all very amazing, and it's a great cause. Yeah, all the money's going to charity, so that's great.
Well, thank you so much. Congratulations once again, guys. I'm going to send you out with a round of applause from me, and you can enjoy the rest of your weekend. Everyone in chat, I hope you listened to me and stuck around, because I promised you a big giveaway at the end of the day. Well, now it is time, so hit ! Enter, and let me tell you what is up for grabs. We have 25 $10 Valorant point gift cards that we are giving away, 5 OfflineTV shirts, 5 hoodies, and 5 signed posters. So if you hit enter and submit for our giveaway, make sure you keep an eye on your whispers. That is how OfflineTV will reach out to you. And I think now it's time to bring in one last time my buddies DDK and Van Silly. Gentlemen, you had a long weekend. You got to see some games that you would never see in esports. And I think if I can gauge your mood correctly, you were impressed by these players.
Definitely worthy to be esports players, to be honest with you, Rachel and Dan. And even looking at it, I don't even think it was long days. I think these days flew by, because it was just amazing. It's wholesome. I have no words. I'm actually speechless. Not only because I've used all my words in a broadcast, but I think it's just how great the vibe has been throughout this whole weekend. Oh, I think you're muted, bro.
Oh, damn it. I think I almost made it through the entire broadcast. I think maybe, was it? I don't know. I don't know if that was the first time or not. But we all got today. And it was in production too, which I thought might happen. But either way, I know I wanted to definitely echo all of those sentiments. And for me, again, it's always just so awesome when you get a great community, supporting, good causes in the name of gaming too. It's just such a, again, I think I mentioned this on day one. It's been such a positive force in my life and so many people's lives that I know that it's always great to be able to give back and use that as a place to give back. And so it's just been so awesome for OfflineTV to do this tournament and to be able to have the opportunity to be a part of it and to help out. It's been such a joy. And I've also loved all of the storylines, getting to know some more of the personality behind the competitors or the competitive aspects of these personalities who are playing in front of us. And stuff like the trash talk segments everything's been phenomenal. I could go on and on and on. So I'm not going to, though. I think my job of talking all the time is over at this point.
Not quite yet. We still have a replay package of all our best moments today. So, gentlemen, I know you already went through them once, maybe twice, but it's time to relive the greatness that got us here.
100%. I think, Dan, when we're looking at this replay package and we're trying to summarize both days together, we could definitely say that it's been intense matches, right? Aside from maybe one match that was like a 13-5 on split, everything that was like a 13-8 to a 13-9 to a 13-10, and we saw a 13-11 today. We have to give props to the admins to be able to make these games so close, and we've seen so many good highlight reels throughout this weekend.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I think, everybody has had their moment. And again, a lot of it has been down to the teams being sort of picked and selected in a very effective way. I think some of the rules made it fun, but it didn't make it silly in that sense. I still feel like there was a lot of great competitive integrity in these matchups. And again, I feel like we got to see the identity of some of these players, playing the agents that they like to play the most, and just also seeing what they can do when they kind of scrap together. And let's say taking Myth, for example, or Michael Reeves, or just any of the captains, the Sky's Toast, seeing the impact these players had together, working together, has been really fun. And just seeing how everybody had their moments. Doesn't matter whether they're in gold or diamond or immortal or silver. It doesn't matter at all. It's a team game at the end of the day. Everybody contributed, and it was just really awesome to see that across the board.
That was definitely the most important thing. I think seeing how they were having fun. There was some teamwork going on at the same time. I was expecting going into this one here, Dan, that it was just going to be body swings left and right, but there was definitely like some abilities, some clutch plays, some smart plays, dancing around abilities as well. It was just really a beautiful display of Valorant, actually, for all of these personalities. And at the same time, I do have to echo this sentiment with you, Dan, because I'm looking at the personalities. It's like, man, we actually have a lot of great personalities from the OfflineTV and friends with, a high number of followers, great impact in their communities. And for me, I'm always like into the corner in the rough and looking at the esports portion of it. It's like, okay, always watching VODs, but they've definitely made a fan out of me, and I'm a fan of their community as well. Like every single one of you in chat right now, it's been wholesome throughout the whole weekend. Thanks to you all inside the chat too. We were able to reach our donation goal and even surpass it. The last time I saw it, I think it was like at 117% that we've reached. So a big congratulations and hands together to all of you as well. And thank you for welcoming us, all three of us, to be able to give some great Valorant action and some great fun there.
You said it, Vansily. The final goal raised this weekend was $59,600.39. You got to get that 39 cents in there. And on top of that, we've got $10,000 from the Riot Social Impact Fund for a total of $69,639. Nice, guys. I'm super proud.
You wouldn't want a better number to finish this charity event.
And of course, make sure you follow OfflineTV here on Twitch and on Twitter. Across their social media, tomorrow is where they'll be sharing the final breakdown of all the money raised and all the different charities it's going to. And make sure you follow, because this group of friends, this incredible team of content creators, has brought us so much joy this weekend, and they're not going to stop anytime soon. They're a great crew.
For sure. Super fun personalities, and even me myself, I'm looking forward to watching more. Like after doing a little bit of studying pregame and looking at what they were doing, looking at the smart stuff, the funny stuff that's coming out, and just how you know, it's always a cherishy, good, giddy vibe that actually makes me feel good and knows that there's always good out of this world that could happen from the bad times that we currently face sometimes, you know? So it's nice to have that, and it's nice to have that community too.
Well, Vansily, DDK, you've been indispensable. DDK, tell us where we can find you, what's going on, where you'll be in the rest of the Valorant world.
Yeah, you can probably find me casting the Valorant Champions Tour, mostly NA, but yeah, you'll find me around. I do a lot of content here and there as well. At DDK Esports on Twitter is usually where you'll find anything connected to me in that regard. So if you like the kind of higher brow esports stuff, I get a little bit too nerdy in that regard. So if that's for you, you can throw me a follow.
I'm in the same boat. I nerd out into Valorant as well, and it's you know, I've been broadcasting video games for close to 20 years now, and Valorant has been like a resurgence for me too. So give me a follow if you want at Vansily on Twitter, and you know what? Even after this broadcast, we talk about nerding out in Valorant. I'm gonna have to start a stream and watch some Valorant games myself, because you'll catch me as well casting the VCT circuit from time to time, and hopefully be working with Dan sometime soon again.
Right on, guys, and thank you so much for watching this weekend. I've been your host, Rachel, aka Seltzer. You can follow me at Seltzer Please across social medias. As soon as we can get back out there, I'll be doing a whole bunch more esports stuff all around the world. But in the meantime, I like Pokemon Go. So if you like that, come hang out with me. But I cannot end this show without stating how much work, how much effort and love the OfflineTV staff and Space Productions put into bringing you this show. There are so many moving parts behind the scene here. So if you love what you saw here today, make sure you support the OfflineTV social channels. Send them your love. And thank you so much for watching and for all you've raised for charity. Have an excellent weekend.
I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights.